Chapter 626, Immortal Ascension. At this moment, in True Inheritance secluded domain, Mahongyun and Zhaolianyan, who were mutually dependent on each other and under Luck Path Supreme True Inheritance's protection, looked with panicked expressions. Fang Yuan and Taibei Yunxing were in control of the Supreme True Inheritance that represented 88 True Yang Building. The two sides were cut off by Hai Lu Lan and the others, forming a firm defensive line. Behind Fang Yuan and Taibei Yunxing, the river-like giant Sun's Will and the Flying Bear Phantom were fighting. Going even farther outside, the main giant Sun's Will covered 88 True Yang Building, forcibly resisting the terrifying heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, protecting the inheritance treasure of Giant Sunday. Hearing Fang Yuan still had a method left, Taibei Yunxing was naturally overjoyed and immediately urged, "Junior brother, what method do you have left? Quickly use it." Fang Yuan gave a bitter smile, "Senior brother, honestly, because of this desperate situation, I have no other ways but to use this method. I hope you will ensure my safety at the crucial moment." "That goes without saying, we are fellow disciples after all," Taibei Yunxing immediately guaranteed. Fang Yuan nodded and instructed, "Senior brother, Giant Sun's Will originated from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. You must never underestimate it. Next, if it tries to sow discord between us, I won't be able to talk and defend myself. You must never believe it." Taibei Yunxing muttered, "Junior brother, we are of one family, you do not need to say anything and can rest assured." "But from your tone, it seems you have a lot of concern and reservation towards using this method. If you are not too sure, we can still use fixed immortal travel and leave immediately." Fang Yuan smiled lightly, revealing a confident expression. "Haha, senior brother, rest assured, this method has unparalleled might. Even the main giant Sun's Will cannot leave unscathed. Just watch." The two had not used any goo worms to conceal their conversation. The experts present could not help but reveal shock and doubt. "A method that can harm the main giant Sun's Will, what exactly is it?" Hai Lu Lan frowned. He might looked crude but was actually astute, and did not carelessly move forward to fight. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Yuan closed his eyes, slowly withdrawing his palms that were tightly grabbing the Supreme True Inheritance. This action immediately increased the pressure on Taibei Yunxing by several times. Taibei Yunxing was shocked, but fortunately Fang Yuan had reminded him before, and he was able to quickly exert all his strength to resist the fierce encroachment of Giant Sun's Will. "Junior brother, use your method quickly, I cannot hold on for long," Taibei Yunxing shouted, beads of sweat dripping down his face. In just a few short breaths of time, the golden light on the Supreme True Inheritance light lump wantonly expanded, becoming the size of a washing basin. The speed was quick and violent. "Let me see what deceit you are pulling." Looking at this state, Hai Lu Lan and the group did not dare to rashly charge ahead at this juncture. However, they had waited for a dozen breaths but still did not see any terrifying offense from Fang Yuan. This battlefield had sunk into a strange silence. The two sides did not speak. There were only the swoosh sounds of the flying True Inheritances and the occasional collisions of the True Inheritances. "Damn it, we were tricked." Yi Luosang was furious. "This thief that disguised as Chang Shanyin is truly crafty. He is already at a dead end and has exhausted all his methods, but is still pretending that he has an unfathomable and profound trump card. Everyone let's go, kill this audacious conspirator." Gu tribe's leader Gu Golong shouted from the side. The leader, Hai Lu Lan, however, did not move. Not only was he not moving, his expression even turned grave. Could it be? Taibei Yunxing looked at Fang Yuan with bewilderment. He was the nearest and thus felt a formless heavenly power suddenly forming around Fang Yuan, gently lifting him up. Taibei Yunxing had an extremely deep impression of this heavenly power, after all he had personally experienced it not long ago. "Junior brother, You are shattering your aperture and ascending to immortal at this moment? Tai Baiyunsheng's words startled everyone present. The journey of a Gu master crossing the mortal realm and ascending to an immortal was extremely dangerous and risky. To think Feng Yuan actually recklessly shattered his aperture at this dangerous moment, charging towards Gu immortal realm. Does this guy have a screw loose? He can't even understand his situation. Is he stupid? Did he see no chance of success and use this unusual method to die? For a moment, Yi Luosang and the others were filled with heavy doubts. But the next moment, Giant Sun's Will's furious roar reverberated over the whole of the True Inheritance secluded domain. Feng Yuan, I curse you to have a terrible death. You actually shattered your aperture at this moment to attract the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. You are actually so bent on destroying True Yang building. Everyone, kill this sinner quickly. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity are already showing changes. This roar was different from before. Besides the overflowing fury, Giant Sun's Will's voice now also contained panic. The fusion of so many heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities would not be a simple addition of 1 + 1 = 2. The once-in-10 years blizzard wreaked havoc over the whole of northern plains. Its range might be large but its might was not great. Even mortals could rely on some special places to forcibly resist it. The chaotic lightning balls and restraining smoke, left from Tai Baiyunsheng's ascension, were mostly targeting wills and were only troublesome for Giant Sun's Will. But these two merged together and formed Snow War Tribulation Lightning. This was one of the 10 great catastrophes. This tribulation lightning had terrifying power, and Giant Sun's Will had to pay a large price to resist it. Now, if a new heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity was added on top of Snow War Tribulation Lightning, and if these two heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities merged together, the resulting change would have unparalleled power. Even Giant Sun's Will felt fear. It was after all only a special will left behind by the immortal venerable, even if it could kill Gu immortals, but under the might of heaven, it paled in comparison. Quick, old ancestor has spoken. We need to attack together. Follow me, kill these two heroes of northern plains, crush these two outsiders to meet paste. Hai Lu Lan and the rest were startled awake and started acting according to Giant Sun's Will's command, fiercely charging forward. Before they even neared, their respective Gu worms were already activated, forming a majestic offense. Strength path phantoms, malevolent fiery snakes, terrifying sword lights, pure white snow. All kinds of attacks converged together, seemingly forming beautiful fireworks. The fatal crisis was approaching him, but Tai Baiyunsheng did not spare even a trace of his thoughts to it, and used all his strength to resist the encroachment of the portion of Giant Sun's Will in the True Inheritance light lump. Feng Yuan opened his eyes, maneuvering the flying bear phantom as well as activating his killer move. 6-armed heavenly zombie king. He turned into an 8-armed monster, his aura erupted and his will to fight flared. The flying bear phantom gave a miserable howl before using its gigantic body as a meat shield, blocking the attacks. The river-like Giant Sun's Will was free to move, immediately attacking Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan protected Tai Baiyunsheng, and welcomed the river-like Giant Sun's Will without evading. Boom! The two sides fiercely collided. The resulting explosion let out brilliant golden sparks everywhere. Large numbers of special will shattered and dissipated. Feng Yuan also suffered heavy injuries. 6 of his arms broke apart, his chest caved in, his right lower leg was completely gone and one eye was blinded. Feng Yuan, your death is certain this time. You dared to ascend to Gu immortal at this moment. Who do you think you are? A reincarnated immortal venerable? HMPH, since you are seeking your own death, I shall help you with it. The river-like Giant Sun's Will formed a python shape that coiled around into a circle, accumulating its power, its whole body radiating with dazzling golden radiance. Feng Yuan snorted, not replying. The terrifying injuries on his body rapidly recovered at a visible speed. He had transformed into a heavenly zombie. The feeling of pain was completely gone and death energy replaced his life energy. His recovery speed was thus greatly amplified, having no need for any rank 5 healing Gu. Boom, boom, boom. boom. The intense collisions erupted repeatedly. Feng Yuan and the river-like giant Suns Will carried out an intense battle. Thief, come down now. Giant Suns Will suddenly transformed into a giant hand and fiercely clawed at Feng Yuan's back. With a tearing sound, the eagle wings on Feng Yuan's back were directly torn apart, forming two enormous wounds that revealed his bones. Eagle Rise Gu perished. Feng Yuan was heavily injured, but he did not budge a bit. Instead he fiercely twisted his waist. Crack! He moved with such strength that he actually broke apart his waist. Disregarding the injuries on his body, Feng Yuan swung his hammer-like fist straight into Giant Sun's will. Boom! In an instant, fierce wind surged and fist shadows flew with unstoppable momentum like a dragon overturning the river, like a fierce tiger leaving the mountain. The giant hand that Giant Sun's will had condensed into had no time to split apart before it was struck by this vicious strike. The massive will was bombarded by the attack and shattered, suffering huge damage. Amidst the drizzle of golden sand like quill, Feng Yuan took the chance to pull back like a bolt of lightning. Giant Sun's will had been waiting for a counterattack, but could only roar in fury as Feng Yuan was already far away. Feng Yuan was not a battle maniac and was as cool-headed as ice, never letting himself be overtaken by the heat of the fight. As the injuries on him rapidly healed, Feng Yuan gasped for breath. The pressure on him was as heavy as a mountain in this battle with Giant Sun's will. He had already used all his strength, but there was no doubt this was the strongest opponent he had faced since his rebirth. The two organized themselves again, and after a few breaths of time, they charged at each other again. So what if you are an immortal Gu? Go and die. On the other battlefield, Hai Lu Lan's violent shout could be heard. Tons of strength path phantoms suddenly retreated and entered Hai Lu Lan's body. Hai Lu Lan's body merged with the strength path phantoms, transforming into a giant phantom within moments. The giant reached a height of over 100 feet, the muscles on it were bulging and vivid, and its appearance was exactly similar to Hai Lu Lan. Feel my killer move. The giant strength path phantom's voice rumbled like thunder. It headed straight towards the Flying Bear Phantom and smashed its right fist at the Flying Bear Phantom's skull. The Flying Bear Phantom was being held under control by Yi Luosang and others. Caught unprepared, it was sent rolling down. Smash! The giant strength path phantom showered the Flying Bear Phantom with punches. The Flying Bear Phantom was heavily injured after suffering the continuous attacks, and angrily counterattacked. However, the giant strength path phantom was nimble and displayed a master-level attainment in close combat. After a while, the Flying Bear Phantom's body was beaten into such a mess that its original appearance was indistinct. The final strike. The giant strength path phantom raised its right leg and smashed down like an axe. Boom! A huge rumbling sound echoed. The Flying Bear Phantom could no longer endure and its stout giant body disappeared, turning back into Gu form and flying away shakily. The giant strength path phantom grabbed the immortal Gu and smiled malevolently towards Feng Yuan. Hai Lu Lan's true strength has reached such a level. Too terrifying, he can almost destroy an immortal Gu. My loss in this imperial court contest was not unjust. Yi Luosang and others looked on with wide-open eyes. Hai Lu Lan's battle strength was absolutely not inferior to Feng Yuan's, and was even higher in certain aspects because of his great strength. True martial physique. Flying Bear Phantom was an immortal Gu but without any Gu worms as assistants and Feng Yuan not maneuvering it personally, it was normal for it to be captured by Hai Lu Lan. The Flying Bear Phantom was destroyed, while Taibei Yunsheng was using all his strength to contend with Giant Sun's will for the supreme true inheritance. As such, Feng Yuan, who was in an intense battle with the river-like Giant Sun's will, was alone and facing danger. You have a good head on your shoulders, I will take it as my victory trophy and preserve it. Hai Lu Lan's voice came out from the giant strength path phantom. It slowly flew towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan, give up resisting. You no longer have a way out. The river-like Giant Sun's will spoke. Although it had fought with Feng Yuan only for a short time, its size was already less than half of before. One could say Feng Yuan, being able to force the immortal Venerable's will to this state, had tremendous battle strength which was not inferior to Hai Lu Lan's. Unfortunately, he was shrouded in a black coffin lacora and his circumstances were extremely bad. Even if he was greatly resourceful and extremely brave, it seemed that he would be unable to reverse this situation. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan threw his head back and laughed loudly. His laughter resounded through the battlefield, displaying a matchless bravery. Giant Sun's will, you want to break my spirit by every possible means. But my heart is like iron and my will is like steel. Our battle has just begun. The river-like Giant Sun's will did not retort, instead falling into silence. The giant strength path phantom Hai Lu Lan had transformed into also stopped its movements. Heaven and earth chi manifested around Fang Yuan. Gu masters shattered their aperture to ascend to Gu immortal realm, which would attract heaven and earth chi. Fang Yuan was inside 88 True Yang building, which delayed this for a moment. That short moment was the most dangerous and most difficult time, but Fang Yuan was able to hold on by exerting all of his methods. In the vicinity of heaven and earth chi, ordinary Gu worms could not be used and their activation would cause a backlash. In severe cases, even immortal Gu could also perish. Hai Lu Lan was only using mortal Gu, and had no choice but to stop. The process of Fang Yuan's immortal ascension had officially begun. Chapter 627, Top 10 Catastrophes, Chaotic Branching Teeth. Clear and glorious heaven chi, golden earth chi, more and more of them surrounded Fang Yuan. Hai Lu Lan and the others retreated. The river-like Giant Sun's will growled endlessly, but did not dare to charge in abruptly. After the intense battle with Fang Yuan, its mass was reduced by more than half. It was anxious internally. Damn it. Unless the main will sends reinforcements over, I alone cannot take down this Fang Yuan. The battlefield turned silent temporarily. Fang Yuan saw that the situation had progressed just as he expected, breathing out a huge sigh of relief. In the contest for 88 True Yang building, after several twists and turns, the current situation was becoming clearer. Fang Yuan's situation was like walking on a tightrope. Intense wind was blowing and he was almost blown away several times, losing his initiative. If not for his brilliant schemes and endless trump cards, he would not have lasted this long. Especially this time, Fang Yuan gambled his life, bravely going for a mutual defeat, finally managing to get back the initiative. My Northern Plains trip has reached the most crucial climax. Next, my immortal ascension is extremely important. It can almost decide victory and loss in this battle. Fang Yuan concentrated his mind. Just as he had said, the real battle was just beginning. Junior brother, don't be too careless. Taibei Yunsheng's tone was solemn. His gaze was anxious as his heart was full of worry. He had just become an immortal. He was extremely clear about the difficulties of immortal ascension. He knew, if not for Giant Sun's will's help, he would not have succeeded. Even if he had his life's accumulation and that deep foundation. Sigh. Junior brother is too young and daring. He should not have made this choice. Had I known earlier, I would not have let him take this step. Sigh. Hopefully, he had received master's guidance and can succeed luckily. Taibei Yunsheng sighed in his heart. Fang Yuan made eye contact with Taibei Yunsheng, nodding his head. Next, he closed his eyes, his mind entering his aperture. Ordinary Gu masters and Gu immortals, in their entire lives, they can only have one aperture. But Fang Yuan had once taken a major risk in Three Kings' blessed land, obtaining an immense opportunity. Thus, after using the second aperture Immortal Gu, he now had two apertures. After the Imperial Court contest, both his apertures were rank 5 peak stage, crystal purple primeval essence. There were 3 steps in immortal ascension. The first was to shatter the aperture. Fang Yuan shattered the second aperture. When Gu masters shatter their aperture, they can only advance with no way of retreating. That is because they only have one aperture. But Fang Yuan had 2. That means, even if Fang Yuan fails this tribulation, he would lose one aperture, but he would still keep another aperture. Keeping one aperture could preserve his life. This was one of the benefits of second aperture Gu. Taibei Yunsheng did not know this secret. If he knew, the worry in his heart would dissipate greatly. Crack, crack, crack. Lightning bolts shot down endlessly. targeting Giant Sun's will. "Fang Yuan, you scoundrel, you will die a terrible death." Giant Sun's will howled. He resisted the tribulation lightning as his golden sand-like will exploded time and time again. This lightning bolt was extraordinary. It had the appearance of a trident and had great power. As one of the 10 great catastrophes, originally, Snow War tribulation lightning did not strike at such close intervals. One bolt would form every tens of breaths time. But now, when Fang Yuan shattered his aperture and drew in the heaven and earth chi, a new heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity were formed. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity fused with the once in 10 years blizzard, increasing the power of the snow disaster. Snow War tribulation lightning acted like it was on drugs. In its excitement, several bolts were shot down with less than a breath's interval each time. Every time he resisted it, Giant Sun's will paid a heavy price, but he could not leave. 88 Truyang Building needed his protection. Now that 88 Truyang Building had lost almost all its functions, it was like an empty shell. If Giant Sun's will's protection was lifted, in just a moment, the entire 88 Truyang Building would be crumbled under the terrifying might of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. 88 Truyang Building was an inheritance treasury that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had left behind. With Giant Sun's will as the controller of this building, its main objective forced Giant Sun's will to resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity head-on. This way, he had become Fang Yuan's protector during this tribulation, protecting his sworn enemy and helping him to ascension to immortal realm. Giant Sun's will, who was forced by circumstances and had to do this, could feel an immense humiliation and rage in his heart. "Fang Yuan, you scoundrel, once I survive this heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, I will tear your tendons out, I will drink your blood and eat your flesh." Giant Sun's will howled. Even though there was the sound of thunder, it could not mask his rage. Very soon, his howling came to an end. It turned into shock. This is the chaotic branching teeth, only to see that in the air filled with lightning and thunder, 18 spirals appeared. The spirals spun faster and faster, as they expanded rapidly. In each of these black spirals, there was a large snow-white beast tooth forming slowly, a total of 18 beast teeth, each white as snow, with a huge size like that of ancient trees, over 30 meters tall. The beast teeth were waiting to strike, and an intense feeling of danger struck Giant Sun's will's heart. Chaotic branching teeth was also one of the top 10 catastrophes, ranked higher than even the Snow War tribulation lightning, and had greater might. I cannot allow all 18 chaotic branching teeth to strike at the same time. At that time, even I cannot resist it. I must destroy them in advance. Giant Sun's will was full of battle experience. He chose to strike immediately. He had no hesitation, creating 10 wills in the form of dragons, flying about and charging towards the heavenly tribulation in the sky with no fear. However, along the way, there were wind blades, icy hail, and Snow War tribulation lightning that attacked non-stop. The 10 dragon wills suffered heavy casualties along the way. Only 5 made it to the spirals. In fact, the result of their attacks was not very evident. Only 3 succeeded, destroying the spirals. The remaining 2 dragon wills suffered too much damage. The spirals that they charged towards flickered for a bit before recovering. The tribulation lightning crackled, the speed of attacks becoming even quicker than before. It was like a wordless mockery towards Giant Sun's will. Damn it! Despicable! Giant Sun's will was helpless. He split out another 10 dragons and charged again in desperation. Within True Inheritance secluded domain, it was a scene of serenity. Fang Yuan shut his eyes. His expression was calm and he breathed in relaxation. His mind was mostly focused on the shattered second aperture. My first aperture is my vital goo Spring Autumn Cicada. This goo is incomparably important. If I ascend to immortal realm with it, I will be a time path goo immortal. But my knowledge of time path is too limited, and to undergo tribulation with immortal goo, I cannot take this risk without any experience. Only the second aperture, with the vital goo all-out effort goo, I can become a strength path goo immortal. Since rebirth, I had studied strength path intensely, Although it is not on the level of blood path, I still have the foundation to become an immortal. This second aperture had already shattered into a mess, forming a hole and sucking in the heaven chi and earth chi. Tai Bei Yunsheng was less than 100 years old, but he had the foundation and accumulation to become a Gu immortal. Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience, and his knowledge surpassed Tai Bei Yunsheng, who had an immortal inheritance. It was definitely more than sufficient for him to rise to immortal. Except that now, it is still not the best time to ascend to immortal. Fang Yuan laughed bitterly in his mind. Fang Yuan's strength path cultivation had not reached its limits. He had only 100 June of strength, and his bones were impermanence bones. His skin was turtle jade wolf skin, and his strength path Gu worms were not all rank 5. All these affected his future potential after becoming an immortal, as well as the size of his immortal aperture. It would be best if he could perfect them. Fang Yuan's original intention was to accumulate his foundation to the absolute limit before taking the risk of immortal ascension after making ample preparation. Unfortunately, plans do not keep up with changes. Forced by the situation, Fang Yuan could only do this. As the heaven and earth chi entered his body, at the same time, Fang Yuan's body was emitting a thick white human chi. The thickness of the human chi was like a huge balloon, completely covering Fang Yuan's entire body. Hai Lu Lan saw this and his pupils shrunk. Yi Luosang said in disbelief, "How is this possible? He has such thick human chi. This is even greater than Tai Bei Yunsheng." To think that junior brother's foundation is so deep. I can see that junior brother had made preparations for this immortal ascension long ago. He is not taking an impulsive risk. Tai Bei Yunsheng looked with a surprised gaze, his heart settling. The clear and unrestrained heaven chi, the golden and heavy earth chi, together with the pure white as snow human chi, the three merged and formed a multicolored lump. At this point, he had reached the second step of immortal ascension, taking in the chi. Damn it, the scoundrel has started taking in the chi. Why are the reinforcements not here yet? The river-like giant Sun's will was burning with anxiety. He did not dare to act rashly. Once he was stained by heaven chi, he would melt into air. If he was corroded by earth chi, he would turn into rocks and die. Fang Yuan, who was the intersection point of the three chi, faced dangers after dangers even more so. He had to balance the three chi at all times. If there were too much heaven and earth chi, he would die. Even human chi, if the balance was off, would cause him to self-detonate. However, fortune is found within danger. The greater the risks, the greater the opportunities. The balance of the three chi, the fusion between them, was bringing Fang Yuan an unceasing amount of inspiration. Heaven and earth were the foundation stones that nurtured all life. The fusion of heaven and earth chi filled Fang Yuan's mind with the grand mysteries of the great Tao. The three chi were fusing intensely, as Fang Yuan was inside, returning to his usual appearance after recalling the six-armed heavenly zombie king killer move. His injuries were rapidly healing. The healing speed was faster than his healing during six-armed heavenly zombie king mode. The three chi cleansed his body, not just his flesh, but his soul, mind, and will. They were being elevated. He felt like a baby, being cleansed and returned to a pure state. Fang Yuan's eyes became clearer. The contrast between the black and white parts became more evident. His muscles were reconstructed one by one, the scars on his body fell off, and new skin grew on him. Even his hair started growing wildly. It grew longer and longer. When they were waist long, they broke, before growing again, and breaking, repeating the cycle. Be it his body, his bones, his organs or his face, they were undergoing a magical transformation. At the same time, the experiences in his previous 500 years, as well as the events since rebirth, flashed in his mind rapidly. In just a short amount of time, Fang Yuan revisited his entire life, a complex feeling that was indescribable. His memories that were deep within his mind all resurfaced, filling Fang Yuan's heart. In his memories, all those cultivation questions that could not be answered obtained perfect answers like the work of a deity. At this moment, heaven and earth were impartial. They were generous and imparted the mysterious of the great Tao towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had to deal with his emotions while cherishing this opportunity to learn more about the mysteries of the great Tao, and in the meantime balancing the three qi. Should he lose balance, he would die. Countless Gu masters failed at this step during their ascension. Chapter 628, Formidable Hailu Lan. In True Inheritance Secluded Domain, Fang Yuan was surrounded by the thick lump of the three-colored qi, his body completely hidden. Junior brother, you have to control yourself. I am not concerned with you having to deal with the emotional turbulence, but I'm afraid that you are young and brave, and might be greedy towards the mysteries of the great Tao, forgetting your limits and taking in too much heaven and earth qi. Tai Bei Yunsheng's gaze was filled with worry. Heaven and earth qi had already spread to his surroundings. He had to flew away from Fang Yuan slowly. Giant Sun's Will, who was fighting with him over the control of the supreme true inheritance, slowed his steps. Tai Bei Yunsheng's pressure reduced, and his situation turned for the better. This accursed scoundrel, he actually has so much human qi. Damn it, why hasn't he lost balance yet? The river-like Giant Sun's Will gritted his teeth and cursed. He was not the only one hoping for such a result. Hailu Lan and the others were having the same thoughts. This guy is so young, yet he can balance the three qi for so long. He and Tai Bei Yunsheng address each other as disciple brothers. They must have some extraordinary origin. Don't tell me he is really going to become a Gu immortal? No way. Is becoming a Gu immortal so easy? Do you think Ancestor Giant Sun is useless? Everyone conversed in secret, not daring to make a move. With such intense heaven and earth qi, once they suffer a backlash, it would be no joke. Fang Yuan was inside the lump of qi, but his calm face showed a faint smile. Incredible, simply incredible. His eyes were shut tight as he mumbled. All sorts of great Tao mysteries were flowing into his mind like a warm spring. In his previous life, Fang Yuan underwent immortal ascension and became a blood path Gu immortal. This was his second ascension. With this valuable experience, he was much calmer than any other Gu master in the world. Compared to usual Gu masters, he also knew the truth behind this event. Man is the spirit of all being. They have the greatest spirituality. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. They are the carriers of the great Tao. Any path to longevity was a path of transcendency. To transcend, one needed accumulation, and the most basic method of accumulating one's foundation was to learn. Gu masters use Gu, nurture Gu, and refine Gu. From Gu, they learn about the mysteries of heaven and earth indirectly. But when a Gu master undergoes ascension, they were directly conversing and interacting with heaven and earth. This interaction was extremely precious. Most likely, each person only had one of such an opportunity in their life. Fang Yuan treasured this opportunity greatly. He grabbed onto it and tried his best to make use of it. The mysteries of heaven and earth were even deeper and more profound than the depths of the sea. Fang Yuan knew his limits. He did not venture into it aimlessly, but instead, steered towards strength path, deepening his understanding and feeling the true essence of this path. He had, after all, only cultivated strength path on the side in his previous life. Even though he cultivated strength path directly in this life, it was only for a short time. His original attainment in strength path, strictly speaking, was only quasi-strength path master. But making use of this opportunity, his understanding of strength path surged, bursting through the sky. Very quickly, he got past the barrier to strength path master, quickly surpassing master realm and charging towards the realm of grandmaster. Fang Yuan had no choice but to do this. The second aperture that he shattered had the rank 4 all-out effort Gu as its vital Gu. This Gu was of the strength path. If it was put in first during the third step, it would help Fang Yuan become a strength path Gu immortal. But this Gu was not rank 5. With a lower rank, Fang Yuan could only use a higher strength path attainment to compensate for the difference. Otherwise, the third step of putting in Gu would be extremely risky. If the immortal aperture could not be created, this immortal ascension would end in failure. Outside Truyang Building, intense winds were blowing. Tribulation lightning was striking. The heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities formed a cocoon chi lump, The chi lump was extremely huge and completely covered 88 True Yang building within it. After Feng Yuan shattered his aperture, the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities underwent a new terrifying change. In order to protect 88 True Yang building, Giant Sun's will had no choice but to resist it. Now was the crucial moment. Bam! Following the intense sounds of the wind, 9 snow-white chaotic branching teeth shot out together like lightning. Their speed was so fast only 9 shadows could be seen, resembling flashes of lightning. Giant Sun's will was already mentally prepared. He had been waiting. The will armor that was shielding 88 True Yang building increased in thickness by many times, becoming 10 meters thick. At the same time, Giant Sun's will split out dozens of will hands, opening the palms and creating a barrier in the air. 9 chaotic branching teeth shot down at once. During their descent they collided with each other, causing their directions to change randomly, turning left and right. It was unpredictable. The will hands flew around following them, defending desperately. The chaotic branching teeth pierced many of the will hands, stabbing the main Giant Sun's will and causing 9 deep holes to appear on the thick will armor that was 1,000 times tougher than steel. Giant Sun's will grunted. The will's main body was only chaotic for a moment before calming down. Looking at his injuries, Giant Sun's will could not help but feel shocked. 9 wounds of varying depth, 2 were 6 meters deep, almost piercing into 88 True Yang building. It was really a dangerous scene. Thankfully, I spared no effort in destroying half of the chaotic branching teeth earlier. Otherwise, if all 18 moved at once, their trajectory would be even harder to predict. How would I be able to weaken them while in the air? Giant Sun's will felt some relief, but his hatred and anger towards Feng Yuan also intensified. This accursed scoundrel Feng Yuan. I am actually shielding him during his immortal ascension. As long as I recover sufficiently, I will definitely. Giant Sun's will stared at the 18 spirals forming in the air in a daze. There is actually a second wave of chaotic branching teeth? Seeing this, Giant Sun's will was fuming with anger. To defend against the chaotic branching teeth earlier, he had expended a sixth of his thoughts. But now there was a second wave. Wait, this is? Among the 18 spirals, another 18 spirals started forming. Seeing this, even Giant Sun's will felt suffocated. The third wave of chaotic branching teeth came together with the second. He howled at the sky. The armor-like main will shook intensely, almost breaking apart. If he could vomit blood, he would have vomited a river by now. Earlier, when defending against the 9 chaotic branching teeth, Giant Sun's will had already used his full strength. Right now, there were a total of 36 spirals, 36 chaotic branching teeth. This fierce power could not be calculated by simple addition. This scoundrel Feng Yuan, I curse you to die. Giant Sun's will almost wanted to discard 88 True Yang building at this moment, directly going to Feng Yuan and killing him without considering the consequences. But he was not an anger will, but a special will. He had to think of the big picture. He had to protect this inheritance treasure, which was 88 True Yang building. He had to contact the other subsidiary wills and gather all his strength, in order to resist these heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. What, the main will wants to send me to defend against the heavenly tribulations? Within True Inheritance secluded domain, the river-like Giant Sun's will was still waiting for reinforcement, but the reply from the main will caused his heart to turn cold, like he had fallen into an icy river. God damn it! Giant Sun's will, which was contesting with Taibei Yunsheng over the supreme True Inheritance, felt great regret, but he had to divert most of his strength to the main will. But to prevent 88 True Yang building from being taken by Taibei Yunsheng, a portion of Giant Sun's will was still needed to maintain the situation inside the True Inheritance light lump. Taibei Yunsheng felt his pressure decreasing all of a sudden, and heaved a sigh of relief. Giant Sun's will has finally stopped expanding. Junior brother, your plan has worked perfectly. It seems that the fusion of 3 heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities creates terrifying might that would force even Giant Sun's will to defend against it with all his strength. Junior brother, you are worthy of being benefactor's disciple. You need to survive this. The third step of putting in goo is the most important of all. Success or failure will all depend on this. As time continued to pass, the three-colored chi lumps surrounding Fang Yuan started shrinking, until it completely went into the area of Fang Yuan's broken aperture. He actually completed the step of taking in the chi. He is at the final step. Hai Lu Lan and the others were watching by the side, seeing giant Suns Will retreating. They panicked. What do we do now? Do we just watch him become a goo immortal? Yi Luosang screamed. Fang Yuan has no more heaven and earth chi around him. We should go and kill him now. Bai An Sijuan suggested, but she made no movement. Everyone looked at each other. They were shocked, suspicious, and in a difficult spot. Fang Yuan still had the goo immortal Tai Bei Yunsheng supporting him. Tai Bei Yunsheng's pressure was lifted. He held the true inheritance light lump as he faced Hai Lu Lan and the rest of the gang, showing an unyielding attitude. Tai Bei Yunsheng is not a problem, but once the immortal ascension succeeds, our problems would be endless. He is not a weak healing goo immortal like Tai Bei Yunsheng. Hai Lu Lan clenched his fists, a fierce light shining in his eyes. After thinking about it, he made up his mind and shouted, "Attack!" Saying so, the Strength Path Phantom Giant took huge strides forward, attacking. Tai Bei Yunsheng was crying in his heart. He did not dare to take on Hai Lu Lan's attacks directly. He shouted, "You dare! As long as you come, I will throw this supreme true inheritance at the luck path true inheritance. Let's see how you account to giant Suns Will then." Everyone's fighting intent evaporated after hearing Tai Bei Yunsheng's threat, their morale sinking. Don't listen to him. We'll leave a few people to protect the luck path true inheritance, the rest will come with me. Hai Lu Lan snorted, immediately saying. Tai Bei Yunsheng's heart sank. It was difficult for him to handle the situation. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Fang Yuan laughed wildly from behind him. He had already opened his eyes. Never mind. Come and chase me. Let's see how many of you are flying masters. Eagle Rise Gu had already been destroyed, but why would the vigilant him not have spares? Fang Yuan owned Hu immortal blessed land and could connect to treasure yellow heaven. He did not lack any mortal goo. This sentence was even more demoralizing to the gang compared to Tai Bei Yunsheng. Once they thought of Fang Yuan's flying master attainment, and the huge space that was available in True Inheritance secluded domain, all of their morale almost hit rock bottom. Hai Lu Lan's gaze shone for a bit, but he was unmoved. He was the lord of the imperial court for this round. He had exemplary talent and a ruthless nature. He would not become dejected with just a few words. We will chase him even if we cannot catch him. I want to see how he can undergo immortal ascension under such pressure. Hai Lu Lan's words lifted the morale once again. Fang Yuan's expression turned grim. He did not speak anymore. Hai Lu Lan hit the main point. During an ordinary immortal ascension, the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would be all around him. If his enemies wanted to obstruct him, they would face the might of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. But now that giant Sun's Will was blocking the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities outside, it gave Hai Lu Lan and the others an opportunity to intervene. Although in this true inheritance secluded domain, there was still heaven and earth chi left that could cause backlash in mortal goo. But Hai Lu Lan and the others were just like Fang Yuan. They were all using mortal goo, thus they all faced the same backlash. At once, the situation changed again. Although giant Sun's Will left to resist the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities wholeheartedly, Fang Yuan's predicament did not become any easier. Hai Lu Lan was indeed a formidable character. He was an outstanding person and knew the perfect timing to strike. Fang Yuan's immortal ascension was stuck between the second and third step. The situation had turned dangerous yet again. Chapter 629, Formless Hand. Fang Yuan, why are you running? You cowardly scum. Are you afraid? Do you have the guts to fight me for 300 rounds? You are unworthy of disguising as Chang Shanyin. You don't even have 1% of his bravery. Inside True Inheritance secluded domain, Fang Yuan was flying away rapidly while the others chased from behind, taunting him endlessly. These insults and provocations fell on deaf ears. Fang Yuan's expression was tranquil without any emotions. He was closely observing his surroundings. True Inheritance secluded domain was vast, but it was not a flat area, and many True Inheritance meteors flew around in disorder, even colliding occasionally. Giant Sun's will had taken control of many True Inheritances just before, but there were still many masterless True Inheritances left in True Inheritance secluded domain. If Fang Yuan was unfortunately obstructed by these True Inheritances, the group of Gu Masters behind him would be able to near him. Once he was encircled, the situation would turn much more dangerous. Right at this moment, a dark red True Inheritance meteor flew towards Fang Yuan. Windflower Gu. Fang Yuan, however, had a slight smile on his face as he inwardly willed. A gust of wind condensed into a giant flower which suddenly appeared beside him. The wind flower nimbly changed its direction, carrying him with it. Swoosh! A sharp ear-piercing wind breezed past. Fang Yuan brushed past this unparalleled True Inheritance light lump. The unparalleled True Inheritance shot forward directly towards the group of Gu Masters behind. The group was caught unprepared and panicked for a moment, dodging and fleeing. Taking advantage of this time, Fang Yuan increased his speed and rapidly pulled apart the distance between him and the group. Hai Lu Lan's group naturally was not willing to see this situation. Each of them was an elite. They immediately reacted and sent out countless long-range attacks. Fang Yuan sneered, using the primeval essence in his first aperture, Flash Bug Gu. This was a rare space path movement Gu, and under its effect, Fang Yuan immediately disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he was already 500 steps ahead. The attacks from Hai Lu Lan and the others thus landed on nothing. Fang Yuan stopped Flash Bug Gu and changed to Eagle Rise Gu. Flash Bug Gu was a rank 5 Gu, but its speed was not great, and it also expended a lot of purple crystal primeval essence to move forward by 500 steps per use. Its main usage was to make sudden movements to avoid attacks. To truly speed up and fly for a long distance, Eagle Rise Gu was still a lot better. Eagle Rise Gu might only be rank 4 Gu, but there were 6 wings on Fang Yuan's back. He had simultaneously used 3 Eagle Rise Gu. Eagle Rise Gu's speed was very impressive and rapidly transported him away, while also consuming less primeval essence. The group of Gu Masters chasing Fang Yuan could only gnash their teeth as he rapidly flew away. Damn it, this guy is truly slippery. Only focusing on running away, he has not even a bit of bravery. Didn't he shatter his aperture to ascend to Gu Immortal? How come he still has so much primeval essence left? HMPH. There are many methods for Gu Masters to preserve primeval essence. So what if the aperture is shattered? One just needs to have Gu that can store primeval essence, like Fish Bubble Gu, Beggar Moth or Grave Yam Gu. My movement Gu can't endure it. The backlash from heaven and earth chi is really terrifying. Hai Lu Lan sneered. We are suffering backlash. He is also in the same situation. We will continue chasing without stop. The enemy is a flying master. It is normal for us to not be able to reach him. But as long as we chase closely and not give him time to advance to a Gu Immortal, we will have fulfilled our objective. Fang Yuan glanced back, and seeing that the pursuers had no intention of giving up, the anxiety in his heart deepened. Without doubt, he had to admit that Hai Lu Lan was striking at his weak point. Bursts of pain spread from his second aperture. The second aperture was already shattered, forming a hole which was occupied by a lump of 3-colored chi at this moment, waiting for the vital Gu to be put into it and reach the final step, accumulating its foundation till the immortal aperture is born. If the immortal aperture was not created, Fang Yuan would perish from the backlash of heaven and earth chi. If the immortal aperture was created, no matter which grade it was, Fang Yuan would have to concentrate on it fully at that moment, causing him to enter a period of weakness where he would be defenseless. This time could be long or short, depending on the person. If the enemies took advantage of this time, Fang Yuan's situation would be bleak and was very likely to die in a tragic end. At present, Hai Lu Lan's group was firmly blocking Fang Yuan at this step. Fang Yuan did not dare to place in his Gu and could only look on as the extremely compressed 3-colored lump of chi started to vibrate. I can't continue like this. If it is put off any longer, The three-colored lump of chi will disperse and all my accumulations used in advancing to Gu Immortal will vanish into thin air. Fang Yuan kept on thinking of one solution after another to get out of this predicament. Rumble. Right at this time, True Inheritance secluded domain started shaking. Rumble. Another tremor soon spread, causing everyone to panic. What is going on? What happened? Is True Inheritance secluded domain collapsing? Hai Lulan, Yi Luosang and others had a worried expression, realizing fully well in their mind, this was the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities outside starting to affect 88 True Yang Building. Fang Yuan and Taipei Yunsheng were instead overjoyed. This signified Giant Sun's will had already staked all its strength, but the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities was so terrifying that even it had reached its limit. Damn it, I barely endured it. Giant Sun's will gasped for breath with fear and joy. It did not even have the energy to curse Fang Yuan. The 10-meter thick golden armor created by Giant Sun's will that had covered 88 True Yang Building tightly was now left with nothing but a thin layer with its luster dimmed. 36 chaotic branching teeth attacking together was not a simple matter of addition. Their overall might was amplified by close to 10 times. During this whole process Snow War Tribulation lightning attacked crazily like the attacks were free. The lightning which flashed in intervals before had almost become unending like sunlight. One could see the terrifying frequency of Snow War Tribulation lightning. Giant Sun's will avoided death narrowly, but there was not even 1% of the original will remaining. He used all his strength and put in all of his effort to destroy 11 spirals in advance. The remaining chaotic branching teeth erupted together. Giant Sun's will used all his ability and blocked most of them, but he could not block 7 of them. 7 scars appeared on 88 True Yang Building. 4 scars even directly penetrated through True Yang Building, opening up 4 passages. The tremor Fang Yuan and the rest felt in True Inheritance secluded domain originated from this. My 88 True Yang Building. Giant Sun's will's heart bled at the sight and almost howled out in grief. The losses were too severe. Not only were the numbers of goo worms destroyed extremely huge, 2 immortal goo were also destroyed. Who knew how long it would take to replenish these goo worms and restore 88 True Yang Building to its complete form? Fang Yuan, you insufferable bastard. You are undergoing the tribulation, yet I was the one who bore the consequences. I will make sure you regret being born into this world. Giant Sun's will cursed fiercely in his heart. The giant cocoon formed from the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities had already thinned. Several rays of light pierced through the layers of dark clouds and shone down on the damaged 88 True Yang Building. Heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities were slowly dissipating. Giant Sun's will felt a huge stone lifting off his heart and was joyous to the point of crying. The heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities have finally ended. I managed to endure it. Although 88 True Yang Building suffered heavy damage, the fundamental goo worms haven't been lost, and the mortal goo might have been destroyed in large numbers, but they can be replenished. The destroyed immortal goo are rather troublesome to obtain, but they also can be refined again. Even if others refine them first, I can use other goo worms to replace them. The situation is set. Now I shall get rid of the otherworldly demon, then teach that scum Fang Yuan his place. The heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities were dissipating in front of his eyes. Giant Sun's will saw the time to take revenge was here and his mood took a turn for the better. However, right at this time, a light blue giant hand gradually appeared in front of Giant Sun's will. This is. The remaining Giant Sun's will trembled intensely, even more frightened than seeing 70 or even 80 chaotic branching teeth at once. This is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's killer move, Formless Hand. This accursed Fang Yuan, how is his luck so bad that he attracted this disaster? Rank 9 goo immortals were invincible under the heavens and could leave behind unique traces in the whole world. Even after death, some of their killer moves could emerge again during heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. I got it. This Fang Yuan is too audacious. He was set on killing the child of luck Ma Hongyun and suffered the backlash from fortune rivaling heaven goo, causing his luck to be completely messed up. thus attracting such terrifying a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Giant Sunswill felt extremely agonized when he realized the cause. Going to the bottom of this, it was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable who left behind fortune-rivaling Heaven Goo. Under an absurd combination of different factors, Giant Sunswill was actually suffering a loss from his own arrangement. Back then, the whole world was helpless when thieving Heaven Demon Venerable used Formless Hand to rob countless goo worms. Fortunately, this Formless Hand only has 5 fingers, thus at most, it can only seize rank 5 goo. Oh heavens! Giant Sunswill's pitch suddenly rose an octave higher, crying out in shock. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity slowly dissipated. Large numbers of formless hands appeared one after another. 2, 3, 20, 30, 200, 300. Innumerable formless hands appeared, covering the whole sky. Among them, 1-finger to 5-fingered formless hands occupied the majority. There were 16 6-fingered formless hands and 9 7-fingered formless hands. There were even 3 8-fingered formless hands. Impossible. Even if Feng Yuan was targeted by fortune-rivaling Heaven Goo and his luck became terrible, it could not have gotten to this extent. Giant Sunswill shouted in an incredulous tone. "It's over, everything is finished." Giant Sunswill howled. If he could cry, his face would be filled with tears right now. Instantly, the large number of Giant Sunswill dispersed and fell down from 88 True Yang building like sand. This was the self-collapse of a will. There was not even a trace of fighting spirit left. It could not endure such an impact. The heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities had not ended, but were transforming into this final tribulation. Formless hands. The remaining Giant Sunswill curled up into a lump, exposing 88 True Yang building. Inside True Inheritance secluded domain, Feng Yuan and the others were still in the dark, not knowing anything that occurred outside. The chase was still continuing. Due to the backlash of heaven and earth chi, the loss of goo worms on both sides had reached the hundreds, but they were still persisting firmly. Feng Yuan had almost no movement goo left, but he had already found a way to resolve this predicament. He led the pursuers to make a large detour before suddenly changing direction and flying towards Taipei Yunsheng. "Senior brother, quickly open your immortal aperture and let me in. I can evade these pursuers and smoothly advance to a goo immortal there." Feng Yuan secretly transmitted his voice. This. Taipei Yunsheng could not help but hesitate. The immortal aperture was the foundation of a goo immortal. If Feng Yuan was let in and he failed, the resulting destruction would have to be endured by Taipei Yunsheng. "Senior brother, what are you hesitating for at such a crucial moment? Once I advance to a goo immortal, we will have the strength to survive this danger. Don't worry, I have complete assurance in advancing successfully." Feng Yuan shouted. Chapter 630, Chaotic and Dangerous Situation. Taipei Yunsheng was already bound firmly on Feng Yuan's chariot, and thinking of the fixed immortal travel that was with Feng Yuan, he had no choice but to accept Feng Yuan's request. Feng Yuan was overjoyed and charged into Taipei Yunsheng's immortal aperture. Damn it! The pursuers paled at this sight. This scum is too crafty. Actually hiding in Taipei Yunsheng's immortal aperture. "We can't hunt him now," Yi Luosang helplessly shouted. "Then, we shall slaughter an immortal." "Kill Taipei Yunsheng." Hai Lu Lan's eyes glinted ominously, killing intent pervading from his body. The strength path giant phantom he had turned into, charged towards Taipei Yunsheng with overwhelming momentum, like a bear pouncing at its prey. Taipei Yunsheng was scared witless, quickly fleeing with the supreme True Inheritance light lump. "Don't forget that I am also a flying master." Taipei Yunsheng had learned from Feng Yuan and shouted loudly while flying away. The pursuer's momentum was involuntarily destroyed. Someone powerlessly cursed. FCK, 2 flying masters appeared in this imperial court contest and both of them had to be these two. Only Hai Lu Lan was provoked by the remark. His battle intent soared to an unprecedented level. "Looks like I have to use my full strength as well." His expression was solemn as he made a resolution and punched fiercely. The fist chi surged majestically like a mountain peak. Tai Baiyunsheng nimbly dodged it without receiving any injury. But the barrage of grand fist chi suddenly transformed into strength path giant phantoms. Tai Baiyunsheng was caught unprepared and in a short moment was completely surrounded by these strength path giant phantoms. What bad luck! Tai Baiyunsheng's face turned pale white. Who could have thought Hailu Lan's strength had actually reached such a powerful level? 16 strength path giant phantoms. This strength can truly slaughter an immortal. Yi Luosang and the others were greatly shocked at this scene. Huff huff huff. Hailu Lan gasped for breath. The strength path giant phantom on him had already dissipated. This move clearly used a lot of his energy and strength. Even great strength true martial physique of 10 extreme physiques could not endure its usage. His fat body flickered with a layer of faint black light. That was the power of immortal Gu Dark Limit, helping him to suppress and conceal great strength true martial physique. What a close call. I almost broke the seal of Dark Limit Gu. Hailu Lan rejoiced inwardly, a vicious gaze flashing on his eyes as he looked at Tai Baiyunsheng. Your death is assured now. My grand plan of revenge will start from you, Tai Baiyunsheng. However, a change occurred right at his moment. Giant light blue hands suddenly appeared in True Inheritance secluded domain. The dense giant light blue hands soon attracted everyone's gazes. What is that? What kind of thing? Whoosh! An ordinary True Inheritance that was flying like a meteor collided into a giant light blue hand. The giant light blue hand opened its palm and grabbed this True Inheritance, holding it so tightly the True Inheritance could not even budge. The giant light blue hand paused for a breath of time before flying away swiftly. Under everyone's gazes, it left behind a trail of gorgeous blue light while its speed kept on increasing. After it moved thousands of steps away, it suddenly disappeared without a trace. Even the True Inheritance it was holding was gone. Everyone's pupils involuntarily shrunk at this sight. These giant hands are so terrifying. They easily subdue the True Inheritance. I know. This is definitely Ancestor Giant Sun's ability. Haven't you noticed these giant light blue hands are similar to the flying snow hands? Haha, Ancestor Giant Sun has made his move. It seems the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity has already passed. These two scoundrels are finished now. Some people made guesses which were quickly approved by everyone. However, right when they were cheering, a miserable shriek spread to their ears. Everyone looked at the source of the voice and saw that a Gu Master in the outer periphery was grabbed by the giant light blue hand. Shortly after, the giant hand seemed to have grabbed something, flying far away with a clenched fist. That Gu Master let out a miserable howl. My! That hand seized all my Gu worms. What? There was a commotion. Soon, the second victim appeared. My vital Gu was actually seized. Puff! He spurted a mouthful of blood. Vital Gu was closely related to the Gu Master's life, and when it was forcibly seized by the giant hand, the Gu Master immediately suffered backlash. The hands fell down like rain, beginning to wantonly seize Gu worms. Run away! Everyone dispersed in confusion. Isn't this Ancestor Giant Sun's ability? Could it be that this is a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity? Many cried out in shock. What kind of heavenly tribulation is this? It can actually seize Gu worms. Someone shouted in bewilderment. The importance of Gu worms to Gu Masters was self-evident. Quick, store your Gu worms into your apertures. Someone reminded in panic. However, everyone soon discovered even after storing in the aperture, the Gu worms were still being seized. The giant light blue hands were formless. They did not inflict the slightest injuries and only captured Gu worms. Once the Gu worm was captured by them, the Gu worm would immediately lose connection with the Gu Master. What kind of tribulation are these giant light blue hands? Can it seize even immortal Gu? Tai Baiyunsheng could not make out any details on these giant light blue hands and was very nervous from the scene unfolding in front of him. At this time, 3 giant hands moved towards him. He evaded in panic. Even as a flying Gu Master, he was soon in danger, his face perspiring heavily. The giant hands were very fast and extremely nimble. The crucial point was they could sneak attack like Flash Bug Goo, making it very hard to defend against them. Even Taibei Yunxing was cutting out a sorry figure. There was no need to mention other Goo masters. There seems to be information of this in the tribe records. Hai Lu Lan frowned. He could not dodge in time and was grabbed by a four-fingered giant hand. For a moment, he could not budge. The giant light blue hand seemingly had no substance, and like wind brushing past one's face, it caused no harm to Hai Lu Lan's body. However, Hai Lu Lan felt his head go dizzy, instantly losing connection with a rank 4 Goo. Oh no! Hai Lu Lan inwardly exclaimed. The Goo that was seized might only be rank 4, but it was very important. It was one of the necessary Goo worms to use his strength path killer move. Roar! Hai Lu Lan suddenly let out a beastly roar. Rank 5, fixed sound Goo. A formless sound wave rapidly chased after the four-fingered giant hand and locked it in place like a formless iron chain. I don't care what all these hands are, I'll destroy them. Hai Lu Lan gave a loud shout to raise his spirits, and turned into Strength Path Giant Phantom once more. The giant grabbed the giant light blue hand with its house-sized fist, and clenched. The giant light blue hand flickered twice before shattering apart like glass. Hai Lu Lan immediately sensed that crucial Goo worm. The shattered giant light blue hand fell apart like ice melting into water. Hai Lu Lan smoothly grabbed the Goo worm and was just feeling joyous when 5 formless hands suddenly appeared behind him. His face turned pale instantly. He fiercely turned his body and delivered a horizontal strike with his arm. He used all his strength in this strike. Wind erupted, and sound waves burst out like thunder. But when the strike touched the formless hands, the giant arm directly passed through like they were image of the moon in the water. Hai Lu Lan was stupefied. The formless hands quickly moved and grabbed specific parts of the Strength Path Giant Phantom. Hai Lu Lan was paralyzed once more. Next moment, the Strength Path Giant Phantom collapsed with a loud sound. His killer move was broken. My Goo worms. Puff. Hai Lu Lan spurted out large amounts of blood. His vital Goo was seized, which was the core Goo of his Strength Path killer move. Besides it, 4 other crucial Goo worms were also seized. What gave Hai Lu Lan the most heartache was false emotion fake will Goo and wooden chicken Goo, 2 immortal Goo, were also seized. Stop right now. Hai Lu Lan exerted all his strength to chase the hands. The matter of Fang Yuan thrown out of his mind. The giant light blue hands moved everywhere, seizing Goo worms. The Goo masters fled and evaded in disorder. A rumble erupted in True Inheritance secluded domain. Threads of light shone down as the True Yang building began to crumble. No, I absolutely can't let 88 True Yang building perish. Formless hands cannot be attacked, but when they grab a Goo worm and clench their fist, they can be destroyed. As long as I can protect the several rank 8 core Goo worms, with enough time, I will be able to rebuild True Yang building. Outside the tower, the remnant giant suns will curled up in a ball and was accumulating its energy. The enormous True Yang building was like an old man with a foot in the grave, letting the formless hands fly in, grab the Goo worms and fly away. The beautiful and grand True Yang building soon turned into a nibbled giant corn. Its surface was a mess, filled with holes. The formless hands continued to rain down endlessly. True Yang building's complete destruction was not far away. Inside Taibei Yunxing's immortal aperture blessed land, however, was a scene of tranquility. Fang Yuan waited for a while before carefully transferring his second vital Goo. All-out effort Goo had a beetle-like shape with an oval body and an arching carapace. The majestic horn on its head appeared dignified and powerful. It had 3 pairs of strong legs, and its entire body was brown, which shone with a metallic luster. Fang Yuan obtained this Goo back in southern border. Later he refined it rank 4, which allowed him to casually strike out with beast strength phantoms. Go. Fang Yuan softly spoke. All-out effort Goo obeyed Fang Yuan's intent, charging towards the extremely compressed 3-colored chi lump. Boom! Fang Yuan's body shook intensely as lightning seemed to have burst in his mind. The chi lump exploded loudly and like the process of creation after destruction. It gave birth to an immortal aperture. The sky in the immortal aperture was orange-yellow and a white mountain stood tall on the earth. Since the immortal aperture was newly born, the space inside was limited, but it soon rapidly expanded all around. Like a newborn baby, it demanded nutrition intensely. The immortal aperture's nourishment was the heaven and earth chi. Senior brother, let me out quick. Fang Yuan immediately sent his voice. You succeeded. Taibei Yunsheng was overjoyed before warning, you need to be careful when you come out, the situation now is quite dangerous. Fang Yuan's vision changed as he was let out of the immortal aperture by Taibei Yunsheng. The next moment, he appeared beside Taibei Yunsheng. This is Formless Hand? 500 years of experience was not for show. Fang Yuan immediately recognized the origin of the giant light blue hands and turned pale with fright. Feeling his aura, a six-fingered formless hand suddenly appeared above Fang Yuan and grabbed. Chapter 631, Striking a Fortune. The six-fingered formless hand's appearance was so sudden that Fang Yuan only had the time to raise his head. The light blue radiance shone down on his face as his sight was filled with the giant light blue hand. The formless hand did not show any notions of stopping, grabbing towards Fang Yuan, completely shrouding over his body. Junior brother. Taibei Yunsheng shouted in fright. The next moment, however, this six-fingered formless fist loosened up and spread open. Fang Yuan's figure showed up 500 steps away. The six-fingered formless hand had grabbed at nothing. Flash Bug Goo. This goo was a rare rank 5 space path movement goo. Fang Yuan had to spend a lot of efforts to purchase it in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Huff. Taibei Yunsheng let out a breath of turbid air. A giant stone lifted off his heart. Taibei Yunsheng knew Fang Yuan was unable to react properly because he had just came out. In truth, it was nothing difficult for flying masters to evade these formless hands. Close call. Fang Yuan's body let out cold sweat from the fright. He had much more understanding of formless hands than others. As such, he knew their threat level clearly. Formless Hand is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's killer move. It can range from 1 finger to 9 fingers, respectively, able to seize rank 1 to rank 9 goo worms. They can even seize the vital goo without any problems. If that six-fingered formless hand succeeded in grabbing me, I would have definitely lost either Spring Autumn Cicada or fixed immortal travel. My luck is too bad, it actually provoked such a catastrophe. Fang Yuan rapidly flew, dodging the pursuit of the formless hand while observing his surroundings. True Inheritance secluded domain had already fallen into complete chaos. True Inheritance meteors and formless hands filled one's sight. Goo masters flew around in disorder, some were evading the formless hands, some cried out in grief after their goo worms were seized, while some used all their strength to attack the formless hands. It seems that they have found out already. Once a formless hand captures a goo worm, it will clench its fist. This is the moment it can be attacked. When it is in its spread-out palm form, it is almost completely immune to all attacks and can only be dodged. Fang Yuan recalled the relevant information on formless hands. He was very familiar with the formless hands. In his previous life, Ma Hongyun had successively obtained a portion of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance, also obtaining a similar method of capturing goo worms. He had used this method many times in the Great Battle of the 5 Regions, resulting in the disastrous loss of many strong enemies and making them flee. Fang Yuan had thus researched a lot on this. Fang Yuan continued to dodge, use Flash Bug Goo, Windflower Goo, Eagle Rise Goo and so on before he was able to pull apart a huge distance, making the six-fingered formless hand chasing him to change its target. He immediately sent a portion of his consciousness to inspect his immortal aperture. There were remnants of heaven and earth chi in True Inheritance secluded domain. Ever since Fang Yuan came out, his immortal aperture had been crazily absorbing these heaven and earth chi, growing rapidly. In just a short while, his immortal aperture had expanded to over 2,000 square kilometers and was still growing. At the same time, the time flow inside the immortal aperture was starting to become faster than the outside world. From a 1-to-1 ratio, it increased to 6 times as fast. Damn it! Fang Yuan suddenly frowned and his face paled. The change in the immortal aperture was going smoothly, but the problem appeared in the first aperture. More accurately, the problem was the Spring-Autumn Cicada. Spring-Autumn Cicada was recovering rapidly and the first aperture was already showing signs of being unable to bear the huge pressure from it. Oh no! When an immortal aperture is born, not only does the space enlarge, the time flow also changes. The change in the time flow is the main reason an immortal aperture can turn into a small world and attract a tributary of the River of Time. Spring-Autumn Cicada feeds on the water of the River of Time, and now being so close to the source, it is able to drink a lot and accelerate its recovery speed. Fang Yuan was able to instantly understand what was going on. Since the last activation of Spring-Autumn Cicada, which had fortunately succeeded, it had been slowly recovering. It has been a long time since Fang Yuan arrived in Northern Plains. Spring-Autumn Cicada was gradually recovering, causing the pressure on the first aperture to increase day by day. The first aperture was already at rank 5 peak stage and should have been able to endure for some time according to Fang Yuan's estimation. But this unforeseen event had greatly shifted the time limit to an earlier date. Since rebirth, Spring-Autumn Cicada had been a hidden danger to Fang Yuan. Now that Fang Yuan was advancing to a Gu Immortal, this hidden danger had expanded to a serious danger that directly pushed itself to Fang Yuan's sight. Damn it! Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He suddenly descended, a formless hand passed by his hair, grabbing at the air. For now, Fang Yuan had no way to deal with this situation. The immortal aperture must be successfully created. Otherwise all his efforts would go to waste. Without a Gu Immortal's strength, it would be impossible for him to continue contending. However, Spring-Autumn Cicada also could not be ignored. Crack! A huge sound echoed in True Inheritance secluded domain like some important thing had shattered, causing palpitation in everyone's heart. Everyone paused and hurriedly looked up. Like an eggshell that was smashed, countless cracks appeared on True Inheritance secluded domain. The cracks rapidly enlarged and let the outside world's light flow in. At the same time, many formless hands also squeezed in through the cracks, a 7-fingered formless hand among them. The Gu Masters let out shocked cries at the sight of so many giant light blue hands. Why are there so many giant hands? This is bad. Look! A 7-fingered giant hand has actually squeezed in. With the endless giant light blue hands flying in True Inheritance secluded domain, everyone's situation had become even more perilous. Hai Lu Lan's expression was grave and even Tai Bei Yunsheng felt an intense suffocation. Flying masters were not omnipotent. With so many formless hands, the difficulty in evading them increased greatly. Moreover, the longer they spent, the more likely it was for them to make an error under such a strained state. This is turning worse. Tai Bei Yunsheng was gloomy. What he was afraid of came. He made a mistake in the crucial time. His sole remaining escape path was blocked by 6 formless hands. At this moment of crisis, Tai Bei Yunsheng gritted his teeth and directly crashed towards a 3-fingered formless hand. The formless hand grabbed him. Tai Bei Yunsheng was immediately paralyzed. But this time period was extremely short and soon, the 3-fingered formless hand flew away with a clenched fist. Out of danger, Tai Bei Yunsheng immediately burst out with his greatest speed and escaped through this gap. Tai Bei Yunsheng's back was soaked with cold sweat from this thrilling situation. Even Tai Bei Yunsheng was in such a predicament, let alone others. All the Gu Masters met with calamity. At worst, not even one of their Gu Worms remained. Without Gu Worms, Gu Masters' battle strength plunged down to the very bottom. And even if they had a lot of primeval essence, it would be of no use. Save me. A Gu Master looked on with fright at True Inheritance that was flying right towards him. All his Gu Worms were already seized by the formless hands. At this moment of life and death, he cried out for help while swinging his arms crazily to speed up his flight. But his movement speed was no faster than a snail in comparison to the True Inheritance. The surrounding Gu Masters heard his plea for help, but right now they had no way to help however much they wanted to. Thud. There was no unexpected event. The unlucky goo master was directly crushed into meat paste by the true inheritance. This blue-colored true inheritance did not stop after crushing the goo master and kept on flying away. On its way, formless hands kept on obstructing its path while it kept on evading. The wild newborn goo will in the true inheritance also sensed the deadly threat of the heavenly tribulation formless hands, and did its best to escape. However, the will of goo worms was not as intelligent as humans. The blue-colored true inheritance evaded several formless hands before it was finally grabbed by a five-fingered formless hand. The formless hand clenched its fist tightly but did not stop at the place. The true inheritance light lump's speed was too fast. The formless hand was pulled in its inertia, except that the speed was greatly reduced. The five-fingered formless hand flew away with a goo worm, but even more formless hands pounced down and covered the true inheritance light lump. One hand was not enough, another came followed by the next. Soon, 10 formless hands were tightly grabbing the true inheritance light lump. The true inheritance light lump continued to slow until it came to a stop. The formless hands suddenly separated and flew in all directions with clenched fists. There was nothing left at the spot. The blue-colored true inheritance was already robbed clean. At this moment, Feng Yuan snickered and flew towards the target he had his eyes on, and started attacking fiercely. A formless fist was broken by his attacks and revealed the goo it was holding. Feng Yuan immediately reacted and grabbed it. This was a rank 5 mortal goo, and after he refined it, he stored it in his pocket. Flash bug goo. He disappeared from the spot and suddenly appeared 300 steps away, right beside another formless fist. Bam bam bam. He punched heavily and broke the formless fist in 3 punches, leaving after grabbing the goo. It was an immortal goo. Almost at the very next moment, a formless hand pounced at him, and naturally it was in vain. Feng Yuan moved like lightning, occasionally soaring like a sparrow and occasionally piercing forward like an eagle. He was dodging the formless hands while also taking any chance to strike a fortune, grabbing many goo worms of the true inheritance. However, the formless fists were very fast and the opportunity to destroy them was fleeting. The blue-colored true inheritance was a good opportunity Feng Yuan ran into, but he only had enough time to break 3 formless fists, obtaining 2 mortal goo and an immortal goo. While Feng Yuan was occupied with breaking the formless fist, the other formless fists had already flown far away and Feng Yuan was not able to chase after them. Suppress. Feng Yuan transferred his will into the goo worms to temporarily suppress them. He did not have the time to refine these goo worms, let alone study their uses. Suddenly, Feng Yuan's side was covered with blue light. Maybe it was because Feng Yuan was too active and attention-drawing. 8 formless hands attacked him together. Feng Yuan's heart jumped and he quickly evaded. He moved and stopped at times, changing his directions madly. His vision kept on changing intensely. One moment he was above while the next he was below. He almost made himself go dizzy. He spent tremendous effort before he was able to get rid of the formless hands. He had just stabilized his breathing when suddenly, there was the sound of wind. A formless hand was flying right towards him. Feng Yuan was just about to dodge, but his pupils enlarged rapidly the next moment. This was a formless fist. He laughed heartily and flapped his 6 wings, directly punching towards the formless fist. He obtained a rank 5 goo after breaking the formless fist. The goo worm was vibrating in his hand and struggled intensely, attempting to escape. Feng Yuan sent a portion of his will inside, but was not able to suppress it. He immediately frowned as he realized this goo was not a wild goo, but a goo master's goo worm. Because the goo worm had someone else's will, the difficulty in refining it was several times greater than refining wild goo, and even temporarily suppressing it was difficult. "Let go of my goo." A familiar voice sounded by Feng Yuan's ears at this moment. Feng Yuan looked at the source of the voice, and immediately smiled. He saw Hai Lu Lan flying towards him hurriedly and furiously, his gaze fixed on the goo in Feng Yuan's hand. "Oink, this is mine now." Chapter 632. Coexistence of pain and joy. Hai Lu Lan poured incessant grievances in his heart. He had outstanding battle strength along with an extremely powerful strength path long-range killer move. It was just that they were not enough to cover his weakness in the movement aspect. More accurately speaking, Hai Lu Lan cultivated strength and dark path which were not impressive in movement ability. But in the present situation, only flying masters could barely survive. Hai Lu Lan's weakness was thus completely revealed under the pursuit of the Formless Hands. The Formless Hands wantonly seized the goo worms in Hai Lu Lan's body. He had destroyed many Formless Hands and chased after many, but at the same time, new Formless Hands would appear to grab even more of his goo worms. Right now, Hai Lu Lan was flying fiercely like a berserk bear. His expression was one of malevolence and anger. He knew Fang Yuan had big advantage in this situation, but he could not give up. The reason was that the goo worm Fang Yuan had captured was, very unfortunately, Hai Lu Lan's vital goo. The vital goo was closely interlinked to the goo master's life. Once it was destroyed, the goo master would immediately suffer heavy injuries. By grabbing this goo, it was akin to Fang Yuan controlling a huge weakness of Hai Lu Lan. Mentioning this vital goo, it had gone through many difficulties as well, being seized by the Formless Hands many times while Hai Lu Lan seized it back again. Counting the number of times, this was already the 6th time this vital goo had been seized. Only this time, an accident happened. It landed in Fang Yuan's hand. His vital goo was with the enemy. This was a very serious situation and it needed to be retrieved. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with a cold light. He did not know the rank 5 goo in his hand was Hai Lu Lan's vital goo, but he could tell the huge importance of this goo from Hai Lu Lan's behavior. HMPH, you want to take back this goo? Keep on dreaming. Fang Yuan moved the 6 wings on his back and rose up, flying far away. Hai Lu Lan had hunted down Fang Yuan again and again before. The hatred between them was already very deep. But this moment was not a good time to kill Hai Lu Lan. There were more and more Formless Hands. Fang Yuan was already feeling difficulty in dodging them. If he fought under this situation, he would surely have to pay an extremely disastrous price even if he succeeded. It was more so when Hai Lu Lan had great strength through martial physique. If he was forced into a corner and self-detonated, Fang Yuan would have to suffer the terrible consequences. Let's see how long he can continue chasing me. Fang Yuan snorted, and forcibly suppressed the restless goo worm in his hand. Soon, he shook off Hai Lu Lan. While dodging the Formless Hands on the way, he sent a portion of his consciousness into his immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was growing without stop. Ever since Fang Yuan exited Taipei Yunxing's immortal aperture, his immortal aperture had been continuously absorbing heaven and earth qi. Now, it was already over 2,600 square kilometers. The sky was orange and yellow while the earth was rugged with steep white stone mountain ranges that stood tall and lofty. The terrain of the immortal aperture was related to the goo master's paths, accumulation, temperament and comprehension. This was the first time Fang Yuan became a strength path goo immortal and he only roughly understood it now, only knowing the general situation. If he wanted to have a deeper understanding, he needed to research in the future. The time flow has reached 1 to 12 ratio. 1 day in the outside world is 12 days inside the immortal aperture. The growth rate is gradually slowing down. Fang Yuan assessed. By now, he had almost absorbed all the heaven and earth qi in True Inheritance secluded domain. He was now waiting for the immortal aperture to stabilize completely, which was the most important. Once he possessed a goo immortal's battle strength, everything would change. I will let you hold on to my goo for the moment. I will get it back no matter what. Hai Lu Lan could only roar helplessly as he looked at Fang Yuan fly further and further away. He was obstructed by the Formless Hands when he chased and had lost many goo worms. It was already very difficult for him to evade the Formless Hands. It was no wonder he would suffer the consequences when he chased after Fang Yuan under such conditions. Hai Lu Lan helplessly gave up. If he still persisted in chasing, it would definitely make Fang Yuan suspicious. And if Fang Yuan guessed the goo was Hai Lu Lan's vital goo, the situation would turn even worse. I can only rely on my connection to my vital goo and slowly get near him while dodging the Formless Hands, then I will ambush this damned thief. Hai Lu Lan gritted his teeth till they made cracking noises. While thinking of all kinds of schemes, formless hands could seize goo worms but could not refine them. Once the formless hand was broken apart, the goo worm would be released, upon which the goo master would be able to immediately sense the goo and use his will to recall them. Fang Yuan forcibly suppressed Hai Lu Lan's vital goo, but had no time or energy to spare to refine it. Thus, Hai Lu Lan still had connection with the goo worm, and had hope of turning the situation around. Time passed. The formless hands had completely gained control of the situation in True Inheritance' secluded domain. Giant light blue hands could be seen everywhere like swarms of bees hovering around, be it goo masters or True Inheritance light lumps. They only had the choice of escaping. Spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan's mouth was dry as the pressure in him continued to increase. Following the growth of the immortal aperture, Spring-autumn cicada continued to absorb the water of the river of time, causing the pressure in the first aperture to continue to increase. There were already many cracks on the first aperture's walls. To decrease the pressure on the first aperture as much as possible, Fang Yuan had already emptied out all the primeval essence in the aperture. He flew rapidly, using tens of movement goo which had huge demand towards primeval essence. Fortunately, I had already planned and prepared long before this, and bought large numbers of beggar moths. But even so, I need to pay attention to my primeval essence. The consequences will be unimaginable if my primeval essence is completely exhausted. These beggar moths were goo worms used to store primeval essence. They looked like moths, but their wings had round holes. These holes made the beggar moth look tattered, resembling a beggar's clothing. In truth, however, the more holes there were on the beggar moth's wings, the better. More holes meant the beggar moths could store higher rank primeval essence. In the mortal world, these beggar moths were limited in supply. But Fang Yuan possessed Hu Immortal Blessed Land and was able to buy groups of beggar moths in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fang Yuan directly purchased a group. Although there were not many rank 5 and rank 4 beggar moths, rank 3 and rank 2 were huge in numbers. Fang Yuan had close to 1,000 beggar moths and had brought almost all of them with him. Mortals could not buy them and would also find it hard to bear the expenses of raising goo. But Fang Yuan had a goo immortal's assets in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and it was easy for him to raise them. Not only beggar moths, he also had a lot of spare eagle rise goo and other goo. Fang Yuan would keep his eagle rise goo after using them for certain time and activate another eagle rise goo. There were 6 wings on his back and it looked like he was using 3 eagle rise goo, but in truth, he was using more than a dozen eagle rise goo in turns. This was because of the heaven and earth chi. Using goo worms under this situation would be met with the backlash from heaven and earth chi. The goo might even perish if they were used for too long. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture was growing, as such he was the center of the gathering heaven and earth chi, causing the backlash force on him to be very high. Thus, by alternating the use of goo like eagle rise goo, he could prolong their duration to the greatest limit. It was again thanks to having Hu Immortal Blessed Land, having the help of a goo immortal resources, that he could be such extravagant. The backlash of heaven and earth chi was also one of the barriers for a goo master to advance to goo immortal. When Tai Bei Yunsheng faced the tribulations in his ascension, his goo worms perished in large numbers. If not for Fang Yuan's support, he would already have no more goo worms to use after using them all up in facing chaotic lightning balls outside 88 True Yang Building. If a goo master was lucky enough to advance to a goo immortal, all their mortal goo would normally be destroyed. Advancing to a goo immortal was extremely risky and there was a high price to be paid. In lots of cases, a newly advanced goo immortal would have nothing on him. Almost all the goo worms they accumulated before would be completely used up. 6-armed Heavenly Zombie King. Fang Yuan suddenly turned into Heavenly Zombie form while flying and evading, his 6-winged sword, and he raised his 8 arms. Bam! The next moment, he directly clashed against a formless fist. Fang Yuan did not feel any pain and directly shattered the formless fist, obtaining a goo. Fang Yuan was overjoyed when he saw the goo. This was the 3rd wild immortal goo he had obtained after exiting Tai Bei Yunsheng's immortal aperture. He was unable to examine it closely, but he stored it in his pocket after suppressing it. Right now, He had the internal danger of spring-autumn cicada, while on the outside, there was the formless hand disaster. He had to concentrate completely on flying, as well as pay attention to his primeval essence and the condition of his goo worms. But he could not deny his plentiful harvests. Fang Yuan was deeply realizing what was called the coexistence of pain and joy. His flying master attainment was a great help to him in this situation, whereas Ma Hongyan. Fang Yuan stored the third immortal goo and looked around him with insatiable greed. Luck Path Supreme True Inheritance had all along been of extreme interest to him. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had, to a large extent, relied on this to dominate the lands and become invincible in the world. Previously, Fang Yuan had no way to do anything about this Luck Path True Inheritance, but now, borrowing the strength of formless hands, he could seize the Luck Path goo worms. This was an extremely rare opportunity. However, even after searching all over whenever he had the chance, he did not see even the shadow of the Luck Path True Inheritance. Clearly, Luck Path True Inheritance was also moving around. The Supreme True Inheritance might be protecting Ma Hongyan and Zhao Yanyan, but it was only an acknowledgement of fortune rivaling heaven, and it was still being controlled by a wild will. It was an instinct for wild goo worms to dodge heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. It was a scene of chaos in the large True Inheritance secluded domain. There were formless hands everywhere, True Inheritance meteors, fleeing goo masters or dazzling attacks towards the clenched formless fists. All these were obstructing Fang Yuan's vision. Fang Yuan also had to evade the formless hands and could not casually search. Both sides were on the move, thus it was actually normal for them to not bump into each other. Crack, crack. The sound of something cracking, like the cracking of eggshell, started to spread. The cracks in True Inheritance secluded domain were enlarging. It was only at one side first, but now the cracks had gradually spread to cover all sides. More and more giant light blue hands squeezed in through the cracks. Time passed. The losses to Fang Yuan's goo worms were also becoming more severe. On one hand, because of the backlash from heaven and earth chi, especially the movement goo worms, even after being used in turn, they had reached the limit and many perished. On the other hand, the quantity of formless hands had surpassed the point of qualitative change. Sometimes, many formless hands would appear together and block all escape paths. Fang Yuan was thus grabbed 2-3 times, but every time he was grabbed, he would intentionally choose the formless hand with less fingers, prioritizing his safety and letting his goo worm be taken of his own accord. Chapter 633, Finally Becoming a Goo Immortal. As time continued to pass, Fang Yuan had no more opportunity to go shatter formless fists. He was busy running from the pursuit of the formless hands. Return my goo. By some coincidence, Hai Lu Lan appeared in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered and activated Windflower Goo. A translucent windflower appeared beside him and quickly changed direction, taking him with it. Whoosh! With the Windflower Goo's help, Fang Yuan's speed remained the same when he changed his direction, and was able to avoid Hai Lu Lan. Hai Lu Lan, however, was very happy. I am finally lucky for once. He actually ran that direction. Fang Yuan had not flown far away before his speed rapidly declined. His expression changed as he sensed that he had fallen into a dark vortex. This was the trap Hai Lu Lan had set using one-time expenditure goo, specially used to trap enemies. The formless hands were less than 100 steps away. Fang Yuan snorted and without losing his composure, used flash bug goo. He disappeared from the spot and appeared 500 steps away the next moment. After getting out of his predicament, Fang Yuan immediately increased his speed, but not even a few breaths later, he once again fell into a dark vortex. He again used flash bug goo to free himself, but following that, he fell in the third dark vortex again. True Inheritance secluded domain was originally a place filled with darkness. As such, dark vortexes were extremely concealed here. Without someone running into them, they would remain still and there would be no way to sense them. But once someone ran into them, they would form a sinking force like one had stepped into a swamp or quicksand. You can't run away. I have placed countless traps all over the surrounding 100 li. Hailu Lan shouted while rapidly flying towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was suffering the consequences of a lack of investigation. He shouted furiously, "You are seeking your own death, don't blame me." He activated Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King and forcefully freed himself from the vortex, charging straight towards Hailu Lan. Hailu Lan felt a chill before it turned into joy. He was not afraid of Fang Yuan attacking him, but afraid of Fang Yuan fleeing all the time and not give him the chance to fight. New and old hatred overlapped. Both sides wanted nothing more than to kill each other. However, they had not even fought yet, when Hailu Lan suddenly changed his direction and fled. Shortly, Fang Yuan's expression also changed and retreated towards the back extremely quickly. Too horrifying. A large group of formless hands breezed down from above. Their numbers were at least 500 to 600. The light blue radiance dyed the surrounding space into a scene of blue. The formless hand group divided into two, chasing after Fang Yuan and Hailu Lan. Fang Yuan was facing an unprecedented crisis. He did not dare to fly in between the formless hands. There were too many formless hands. Even a light movement could easily seal all his paths. Fang Yuan could only fly forward swiftly, with the large group of giant light blue hands closely chasing him. "No, don't come here!" Yi Luosang shouted in panic. He was moving with 3 other Gu masters, and coordinating with each other. He was barely able to ensure the safety of his fire path immortal Gu. However, now he suddenly saw Fang Yuan flying towards them. And when he saw the group of formless hands behind Fang Yuan, Yi Luosang's heart nearly jumped out in shock. Fang Yuan not only increased his speed, he also quickly made his move. Long-range attacks sealed the best escape routes of Yi Luosang's group and also greatly slowed down their speed. Next, Fang Yuan turned a little and flew past them, continuing to fly swiftly. Yi Luosang's group was escaping with all their strength, but it was nowhere near enough. No. This unlucky Yi Lua tribe leader let out a miserable scream as hundreds of formless hands filled his vision. Like a burst of strong wind wreaking havoc or like locusts passing through the fields, the giant light blue hands plundered Yi Luosang's group and continued to chase after Fang Yuan. Yi Luosang's group stood on the spot with dazed expressions. There were too many formless hands and in just a few breaths of time, all their Gu worms were seized. In an instant, they had become completely penniless. Although they still had primeval essence remaining in their apertures, there was nothing to use them on. How will I report to Supreme Tribe Elder when I return? Yi Luosang's heart was filled with fear and bewilderment. His fire path immortal Gu was lent to him by Yi Lua tribe's Supreme Tribe Elder Yi Lua Lai to help him obtain victory in this imperial court contest. The value of the immortal Gu was self-evident. Yi Luosang lost in the contest, but to preserve the immortal Gu, he had to bear the disgrace of siding with Hailu Lan, who was also a super tribe leader like him. And now, because of Fang Yuan sending the disaster towards him, the fire path immortal Gu he had protected with his heart and soul was gone. Fang Yuan flew rapidly before glancing behind him. He felt relieved when he saw the formless hands had decreased in number. This was the contribution of Yi Luosang's group. Fang Yuan saw hope in getting rid of this group of formless hands. That was to draw the disaster towards others. He had flying master attainment while others did not. That is. While fleeing, Fang Yuan finally discovered trace of Ma Hongyan. Luck Path Supreme True Inheritance was shielding Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyan, while dodging and flying away from many formless hands chasing it. Of course, when compared to the group chasing Fang Yuan, it paled in comparison. Without the least bit of hesitation, Fang Yuan immediately flew towards Ma Hongyan. Sensing an even greater danger, Luck Path True Inheritance Light Lump instinctively changed its direction. However, Fang Yuan chased it relentlessly and with extremely deft movements. He was able to gradually get closer. "Let us go, I beg you, please let us go." Ma Hongyan's pleading came from within Luck Path True Inheritance. "Don't come over, don't come over." Zhao Lianyan was also shivering in fear. Fang Yuan's heart was tough like iron and cold as steel. How could he be swayed? His speed suddenly increased violently as he made a beautiful arc beside the luck path True Inheritance. The formless hand group was immediately attracted to the aura of luck path True Inheritance and flocked to it. We're finished. Both of Ma and Zhao's faces turned as they looked at the hundreds of formless hands blocking their escape routes, attacking like a storm. Ha ha ha, luck path Supreme True Inheritance. Fang Yuan made a full circle. Before flying back, my immortal aperture has almost finished forming. This is truly wonderful. I can use it to store the luck path immortal goo. Fang Yuan's gaze burned looking at the formless hands shrouding the luck path True Inheritance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Soon, many formless fists started flying away. Fang Yuan immediately started using all his methods to seize the goo. 1, 2, 5, 6. The number soon crossed 10. Fang Yuan knew he would not be able to catch all luck path goo worms, but he was satisfied at having such a harvest. Wait a moment. A six-fingered formless fist. Fang Yuan suddenly discovered a major target. The 6 fingers signified this fist was holding a rank 6 luck path immortal goo. Fang Yuan's eyes reddened and his breathing sped up as he used all his strength to chase the 6-fingered fist. He turned into 6-arm heavenly zombie king and directly pounced towards the fist. His 8 arms burst out with fist shadows as he rained down violent punches. The formless fist shattered and as expected, revealed a luck path immortal goo. Ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed heartily as he quickly grabbed it. However, right at this instant, a 6-fingered formless hand flew over and grabbed Fang Yuan. Its timing was impeccable as Fang Yuan's guard was slightly relaxed due to the happiness. The result was extreme joy turning into sorrow. Fang Yuan felt his mind go blank and cursed out. The time seemed to have stretched out extremely long at this moment. After 2 breaths, the 6-fingered formless fist flew away from him and Fang Yuan recovered the ability to move. Fang Yuan immediately unfolded his 6 wings and left the spot immediately. He hurriedly glanced behind him and saw 50 to 60 formless hands crashing into each other at the spot where he had just been before. If he had even the slightest hesitation, Fang Yuan's forehead was soaked with cold sweat. He then examined his body and the discovery caused him to turn gloomy. The goo that was seized was not any of the immortal goo he had seized or spring autumn cicada, it was fixed immortal travel. This damned luck. Fang Yuan cursed. Fixed immortal travel was his primary method to leave this place and return to Hu immortal blessed land. He must get it back. Fang Yuan temporarily suppressed the luck path immortal goo and stored it in his pocket. Then he stared at that 6-fingered formless fist and gave chase. When one walks by the river, how could one's shoes not get wet? Fortunately, his immortal aperture finished stabilizing during the chase. Fang Yuan's risky attempt at advancing to Gu Immortal ended in success. At this moment he had become a true Strength Path Gu Immortal. His Strength Path Immortal aperture was very huge with about 3,500 square kilometers of area. The sky was orange-yellow and there were all sorts of lofty, tall and straight mountains on the ground made of white stones with not even a blade of grass on them. An invisible tributary of the River of Time was pulled into the immortal aperture blessed land, supporting the normal operations of this small world. In comparison to the outside world, the flow of time here was 1 to 16. The most important point was there were 22 green grape immortal essence speeds. This is a medium-grade blessed land. Fang Yuan sighed. When a Gu Master advanced to Gu Immortal, their immortal aperture could be classified into 3 grades. A small blessed land has a size of 2,000 square kilometers at the maximum, can draw in a small tributary of the River of Time and create over 10 beads of immortal essence, while being a land of few resources. Medium grade can have a size of 2,000 square kilometers to 4,000 square kilometers, draw in a slightly bigger tributary of the River of Time, create over 20 beads of immortal essence and has plentiful resources. High-grade blessed land can have a size of 4,000 square kilometers to 6,000 square kilometers, draw in a large tributary of the River of Time and create over 30 beads of immortal essence. There will be plenty of heaven and earth chi remaining which can mutually interact and refine immortal Gu into immortal Gu during a burst of inspiration. When Tai Bei Yunsheng advanced to Gu Immortal, he refined to Immortal Gu, no doubt. His was a high-grade blessed land. Fang Yuan's strength path Immortal Aperture, however, was a medium-grade blessed land. I might have much more human chi compared to Tai Bei Yunsheng, but he received the help of human chi Gu and his human chi was able to greatly surpass mine. I received the protection of 88 true Yang building and Giant Sun's will. This was both an advantage and a disadvantage. Large amounts of heaven and earth chi were isolated outside and only a small part was able to seep into true inheritance secluded domain which was absorbed by me. Thoughts flashed Fang Yuan's mind like sparks. Giant Sun's will was after all forced to help Fang Yuan resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity due to helplessness. It absolutely would not kindly allow the heaven and earth chi to enter true inheritance secluded domain which could provide Fang Yuan with more potential. Besides this, there is also another important factor. Spring-autumn cicada. Spring-autumn cicada absorbed the water of the tributary of River of Time which was akin to cutting off the nourishment and greatly weakened the accomplishment of strength path Immortal Aperture. Thus, Fang Yuan's strength path Immortal Aperture's time flow had 1:16 ratio which was lower than normal standard. Chapter 634. Wind Veil of Assimilation. Fang Yuan felt no regret towards obtaining a medium-grade blessed land. This was for the best. Within the first aperture, Spring-autumn cicada's pressure had already reached its limits. The first aperture's walls were full of cracks. If he continued, he might cause the aperture to explode. If it was a high-grade blessed land, it could refine an immortal Gu and create a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity within the blessed land. Fang Yuan's predicament was extremely dangerous. He had both internal and external threats. If his immortal aperture had a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity wreaking havoc inside, Fang Yuan would surely become too distracted. It would be fortunate if he only suffered a great loss, but most likely he would lose his life. Regardless, becoming a strength path Gu Immortal means I have the ability to interfere in the battle now. Fang Yuan sighed deeply, throwing all of his Gu worms, be it mortal or immortal Gu, into his strength path Immortal Aperture. The Immortal Aperture had a huge space, it could easily hold immortal Gu. Next, Fang Yuan willed and used a bead of green grape immortal essence. Immediately afterwards, the green grape immortal essence spread and filled the entire blessed land, turning into almost limitless primeval essence. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. From this moment on, he no longer had to worry about primeval essence expenditure, he could use mortal Gu without any restraints anymore. This was the biggest difference between mortal and immortal. At the same time, after becoming an immortal, the heaven and earth chi were all consumed, thus there would no longer be any threat of a backlash. Fang Yuan's aura was surging, his eyes were shining with brilliance. His body shook slightly, and another pair of eagle wings grew on his back. Flying with 8 wings, Fang Yuan's speed became faster again, chasing after fixed immortal travel. Seeing that he was about to reach his target, Tai Bei Yunsheng called out for help behind him. Junior brother, assist me. That hand took away my immortal Gu landscape as before. Fang Yuan turned around and saw a 6-fingered formless fist flying towards his left. Tai Bei Yunsheng was dragging the supreme true inheritance light lump as he chased after it desperately. Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment. This 6-fingered formless fist was right beside him. If he did not help, he would not be able to explain himself. He immediately activated the Windflower Gu, barely turning around. His speed was simply too fast, even the Windflower Gu in his immortal aperture could not take it, as many petals fell out. Fang Yuan caught up to the 6-fingered formless fist and smashed at it, breaking it open and rescuing landscape as before. Tai Bei Yunsheng was overjoyed upon seeing this. Great, junior brother, if not for your help. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, shouting anxiously, senior brother, dodge. Too late. An 8-fingered formless hand flew over and grabbed onto Tai Bei Yunsheng. Tai Bei Yunsheng was immobilized, his face was full of shock and fear. During this time, hundreds of formless hands flew over and encircled Tai Bei Yunsheng. At the same time, Large numbers of formless hands were flying over from far away. Damn it! Not only was Tai Bei Yunsheng caught, he had the supreme true inheritance with him. This is bad. 88 True Yang building is going to be destroyed. I have to take back fixed immortal travel quickly. Fang Yuan did not dare to save him. His eyes flashed with a cold light as he placed the landscape as before Gu into his immortal aperture and turned around to leave. Fixed immortal travel Gu was the best method to escape. It was more important than any other immortal Gu right now in Fang Yuan's heart. Fang Yuan flew rapidly, about to reach the formless fist. After I take fixed immortal travel, I will leave. Who cares about Tai Bei Yunsheng anymore? Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. He had made up his mind. True Inheritance secluded domain was at the deepest part of 88 True Yang building, and there were already so many formless hands here, not to mention the outside world. He had obtained enough benefits, and he had even successfully advanced to an immortal. If he continued staying here, he might lose his life. Fang Yuan had the intention to retreat already, but just when he was about to succeed, Hai Lu Lan blocked his path. Don't think that I'll be afraid just because you became an immortal. Return my goo worm to me now and I'll give way immediately. Hai Lu Lan screamed. You are courting death. Fang Yuan stared furiously. He wanted to tear Hai Lu Lan into several pieces, but his logic dictated him to change directions and swerve around Hai Lu Lan, continuing his pursuit. Hai Lu Lan snickered. He was unable to catch up to Fang Yuan, but in terms of long-range methods, he had his ways to obstructing Fang Yuan in his chase. Fang Yuan was obstructed by Hai Lu Lan time and again. He had to change his direction. Is this worth it? Just return my goo to me and you'll be able to reach this formless fist. Don't forget, after the formless fist flies for a certain distance, it will vanish along with the goo worm. Hai Lu Lan urged. He was extremely anxious. His vital goo was in Fang Yuan's hands, but he had to control himself and mask his anxiety. Fang Yuan shouted out in anger, his expression still as water. There was no way he would return the goo worm to Hai Lu Lan. The more Hai Lu Lan cared about this goo, the more important this goo was to him. Hai Lu Lan was a huge enemy, even if he returned the goo worm. If he did not keep his promise and continued obstructing Fang Yuan, what then? Fang Yuan could only make detours and continue chasing after his target. Bam! Right at this moment, there was a huge sound. True Inheritance secluded domain completely broke apart, instantly exploding. Eye-piercing sunlight filled everyone's vision. At once, Fang Yuan and the others were caught off guard, their entire vision turned white. In such a situation, who would dare to shut their eyes completely? Even though their eyes were overflowing with tears due to the intensity, they had to open a slit. As the white light faded slowly, from their blurred vision, everyone could see that they were floating in the air. Save us! Many goo masters cried out desperately for help. They were all unlucky people who had their goo worms taken away. Without goo worms, this rapid descent would cause them to die upon impact with the ground. Nobody lent a hand to help them. Those goo masters who were barely floating in the air could only care about themselves. As they looked around in shock, in the sky, there were thousands of formless hands, closely packed together. On the ground, smoke was rising and there was debris of 88 True Yang building everywhere. These broken walls and structures were disintegrating, turning back into goo worms. The number of goo worms was too many. Each tile could split up into an ant's nest worth of goo worms. Oh my heavens! 88 True Yang building collapsed. Oh longevity heaven! Why is this happening? Everyone was flustered and shocked, when suddenly a bright golden rainbow shot up in the sky. Leave behind the immortal goo. The remaining giant suns will had been storing energy for this moment. He finally made his move. The golden rainbow shot out like lightning. In the blink of an eye, it destroyed one formless fist and obtained the immortal goo within. Divert disaster goo. Giant suns will entered the goo and quickly activated it. Divert disaster goo shot out pillars of light and shone everywhere. The formless hands that were swept by the light pillars shrunk in size and their speed fell. Those formless hands that were hit by the light pillar disintegrated rapidly and the goo worms within were released. At once, Giant Sons will regain several immortal goo. Otherworldly demon, luck path true inheritance. Giant Sons will looked at the luck path true inheritance that was trapped by the formless hands, as well as Ma and Zhao who were inside the light lump. Without a trace of hesitation, he flew over with killing intent. My fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. He lost his target. The formless fist that contained fixed immortal travel had gone missing. It had flew away with fixed immortal travel into the unknown. Fang Yuan had completely lost fixed immortal travel. Damn it. Fang Yuan controlled his heartache as he forced himself to calm down. Without fixed immortal travel, he could still use the Stargate to return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, but this Stargate needed to be sustained, so if Fang Yuan wanted to leave this place, he first needed to find a safe environment. Old ancestor is here. You have no way out now. Return my goo worm to me and I can still help you. Ask for mercy. Hai Lu Lan flew over, shouting. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with cold light. Hai Lu Lan's words reminded him, his biggest threat now were the formless hands, followed by Giant Sun's will. Although the current Giant Sun's will was heavily damaged and was not even a tiny fraction of its original state, it was still not something Fang Yuan could take on. The will that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable left behind was too grand and majestic. Even though it had undergone such tremendous weakening, even though Fang Yuan was now a goo immortal, he was still not its match. Most importantly, it was currently snatching immortal goo all over the place. Once it activates the goo, its battle strength would surge. Ordinary goo worms need primeval essence or immortal essence to activate. No matter how powerful Giant Sun's will is, he is still a will and needs to use the rank 9 yellow apricot immortal essence that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had left behind. Fang Yuan's gaze was like an eagle. He looked towards Giant Sun's will who was far away. He had just taken a look when a formless hand flew over. Fang Yuan flapped his wings, evading successfully. Damn it! Hai Lu Lan cursed ruthlessly. He had also suffered the attacks of 3 formless hands along the way. True Inheritance secluded domain was broken apart. The number of formless hands in the air increased by at least 10 times. These formless hands attacked, causing Fang Yuan and Hai Lu Lan to be dodging them with all their effort. They could not spare the energy to care about other things. Bam bam bam. Wind blades danced in the air, cutting apart several formless hands. The goo that were caught earlier were released, while Giant Sun's will was like a golden dragon, pouncing on them. He had much of Giant Sun's immortal essence. He had the capability to instantly refine goo worms when he got them. His battle strength surged and his aura was like a rainbow. Otherworldly demon, luck path true inheritance. Soon, Giant Sun's will found Ma and Zhao. They were surrounded by countless formless hands. The originally large true inheritance light lump had shrunk by at least a third of its size. Giant Sun's will howled loudly, as several immortal goo and hundreds of rank 5 mortal goo were used together at once. The light of divert disaster shot straight. 1,000 wind blades danced in formation. A bright red fire crow spread its wings and flew while screeching. All sorts of attacks surrounded the luck path true inheritance like the falling petals of a flower. Once any formless hands flew out, they would be instantly destroyed, and the goo worm within would be taken by Giant Sun's will. Oh no, this luck path true inheritance originally belonged to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. If Giant Sun's will obtains it, it would truly be a tiger gaining wings, or a flood dragon entering the sea. Fang Yuan flew rapidly, taking a look at this scene. His heart turned heavy. He looked around, but realized that to leave this place, he needed the Stargate goo. Imperial Court Blessed Land is on the brink of destruction. The outer fringe of the Blessed Land is already blowing with winds of assimilation, forming a huge circular wind veil. This wind has tremendous force. Even if I am a goo immortal, I cannot resist it. I cannot force my way out. Chapter 635. Important decision. Imperial Court Blessed Land was the #1 blessed land of Northern Plains. It had deep foundations and tremendous fortune. Despite this, after Fang Yuan entered it, first, there was the contest of the land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock, and Giant Sun's will. Next, Fang Yuan and Tai Bei Yunsheng underwent immortal ascension and took in the heaven and earth chi of the blessed land. Furthermore, there was the once in 10 years blizzard ravaging the blessed land, and it even fused with Tai Bei Yunsheng and Fang Yuan's tribulations to form a terrifying heavenly tribulation. Frost Jade Peacock was able to endure it for so long. That was really quite a miracle already. Imperial Court Blessed Land's destruction was a foregone conclusion. Now that the wind veil was formed, Imperial Court Blessed Land was surrounded like a sphere, and the walls of the sphere were extremely thick, at least hundreds of meters. Even if the formless hands flew there, they would be crushed into bits, being assimilated into wind and lead to growing the strength of the winds of assimilation. Even with flash bug goo, Fang Yuan could not get through it. However, this wind veil also formed an isolation barrier and prevented outside forces from intervening. At this moment, thousands of meters above the ground, in the sky, 3 Gu immortals looked down at the grand winds of assimilation that was like a giant dark green bowl inverted on the ground with a grim expression. The wind veil's surface was very tranquil, but no one dared to underestimate the power of the winds of assimilation. Imperial Court Blessed Land's destruction is unavoidable. What happened inside? How did it become like this? One of the Gu immortals, an elderly man, looked with a furious gaze as his brows were tightly folded. 88 True Yang Building, Imperial Court Blessed Land. They were the arrangement of giant sun immortal venerable to benefit his descendants. As descendants with Huangjin bloodline, they had already considered Imperial Court Blessed Land as their territory since long ago. But now, the domain that held great treasures had been destroyed. These righteous path Gu immortals of Northern Plains super tribes were like dormant volcanoes turning active. Very evidently, this is a huge scheme. Our investigations earlier have shown that the most suspicious person is that Wolf King Chang Shanyin. We have enough evidence to conclude that this person is an impersonator. The real Chang Shanyin had died long ago. Another young Gu immortal said solemnly. After pausing for a while, he continued. Obviously, not just Chang Shanyin, but other than him, Tai Bei Yunsheng, Bian Sijuan and the others are also suspicious. This scheme is very deep. It involves the forces of Central Continent. According to what we've learned, there are at least 3 of the ancient sects in Central Continent plotting against the 88 True Yang Building for the last 100 years. Central Continent Gu Immortals' secret plot expended a lot of their effort and resources to create the loopholes and setups. In the end, Fang Yuan made use of these arrangements in advance. All of their hard work had gone to the benefit of someone else. Northern Plains Gu immortals were not to be trifled with. Imperial Court Blessed Land, 88 True Yang Building, they were the spiritual symbols of Northern Plains. They were extremely important. The moment something happened to Imperial Court Blessed Land and the happenings inside were exposed to the outside world, Northern Plains forces all paid close attention to it. Unfortunately, they were all outside, and the situation had advanced too quickly. It was already too late by the time they wanted to save Imperial Court Blessed Land. Sigh. The leader of the Gu Immortals sighed deeply. He was good-looking with red lips and white teeth, but for some reason, he had the appearance of a child. The aura he was emitting was extremely powerful. He was subtly the leader of the 3. The most important thing now is not to investigate these matters, but to consider the ways to salvage this situation. 88 True Yang Building was the arrangement of giant sun immortal venerable, a rank 8 immortal Gu house. It is profound and mysterious. Its heavenly power is not something we can understand. Although the winds of assimilation this time are fierce, forming a wind veil, it might not be able to destroy 88 True Yang Building. We will stay here and look for an opportunity to help, while being careful of any unexpected situations. The child Gu Immortal's words made the elderly man and the young man Gu Immortal breathe in deeply. Lord Tongzu, you are absolutely right. Our Chanyu tribe has the immortal killer move, Winged Blade. As long as we activate it together, we will be able to forcefully break the wind veil of assimilation. The young man Gu Immortal said this, unable to conceal his pride. The winds of assimilation is not to be underestimated, even with Winged Blade. We only have one chance to attack. I have made my calculations. The injury that we cause on this wind veil of assimilation would recover in only 8 breaths of time. The elderly man was a wisdom path Gu immortal. He could make deductions and predictions. The leader of the 3, Chan Yu Tongzu, nodded slightly. Right now, Hai tribe, Yilua tribe, Dongfang tribe and others are surrounding the wind veil. All these righteous path super tribes have sent their Gu immortals. There is also the number 1 demonic path force Snowy Mountain. They sent 6 Gu immortals, attempting to take advantage of the situation. Don't underestimate them. We have our trump cards. So do they. When we use the winged blade, we have to prevent them from taking advantage of us. The luck path true inheritance cannot fall in the hands of the otherworldly demon. All these are mine, mine. Giant Sons Will shouted loudly. His voice reverberated over the entire battlefield. He turned into a golden dragon, taking form at will. Sometimes, 17 to 18 small dragons were created, while at the next moment, they combined into a giant dragon. He carried Giant Sun's immortal essence, using it without holding back. More than 10 immortal Gu were embedded on the dragon's body. There were 2 on its dragon horns, 1 in each of its eyes, and 6 to 7 in its scales. Blazing flames, divert disaster light beam, frost energy, all sorts of attacks were unleashed unceasingly. At this point, Giant Sons Will could finally use his full strength. Giant Sons Will had suppressed his anger for too long. He released all of it at this moment. First, he had to get rid of the otherworldly demon, and because of the luck path true inheritance's importance, Giant Sons Will first surrounded Ma and Zhao. Large numbers of formless hands covered the luck path true inheritance tightly. At times, formless fists that captured luck path Gu worms flew out. Giant Sons Will was like a golden dragon, surrounding the luck path true inheritance and coiling around it, destroying all of the formless fists that came out. There were many formless fists. Even Giant Sons Will could only choose some and attack those, trying to free more immortal Gu to raise his battle strength. But near the giant will dragon, there were also large numbers of formless hands. When Giant Sons Will snatches these Gu worms back, the formless hands would steal them again. During this contest, the 2 were fighting intensely and occupied the sky. Below this battle, the remaining surviving Gu Masters were fighting with a smaller number of formless hands. Even though Giant Sons Will attracted most of the formless hands, the Gu Masters were not having an easier time. With the destruction of True Inheritance secluded domain, the Gu Masters were completely exposed and out in the open. They were attacked by even more formless hands. The formless hands were almost immune to all attacks. They flew in the sky and pierced through rocks. Nothing could obstruct them. Only after stealing a Gu worm would they form into a fist and be susceptible to attacks. But the speed of the formless fists was very fast. Not all Gu Masters could chase after them and destroy them successfully. Feng Yuan, Hai Lu Lan, and the others were a minority. They were geniuses among geniuses. Old ancestor, please help. Ah, a shrill scream could suddenly be heard. Everyone could not help but raise their heads and look, only to see that a Gu Master from a super tribe, one who bears a pure bloodline, was left with no other choice after being chased by the formless hands and flew into the sky to seek help from Giant Sons Will. But in the end, he was the first to be slaughtered by Giant Sons Will after he activated the immortal Gu to attack. Such might. Hai Lu Lan raised his head and looked. Even with his great strength true martial physique, he did not dare to get close to Giant Sons Will. Giant Sons Will had completely erupted. His attacks were fierce and carried tremendous might. His entire mind was on the luck path true inheritance. While competing with the formless hands, he had no energy to care about Giant Sons' bloodline descendants. So painful. At this moment, Yi Luosang drew in a breath of cold air. Crawling up from the ground, the Gu worms on his entire body were stolen. He had fallen from the sky. Thankfully, his body was once tempered using Gu worms, thus he only suffered bone fractures while keeping his life. Looking at this unlucky person who died, he suddenly felt extremely glad. At least, compared to this unlucky guy, He was still alive. Being alive was more important than anything. Fang Yuan could feel an immense mental pressure. Damn it. He gritted his teeth in annoyance. He wanted to leave but had no way to break out of this predicament. Thankfully, Giant Sun's will did not target me at the start, but instead went after that otherworldly demon Zhao Yanyan, while also wanting to protect the luck path true inheritance. Fang Yuan was very clear in his heart, once Giant Sun's will gets rid of this problem, he would not let him off. By then, he would be like a sheep standing near a tiger, or a rabbit near a python. Giant Sun's will alone cannot activate so many immortal goo. Even though I became a goo immortal, if we fought head-on, I would still not be Giant Sun's will's match. That is unless I cut away his connection with Giant Sun's immortal essence. Fang Yuan's mind was very sharp. But unfortunately, there were too many formless hands. He had to exert himself in dealing with them. Other than Giant Sun's will, he was the one with the most immortal goo. Their aura was attracting the attack of many formless hands. At the same time, Hai Lu Lan's continuous attacks were also quite a problem. He had the great strength true martial physique of the 10 extreme physiques, a true child of heaven. He could be thought of as the matured version of Bai Ningbing, be it his battle capabilities or foundation and accumulation. They were very outstanding. He had heaven-defying battle strength. Even Tai Bai Yunxing was not his match. The power of his self-detonation could slay an immortal. After being obstructed once again by Hai Lu Lan, Fang Yuan's gaze towards him became more ominous. At the same time, Fang Yuan thought to himself, this Hai Lu Lan has an absurd number of goo worms. He had many of his goo worms taken away, yet he still has so many remaining. There was a reason for this, of course. Hai Lu Lan's sole purpose was to enter 88 True Yang building and obtain a strength path immortal goo, before attempting his immortal ascension in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Thus, he made ample preparation, especially with his father's help. He accumulated many goo worms. He considered the backlash of the heaven and earth chi during his immortal ascension, which would lead to the death of goo worms. Thus he prepared a lot of goo worms, more than what anyone could imagine. Junior brother, save me. After dodging for a while, Fang Yuan heard Tai Bai Yunsheng's cry for help. It turns out, Tai Bai Yunsheng was trapped by the formless hands, floating in the air as he desperately defended himself. Eventually, his goo worms were all taken away. After losing the support of his goo worms, even as a goo immortal, he started falling towards the ground. Tai Bai Yunsheng was his only alliance mate. He could not abandon him yet. Fang Yuan immediately made a turn and took a risk to save him. But who knew that during that period, Tai Bai Yunsheng's anxious shout could be heard, "Quick, junior brother, take back my immortal goo man as before." Fang Yuan's heart jumped, seeing that a six-fingered formless fist was flying out. If at this moment, Fang Yuan chooses to save Tai Bai Yunsheng, then he would lose the best opportunity to take back man as before immortal goo. Most likely, after he saves Tai Bai Yunsheng, man as before would be transported away by formless fist. To save Tai Bai Yunsheng, or to take back the immortal goo man as before. At this moment, Fang Yuan had to make an important decision. Chapter 636, Shocking Change. To save Tai Bai Yunsheng, or take back man as before. At this instant, Fang Yuan hesitated. Man as before. This goo was extremely famous even though it was immortal goo. Now that it had become an immortal goo, its ability was even greater. According to what Tai Bai Yunsheng had said earlier, when it was immortal goo, it could turn a goo master's condition back to a state in the past. After becoming an immortal goo, it could not only affect others but even himself. This himself naturally meant Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng was a goo immortal. It was not hard to deduce that the immortal goo man as before could affect goo immortals as well. As a goo worm that can heal a goo immortal, the value of man as before need not be mentioned. In fact, its value far surpassed ordinary immortal goo. Thus, Tai Bai Yunsheng was so anxious, forgetting his own predicament and reminding Fang Yuan to take back man as before. But Tai Bai Yunsheng's words were merely out of anxiety. He said it without truly considering the consequences. In the case that Fang Yuan really abandoned him and attempted to retrieve man as before immortal goo, Tai Bei Yunsheng would be in great danger. Even though the essence of a Gu master's life undergoes a qualitative change when becoming a Gu immortal, if he fell from such a high altitude, even if Tai Bei Yunsheng survived, he would be gravely injured. And don't forget that there were many other Gu masters who were remaining on the ground. Taking back Man as before would use up a lot of time. Even if I retrieve Man as before, if this causes a rift between me and Tai Bei Yunsheng, what should I do then? Tai Bei Yunsheng shouted out of anxiety. Once he was in grave danger and his life was at risk, he would immediately realize, compared to the immortal Gu, his life was more important. If at that moment, he saw his junior brother chasing the immortal Gu and giving up on saving himself, how would he think? A person's heart is very fickle and ever-changing. Even though this sentence was said by Tai Bei Yunsheng himself, when thinking of the circumstances and seeing things from another's shoes, he would feel doubt and suspicion. So be it if I still had fixed immortal travel, but now that I have lost it, and the wind veil of assimilation is still contracting, isolating us from the outside world, I will need to use a stargate to leave this place and connect it to Hu immortal blessed land. Fang Yuan was facing great difficulty. To open the stargate, he would need to use Starlight Firefly Gu. The formless hands were flying about and ravaging the place. They were an unstoppable force. Once the Starlight Firefly Gu appeared, the formless hands would show up like flies. Even as a Gu immortal, Fang Yuan had no confidence in protecting them from the formless hands. But now that the wind veil of assimilation has been formed, there is no more heaven and earth chi. Even though there are a lot of formless hands, no new ones will appear. Furthermore, with 88 True Yang building breaking apart and dissolving into different Gu worms that are flying around, the formless hands had no energy source. They could not be sustained. Fang Yuan was a veteran demonic path cultivator with 500 years of experience. He naturally had good insight. Once the formless hands weaken, Giant Sun's will would become the strongest force in this battlefield. By then, after he gets rid of Ma and Zhao, retrieving the luck path true inheritance, he would come after me. By then, Giant Sun's will would have Giant Sun's immortal essence and many immortal Gu. He would truly be the strongest foe. As the weaker party, Fang Yuan had to choose to cooperate against this strong foe, to resist the enemy with numbers. In this entire battlefield, Tai Bei Yunsheng was the only suitable person. Even though he was a healing Gu immortal, he was still a Gu immortal. Even though his Gu worms were all stolen, Fang Yuan could lend him some. Moreover, Hai Lu Lan and the other blood-related descendants were all Giant Sun's will's natural allies. No matter how well Fang Yuan could speak, in such a short time and in such a situation, they would not switch sides. After thinking so deeply, in reality, merely a short moment passed. Fang Yuan moved like lightning. Without hesitation, he flew towards Tai Bei Yunsheng who was falling. Junior brother, you. Sigh. Seeing Fang Yuan make such a choice, Tai Bei Yunsheng who had calmed down looked with shining eyes. He was touched and wanted to say something, but eventually ended up sighing. Along the way, many formless hands were obstructing them, but Fang Yuan twisted left and right. He was agile like a bird. He quickly shortened the distance between him and Tai Bei Yunsheng. But right at this moment, the figure of a person suddenly appeared around Tai Bei Yunsheng. Old fool, you have finally fallen into my hands. The figure quickly turned solid as Hai Lu Lan grabbed Tai Bei Yunsheng by the collar, capturing him. Although Tai Bei Yunsheng was a Gu immortal, he had no Gu worms on him. It was simply too easy for Hai Lu Lan. Hai Lu Lan quickly activated his Gu worm, sealing Tai Bei Yunsheng's forelimbs and making him faint. Seeing the captive in his hands, Hai Lu Lan was overjoyed. He was able to capture Tai Bei Yunsheng under such chaotic circumstances mostly due to luck. But the result was already a success. Now Hai Lu Lan's mind was full of ways to threaten Fang Yuan, to use this captive to take back his vital Gu. But he had just raised his head and had yet to speak, before he saw Fang Yuan's body turning around and flying high up into the air. Hai Lu Lan captured Tai Bei Yunsheng. It is obviously because he wants to threaten me and ask for that Gu worm. Fang Yuan had guessed Hai Lu Lan's intention at the first moment. His heart sank, but he was still as calm as ever. Since Hai Lu Lan had such an objective, he would not cause harm to Tai Baiyunsheng's life. That means, Tai Baiyunsheng was safe for the time being. In that case, the most important thing for Feng Yuan now was to retrieve the immortal Gu Man as before. He dodged left and right, avoiding the formless hand's attacks. His 8 wings flapped intensely as Windflower Gu and Flashbug Gu were used in turns. Eventually, after 15 minutes, after exerting all of his strength, with great difficulty he smashed the formless fist and took back the man as before immortal Gu. Because he obtained Tai Baiyunsheng's trust, man as before immortal Gu did not struggle in Feng Yuan's hands. Feng Yuan did not use his will to suppress it, he placed it into the strength path immortal aperture. Your senior brother's life is in my hands, quickly return my Gu worm. At this point, Hai Lu Lan finally caught up and had the chance to issue a threat. He was full of sweat. Chasing Feng Yuan was not easy, especially when his movement speed was insufficient, and he still had to carry Tai Baiyunsheng. He thought he understood Feng Yuan's objectives, he was very confident in himself. Just as he said that, a formless hand flew over to him. Hai Lu Lan did not dare to resist it head-on and had to dodge. This way, the imposing aura that he had tried to create was immediately weakened. Feng Yuan's figure was like a lightning shadow, moving around the formless hands easily. When he got close to Hai Lu Lan, he was expressionless, but he was sighing over the inconvenience in his heart. Feng Yuan knew that he could not resist Giant Sun's will alone, he needed Tai Baiyunsheng's help. But now that Tai Baiyunsheng was a captive, Feng Yuan was quite restricted. Although he had man as before immortal Gu, he was not given permission by Tai Baiyunsheng to use the Gu. If he could use it, when Hai Lu Lan kills the captive and Tai Baiyunsheng dies, Feng Yuan could revive Tai Baiyunsheng using man as before. But there was a major problem here. Using immortal Gu Man as before required immortal essence. To revive immortal, there was no issue. But to revive an immortal, the immortal essence expenditure would surely be huge. Feng Yuan only had 22 beads of green grape immortal essence. He used up one in diffusing it into endless primeval essence, thus he only had 21 left. This was his greatest assurance in fighting Giant Sun's will. But to revive Tai Baiyunsheng, he would need to use at least 10 green grape immortal essence. Unless there was no choice, Feng Yuan did not want to do that. Hai Lu Lan was truly a formidable character. It was no fluke that he was the person who became the victor of the Imperial Court contest. He had overwhelming talent and ability. Once an opportunity appeared, he knew how to grab onto it. Don't tell me, I really have to return his Gu worm. Once that thought appeared, Feng Yuan suppressed it. Hai Lu Lan was so anxious about that Gu. It was surely something extraordinary. Feng Yuan was not willing to return it just like that. Most importantly, Hai Lu Lan was not trustworthy. As time passed, Giant Sun's will and the formless hands battle intensified. Giant Sun's will originated from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. He was very ruthless and wise. Now that his original strength could be displayed fully, he showed off a matchless disposition. He drew support from the Luck Path True Inheritance Light Lump, and while fighting against the formless hands, he took back control of the one and only copy of the Luck Path True Inheritance. After so long, the Luck Path True Inheritance Light Lump was still quite intact. There were simply too many Gu worms inside this True Inheritance. It was shocking. In just this short while, 6 Luck Path Immortal Gu were already taken by the formless hands. No wonder it was the one and only copy. Immortal Gu were unique, even for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. He exerted all his efforts and could only elevate the True Inheritance to this extent. 3 of the 6 Immortal Gu were retrieved by Giant Sun's will when he broke the formless fists. Giant Sun's will could only watch as the other 3 were taken away by the formless fists. Damn it! Too hateful. Giant Sun's will got more furious as he fought. He had already hated Zhao Yan to the depths of his soul. Now he no longer cared about Ma Hongyan's life. I want to see how long this Luck Path True Inheritance can protect you for. Giant Sun's will gritted his teeth. If not for him wanting to protect the Luck Path True Inheritance and being unable to attack all out, he would have destroyed this light lump and killed Ma and Zhao. Ma and Zhao hugged each other. Towards this situation, there was nothing they could do but to await death. The great pressure was a huge turmoil on their hearts. Their feelings for each other rapidly grew. But this was useless. The frost jade peacock that recognized them as its master had already died. The size of the luck path true inheritance light lump was less than a third of what it had been originally. Seeing that death was approaching closer and closer, Ma and Zhao lost any hopes of surviving. Fang Yuan and Hai Lulan were at a stalemate. They were bargaining. Both sides were very distrustful of each other. This talk was progressing very slowly. Clang! Right at this moment, from outside the wind veil, there was the sound of a blade. The sound of the blade was crisp and sharp. It reverberated in everyone's ears. What this is? Everyone raised their heads. They were attracted by this strange event. Even the giant dragon of giant suns will stopped its attacks, only to see that above them, on the wind veil of assimilation, there was a huge opening created by a blade. Everyone could see the outside sky of northern plains through the opening caused by the blade. In the sky, 3 Gu immortals from Chanyu tribe were breathing roughly. This was the immortal killer move that they activated, Winged Blade. Around them, there were a dozen or so Gu immortals. It turns out that when the 3 of them were colluding not too long ago, other Righteous Path Gu immortals approached them. Because High Tribe's Gu immortals were very sincere and put in a lot of effort, they came to an agreement quickly and thus chose to attack earlier than expected. With the blade opening, the inside and outside world were connected. This was a huge influence to anyone in the battlefield. The ones who reacted faster than Fang Yuan and the other humans were the Gu worms. 88 True Yang building was an ownerless object. After being destroyed by the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, the walls collapsed and turned into large number of wild Gu worms. At this crucial moment, using their instincts, these Gu worms flew into the air, towards the opening. During the process, formless hands were capturing them all over the place. This is the best chance to charge through the wind veil and escape from this dangerous place. The Gu Master's eyes were glowing. Ah, so many Gu worms, these are all formed from 88 True Yang building. Northern Plains Gu immortals watched with burning and shining eyes. Chapter 637, Huge Shocking Change. Originally, within the wind veil of assimilation, the Gu worms were lifeless. Now, a huge opening was cut into the wind veil of assimilation, opening a link outside to Northern Plains. The Gu worms all went into a frenzy, frantically rushing towards the opening. Formless hands arrived, attempting to grab them along the way. Nearly half of the Gu worms were captured by the formless hands, and carried off by the formless fists, vanishing into thin air. Despite this, the majority of the Gu worms managed to rush out of the opening, escaping this dangerous area surrounded by the wind veil of assimilation, and arriving in the outside world of Northern Plains. Come to me, be mine. So many Gu worms, that is an immortal Gu? Stop at once. Do not fight. Distribute the Gu according to our prior arrangement. No one should act recklessly. The Northern Plains Gu immortals saw a cluster of Gu worms, like an unceasing torrent of water rushing forth. They were already in a state of shocked ecstasy. They struck at once, repeatedly shouting, competing against each other, and displaying all kinds of methods. Fang Yuan raised his head to look, and saw a scene of Gu immortals madly fighting over Gu worms. There are more than 20 Gu immortals. They probably used the immortal killer move Winged Blade. This killer move is a first-class attacking method of Northern Plains. During the Battle of the 5 Regions in the future, many Central Continent Gu immortals died from it. His expression was grim. His eyes were flickering with cold light. The memories of his previous life was still vivid within his mind. Winds of assimilation, the number 1 wind in the world. They were able to assimilate all things. There are few methods capable of restraining it. But the immortal killer move Winged Blade had fearless might. It was a rare method that was even able to cleave open the wind veil of assimilation. Naturally, this is also because the wind veil of assimilation had not formed for a long time. The wind walls are still not too thick. Given a longer period of time, even the Winged Blade will be unable to damage it. Winds of assimilation. They were a wind that blew when immortal apertures faced destruction. Once the wind gained momentum, and there was enough wind blowing, even rank 8 Gu immortals would struggle to resist it. As for rank 9 Gu immortals, they were the rulers of the world. They were invincible beings. No matter how strong the winds of assimilation became, it could do nothing to them. This shocking change was out of Feng Yuan's expectations. To him, this was not a method of escaping. He had caused harm to Giant Sun's will and caused the collapse of 88 True Yang building. He was the culprit behind Imperial Court Blessed Land's destruction. Once he went outside, and got caught by the angry Northern Plains Gu immortals, he would end up facing a terrible fate. By then, even death would be a luxury. He placed his attention on Hailu Lan now. If Hailu Lan got distracted now, Feng Yuan would launch a sneak attack and take back Taibei Yunsheng. But Hailu Lan's eyes were fixed on Feng Yuan without a single bit of distraction. His objective this time was to obtain a Strength Path Immortal Gu and become a Gu Immortal. But he did not excel in movement and could not break the formless fists. However, he had made an agreement with Giant Sun's will. As long as he helped him, Giant Sun's will would give him a Strength Path Immortal Gu as a reward. This was also the sole reason why Hailu Lan had followed Giant Sun's will since the battle began. This fellow, Feng Yuan, had no opportunity at all. He could only grit his teeth. Right at this moment, there was a transmission from above the wind veil, but the voice was choppy. Hailu Lan. My son. Father is here. To bring you back. Hailu Lan's own father, the supreme tribe elder of Northern Plains Super Tribe, High Tribe. A legendary figure in Northern Plains who was also the famous main character of the love story, Su Xian's Night Elopement, Hai Ching. He was rank 7 and cultivated Dark Path. His eyes were like ink while his face was like jade. He had a handsome appearance and looked carefree. At this moment, he was floating in the air, keeping some Gu worms while calling out Hailu Lan's name with much worry. Don't worry. Father has already found the Strength Path Immortal Gu for you. But Hailu Lan snorted coldly when he heard his father's call. He pretended he did not hear Hai Ching's words. Instead, it triggered his anger as his expression turned into one of hatred, filled with the deep intent of revenge. He growled at Feng Yuan, "My patience is running out. Do you still want your senior brother's life? Quickly hand over my Gu worm to me. Otherwise I will kill him." He obviously had to save Taibei Yunsheng. This was the only useful reinforcement that Feng Yuan could use to resist Giant Sun's will. Thus, Feng Yuan shouted, "I can give the Gu to you, but you must wake my senior brother up first and let him run 1,000 steps away from here." His suggestion was immediately denied by Hailu Lan. "Impossible. You have to pass the Gu to me first. Otherwise I will crush his skull directly." Both sides did not trust each other. Feng Yuan wanted Hailu Lan to release Taibei Yunsheng, but Hailu Lan was afraid of Feng Yuan's movement speed. Hailu Lan wanted Feng Yuan to return the Gu first, but Feng Yuan was afraid of Hailu Lan playing tricks. Of course, there was the most common way to settle this. That was for both parties to act at the same time, releasing Taibei Yunsheng and the Gu together. But in this environment, where formless hands were flying around everywhere, who would dare to let their Gu worms fly around? It was not that Feng Yuan did not want to save Taibei Yunsheng, but the discussion was always stuck at this stage. Feng Yuan raised his head to look, and the scene was making his heart sink. Oh no! The formless hands disappear after capturing Gu worms. The formless hands will continue to decrease in number, and soon, Giant Sun's will would gain control of the situation. Not only was Hailu Lan anxious, Feng Yuan was also starting to become anxious. Giant Sun's will was a special will. Exterminating the otherworldly demon was his top priority. This objective ruled above his desire to live. The dragon maid of will roared. It ignored the passage above its head as it coiled around the Luck Path True Inheritance. The remaining Luck Path Gu worms were the True Inheritance's core. Giant Sun's will did not dare to be careless. Are we going to die? Seeing the Luck Path True Inheritance light lump reduced to a thin layer, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun felt that all hope was lost. But right at this moment, the True Inheritance light lump burst out with a dazzling light. The light was so strong it could blind everyone's vision. With a whoosh, the true inheritance light lump carried Ma Hongyun and Zhao Yanyan, flying up and turning into a rainbow of light, charging towards the opening in the wind veil. The luck path true inheritance was governed by the will of a wild gu. It had a very strong instinct for survival. Don't even think about it. The dragon of giant sun's will shouted furiously, without hesitation. It gave chase immediately. The true inheritance light lump was really fast. Giant sun's will could not catch up to it. Seeing that true inheritance light lump was about to get out of the wind veil of assimilation and escape into northern plains, Giant sun's will finally let go of his reservations and set his mind on exterminating the otherworldly demon Zhao Yanyan. This was the primary objective that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had given to the special will. When one could not get the best of both worlds, Giant Sun's will had no choice but to discard one to achieve the other objective. Giant Sun's immortal essence was injected into all the immortal goo, as the dragon of will shined with a dozen spots of lights. In 3 breaths of time, the light expanded rapidly, ready to attack. The will dragon's aura surged. As it readied itself, a shockingly powerful attack was about to be launched. But, right at this moment, from among the group of goo worms, another true inheritance light lump appeared suddenly. This true inheritance light lump was about the size of an adult. It was a supreme true inheritance. This supreme true inheritance gave off a thin layer of light. This light was not dazzling in brightness alone, but it kept changing into different colors. The light was also very dense, and it covered a huge area, forming a giant halo. The supreme true inheritance along with the halo crashed fiercely into the dragon of Giant Sun's will. Crack crack crack. Under the halo's effect, Giant Sun's will rapidly expanded and exploded, leaving behind the sound of firecrackers. The giant halo with the supreme true inheritance as its center attacked the dragon of Giant Sun's will, and attempted to cut the dragon into 2 at its waist. Giant Sun's will howled, falling into extreme anger and shock. It had broken into 2. Originally the dozen immortal goo were ready to attack, but their lethal attacks had been cancelled already. Rank 9 Wisdom Goo. Fang Yuan's expression was unchanging, but his heart jumped. From the appearance of this supreme true inheritance, its true identity had been exposed. Within the true inheritance secluded domain, there were only these supreme true inheritances. One was 88 True Yang building itself. It had already been broken up by the formless hands. This was also why 88 True Yang building had collapsed completely and split back into goo worms. The other was the luck path true inheritance. It had once fueled Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's glorious success. Right now, it was heading towards the opening in the wind veil of assimilation, rushing for its freedom. The final one was the rank 9 Wisdom Goo. Fang Yuan had once seen it inside the true inheritance secluded domain. If not for Mo Yao's will reminding him back then, he may have nearly lost his life under Wisdom Goo's influence. Being as high as rank 9, Wisdom Goo which was recorded inside the legends of Ranzu was definitely extraordinary. It gave off the light of wisdom. Basking in this light, life forms would lose their lifespan rapidly, thoughts would be created and destroyed in their minds quickly, they would collide with each other and create the sparks of wisdom in the process. When a person thinks, countless thoughts would be created, destroyed, or collide into each other, to obtain the results of thinking. Wisdom path, with this principle, became one of the paths of Goo Masters. The light of wisdom would increase the number of thoughts to the limit. The speed of thinking would be raised to the limit, and the collisions would occur at the most rapid rate. By reducing the time to think greatly, one could attain greater effects. This was the true effect of Wisdom Goo. That's right, Wisdom Goo also has a wild will, and had been hiding since long ago. Now that the wind veil of assimilation is broken, it is instinctively trying to escape, except that it had remained silent until now before suddenly striking. Fang Yuan realized at once. Fang Yuan felt no shock towards how Wisdom Goo was able to easily deal great damage to Giant Sun's will. It has been mentioned previously, Wisdom Path is classified into thought, will, and emotion. What were wills made up of? Multiple thoughts. Under the shining light of wisdom, these thoughts collided intensely, They expanded and faced destruction rapidly. If the light was shown on humans, new thoughts would develop in their minds. But Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was dead. This was only a will that he left behind. This special will was just like the formless hands, without a source of energy. Under the light of wisdom, these thoughts collided at an extremely fast pace. They were rapidly destroyed, but no new thoughts were generated. The Dragon of Giant Sun's will was thus easily snapped into two. It could be said that Wisdom Gu directly countered Giant Sun's will. But this advantage is not enough to take down Giant Sun's will, unless... Fang Yuan's gaze was sharp as an eagle. He looked up while enduring the piercing light from the inheritance. Indeed, he saw that in the sky, up to 100 beads of immortal essence were falling down. These yellow immortal essence were skull-sized. Each was filled to the brim and they had their auras concealed. Fang Yuan's rank 6 green grape immortal essence could not hold a candle to them. These were rank 9 yellow apricot immortal essence. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's immortal essence which he had left behind. Chapter 638. Unfilial Descendants. Immortal Gu normally required immortal essence to activate. Under most circumstances, will could not activate Gu worms alone. Even Giant Sun's will was not exempt from this rule. The reason the Dragon of Giant Sun's will could activate immortal Gu was because it was holding Giant Sun's immortal essence. However, the Wisdom Gu's attack cut apart the Dragon of Giant Sun's will into two and actually revealed it was holding Giant Sun's immortal essence. As expected of Wisdom Gu, such an amazing result in just one move. Fang Yuan's gaze brightened and praised Wisdom Gu inwardly. He had also thought of cutting apart the connection between Giant Sun's immortal essence and Giant Sun's will, but he did not have enough strength to do so. However, Wisdom Gu accomplished it. Wisdom Gu was not the slightest bit afraid of formless hands. The most terrifying formless hands only had 8 fingers, while Wisdom Gu was a rank 9 immortal Gu and could only be grabbed by 9-fingered formless hands. However, Wisdom Gu was extremely fragile despite being rank 9. It was not an offense-oriented Gu and could still be destroyed. It wanted freedom and wanted to soar to the skies. And the Dragon of Giant Sun's will, which possessed many immortal Gu, was its primary obstacle. From Wisdom Gu's perspective, dealing with the Dragon of Giant Sun's will was of the utmost importance. Thus, it concealed itself and waited for an opportunity to strike. It remained inconspicuous when it did not make a move, but when it made a move, it was extremely shocking, striking the weak point of the Giant Sun's will dragon and cutting its connection with Giant Sun's immortal essence in one move, thereby causing the immortal Gu controlled by Giant Sun's will, more than 10 in number, to be of no use. Giant Sun's will let out a furious roar at the heavy damage. However, it did not turn around to attack Wisdom Gu and instead relentlessly chased after the Luck Path True Inheritance which was holding Ma and Zhao. Giant Sun's will instantly condensed into a huge golden hand that struck towards Ma and Zhao like a meteor. For a moment, the whole battle situation turned into this. The wind veil of assimilation was separating the ruins of Imperial Court Blessed Land from the outside world of Northern Plains. In the outside world were Northern Plains Gu immortals. Inside was the ruins of Imperial Court Blessed Land. There was a giant tear in the wind veil of assimilation from which countless Gu worms flew out, sparking conflicts among the Gu immortals. Inside the wind veil, at the highest point, was the Luck Path True Inheritance which had turned into a rainbow and flew rapidly towards the tear in the wind veil of assimilation. It was already close to it. In the middle was the huge hand of Giant Sun's will which could no longer activate Immortal Gu. Below Giant Sun's will was Wisdom Gu which was following closely. Even further below in the midair was the deadlock between Fang Yuan and Hailu Lan. On the ground were dozens of surviving Gu masters. Formless hands were attracted towards the Gu worms that filled the sky. And as such the Gu Master's situation was a lot better. The huge hand of Giant Sun's will which had burst out with all its strength was rapidly closing the distance between it and the Luck Path True Inheritance. Crackle crackle crackle. Giant Sun's will was bursting out with explosive sounds. Wisdom Gu was not far below and Giant Sun's will had all along been under the light of wisdom. Its thoughts violently collided and perished. The huge hand of Giant Sun's will was shrinking rapidly at a visible speed. However, The light of wisdom Gu was not just exhausting Giant Sun's will, the intense collisions of the will was further increasing the speed and power of the huge hand of Giant Sun's will. Finally, when the luck path True Inheritance was just about to charge into the wind veil, the huge hand of Giant Sun's will was able to block its path. None of you can escape, die. The huge hand of Giant Sun's will grabbed down with extreme killing intent, not caring that the luck path True Inheritance was a unique existence and just focused on killing Ma and Zhao. Are we going to die? Ma and Zhao hugged each other. Terror and shock filled them as they looked at the giant hand falling down upon them. Boom! Powerful attacks rained down like a hailstorm, smashing down ruthlessly at the huge hand of Giant Sun's will. You unfilial descendants! Giant Sun's will let out a furious roar as its giant hand collapsed. The luck path True Inheritance carried Ma and Zhao, and flew through the wind veil of assimilation to the outside world of Northern Plains. These are immortal Gu. Grab the immortal Gu, they are mine, all mine. How could the righteous path Gu immortals whose hearts were filled with greed know about the identity of the giant hand of will? Even if they knew, would they just look on as the huge hand of will crushed the immortal Gu? A man whose heart cannot be satisfied is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. The luck path True Inheritance was brimming with dense immortal Gu aura, which further intensified the greed of the Northern Plains Gu immortals. Fight! Courting death. Who dares to seize the immortal Gu in front of me? You shameless bastards! Did you guys forget the agreement we made earlier? Verbal agreements between Gu immortals were already fragile. Who would comply with such agreements in front of huge profits? The Northern Plains Gu immortals removed all consideration for face and grabbed at the luck path True Inheritance. The majestic auras of the Gu immortals collided against each other. Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyan blacked out, almost fainting on the spot. They had left the wolf's nest and entered the tiger's den. This aura and radiance. I am not wrong. This definitely is connected to luck path. Everyone moved together. Suddenly, a long and loud whooshing sound rang out. Over 10 Gu immortals appeared. At the lead was an old Gu immortal with a snow-white beard that reached the toes. The righteous path Gu immortals narrowed their eyes at the sight of this man. Someone cried out in surprise, introducing this man's origins. Old Ancestor Zhu Hu. You actually came in person. Old Ancestor Zhu Hu was the leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, a rank 8 Gu immortal and the number 1 demonic path Gu immortal of Northern Plains. Following him were Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's demonic path Gu immortals, legendary experts whose names were known far and wide. Imperial Court Blessed Land is about to be destroyed. Of course I have to come and reap some benefits. Enough nonsense, strike! Old Ancestor Zhu Hu screamed out before leading the group behind him to join in the fight. The scene turned even more chaotic. Righteous and demonic factions battled with all sorts of Gu worms flying about. The luck path True Inheritance changed hands several times. Ma and Zhao were in a precarious situation, walking on the edge of life and death. Don't fight. Inside the wind veil of assimilation there are definitely many more immortal Gu. A Gu immortal shouted in the chaos. The 3 immortals of Chanyu, make your move. The wind veil of assimilation is closing up. Another Gu immortal gave a reminder from within the chaotic battlefield. The 3 Chanyu immortals had gathered with the Gu immortal Tongzhu as the lead. They hurriedly glanced below when they heard the reminder. Sure enough, the tier on the wind veil of assimilation was already closing up and there was only a thin crack remaining. The tier that Winged Blade had created was extremely large, but the wind veil of assimilation's recovery speed was very fast. Gu immortal Tongzhu had estimated the cut would be closed in 8 breaths of time, and from the looks of it, it indeed took around 8 breaths. If they used the Winged Blade now, they would be able to open up a tier again. However, Chanyu tribe's 3 immortals showed no signs of using it. This immortal path killer move had extremely terrifying power, but the price to pay was equally large, consuming a lot of immortal essence. And in this chaotic situation, the 3 Chanyu immortals did not dare to use it again so as to keep it in reserve to intimidate enemies. Brother Hai Ching, what are we going to do now? Hai tribe's Gu immortal, Hai Bei, lost his cool when he saw the wind veil of assimilation closing up. and hurriedly consulted Gu Immortal Hai Cheng. Hai Cheng was silent, his expression extremely unsightly. Hai Bei had been seeking Immortal Gu Wooden Chicken since long ago. They had also received information from Hai Lu Lan that he had already obtained the Immortal Gu, but the wind veil of assimilation was now closed. Hai Lu Lan had not escaped when he had the chance, causing Hai Bei's plan to be fruitless. Hai Cheng did not have the ability to cut apart the wind veil of assimilation. His voice turned extremely gloomy. "Brother Hai Bei, you still have a chance. Those formless hands inside the wind veil are extremely likely to have seized Wooden Chicken Gu. When they travel through space and their energy is used up, the captured Gu worms will also be freed." The investigative abilities of Gu Immortals were much stronger than that of Gu Masters. After the tear was opened on the wind veil of assimilation, they had immediately glanced at the dangers within the wind veil, and because of the formless hands as well, they did not dare to enter the wind veil and risk themselves. "It's like that?" Hai Bei's eyes brightened before he thought of something. Then nephew Hai Lu Lan. Hai Cheng didn't speak, but his expression turned even more gloomy. Hai Lu Lan did not grab the opportunity to escape the wind veil of assimilation. This made Feng Yuan inwardly shocked. However, he did not have the time to ponder over this and threw it to the back of his mind. He fixed his gaze on the falling immortal essence of Giant Sunday. His mind was filled completely with the thoughts of this immortal essence of Giant Sunday. Gu Masters cannot use the primeval essence of others. Gu Immortals were also unable to use the immortal essence of others. After Feng Yuan obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he had obtained a lot of green grape immortal essence left behind by Hu Immortal, but only the land spirit, little Hu Immortal, could use this immortal essence. Land spirits were formed from a Gu Immortal's obsession. Giant Sun's immortal essence also could only be used by Giant Sun's will. Even if Feng Yuan obtained this immortal essence, he would not be able to use them. But this did not affect Feng Yuan's resolve to seize the immortal essence of Giant Sun even a little bit. "I can't use it, but as long as I seize all this immortal essence, the power of Giant Sun's will drop down to 20 to 30%. Feng Yuan soared to the sky, crazily activating all sorts of movement Gu to increase his speed. This exceptionally good opportunity was created by Wisdom Gu. Feng Yuan would not be worthy of being an authoritative figure of the demonic path if he did not grab this chance. "You dare!" Attacked by his own descendants, and now sensing what Feng Yuan was attempting, Giant Sun's will was furious as well as anxious. Without immortal essence, it was not able to activate Immortal Gu and could only use the power of its special will to battle. It understood the severity of this more than anyone else. Feng Yuan's extremely fast speed gave Giant Sun's will an unprecedented fear. "Damn it, it's too late." The will condensed back together into a giant hand which fell down like a meteor. "Ha ha ha." Feng Yuan threw his head back and laughed loudly. He was less than 100 steps away from Giant Sun's immortal essence. Even if Giant Sun's will was mighty, Feng Yuan was not worried, because between Feng Yuan and Giant Sun's will was the rank 9 Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu is the bane of Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will would have to detour around Wisdom Gu, which would waste a lot more time. Hai Lu Lan does not have high speed and he still has to hold Tai Bei Yunsheng, so he can't chase me. The only worry is the formless hands. Feng Yuan thought of every possible scenario with his understanding of the whole situation. Wind whistled past. Giant Sun's immortal essence was already within reach. Chapter 639. Giant Sun flaunts his might. Feng Yuan receives help. Seeing that he was about to succeed, Feng Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile. But that did not stop unexpected events from happening. Wisdom Gu quickly descended, as the light of wisdom shrouded Feng Yuan. Once he entered the wisdom halo, Feng Yuan's thoughts were created and destroyed intensely. He aged rapidly. This? Feng Yuan was shocked. Raising his head to take a look, he saw Wisdom Gu descending towards himself. Meanwhile, Giant Sun's will, which had lost a huge portion of its body, shrunk into a tiny ball and followed closely after. In reality, Giant Sun's will knew that if he took a detour around Wisdom Gu, he would not be able to stop Feng Yuan. Thus, He forcefully got close to Wisdom Gu and used a technique to send it flying. Although Wisdom Gu countered Giant Sun's will, Giant Sun's will was large enough, and after paying a huge price, he could barely come into contact with Wisdom Gu by risking his life. This way, Wisdom Gu was like a rubber ball flying straight for Feng Yuan. It became greatly troublesome for Feng Yuan now, as expected of Giant Sun. Seeing Wisdom Gu approaching himself, Feng Yuan could not help but praise Giant Sun's will's decision. He laughed heartily. His heart was extremely resolute. If you, Giant Sun, could make such a sacrifice, why can't I, Gu Feng Yuan? Thus, Feng Yuan endured the light of wisdom and used his method to sweep away all of the falling immortal essence of Giant Sun. Immediately afterwards, he used Wind Flower Gu to change his direction, moving to the side and trying to get away from Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu continued to descend, as Feng Yuan narrowly passed by it. Cough cough cough. Feng Yuan coughed non-stop. He was finally out of the range of the light of wisdom, but his face no longer had the appearance of a young man. Anyone who saw him would think he was a middle-aged man. The closer one was to Wisdom Gu, the more intense the light of wisdom would be. Earlier, when Feng Yuan was inside the True Inheritance secluded domain, he was still a great number of steps away from Wisdom Gu, but in just a few breaths' time, he lost 2 years of his life. Earlier, he was so close to Wisdom Gu, and had endured the light of wisdom for such a long time. Thus he lost more than 10 years of lifespan. Ordinary people only had 100 years of lifespan. In order to snatch Giant Sun's immortal essence, Feng Yuan paid a heavy price. Little scoundrel, die. Drawing an arc in the air like lightning, Giant Sun's will pounced like an eagle. Feng Yuan immediately felt an intense sensation of danger and death assaulting him. At the crucial moment, he only had time to activate Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King. Bam! With a loud bang, Feng Yuan was swatted like a fly. Crashing down like a meteor, he landed heavily on the ground, forming a huge crater. Rocks were sent flying as dust clouds formed. Feng Yuan was lying in the deepest part of the crater. He regained his senses 3 breaths of time later. Out of his 8 arms, 6 were broken. His entire back was in a terrible state. His spine and ribcages could be seen. He was dizzy, he could barely think. The attack of Giant Sun's will earlier had not just targeted his body, but a large amount of special wills entered his mind, trying to destroy it and affect his cognitive ability. While only barely conscious, Feng Yuan actually dodged without thinking about it. The next moment, Giant Sun's will in the form of a huge golden axe swung down from high in the sky, cutting away Feng Yuan's left arm and left leg. If Feng Yuan did not dodge in time, perhaps he would have been split into 2 by this attack. As his consciousness recovered, Feng Yuan quickly used his sole remaining palm to support himself, his immense strength pushing his body out of the crater. But as he was doing so, Giant Sun's will turned into a huge golden hammer, flying into the sky and slamming towards Feng Yuan. Bam! Feng Yuan was like a giant elephant who was hit while running. His ribcage was completely broken while his intestines were crushed to bits due to the impact. At the same time, in his mind, he was invaded by Giant Sun's will again. As he fell into greater confusion, Feng Yuan was like a rubber ball that was slammed on the ground. He rolled along the ground as he flew, causing a long trail to appear on the ground where he was sent flying. The intense collision caused his clothes to be torn, and he was covered in dust. Eventually, he sprawled on the ground weakly, motionless. His broken bones and hanging flesh were all exposed. As blood flowed, they were not red. Instead, his blood had a deep green color due to Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King. His expression was distorted. His fangs were exposed as he struggled in pain. At this moment, there was a huge battle in Feng Yuan's mind. The battle of wills was intense, and Giant Sun's will had the upper hand. Feng Yuan was taking a beating passively. Although he resisted stubbornly, he could barely think clearly now. Only after he exterminated the portion of Giant Sun's will in his mind could he reawaken and regain his consciousness. But Giant Sun's will would not give him such a chance. It condensed into a golden sword, 16 meters long and 6 meters wide. It gave off an indomitable aura, and had the ability to judge all beings. This is Giant Sun's Will's true battle strength. This is too terrifying. Far away, Hai Lu Lan held the unconscious Tai Bei Yunxing as he said with a tongue-tied expression. Giant Sun's will had refined many immortal Gu, and was struck by Wisdom Gu and also attacked by a group of over 20 Gu immortals. In the end, he had to make a sacrifice and forcefully charge ahead to send Wisdom Gu flying. After all these, he had suffered great injuries. His mass was a minuscule fraction compared to the time he was slumbering. But even so, Feng Yuan had no way of fighting back, and without using a single immortal Gu, no wonder Hai Lu Lan watched with such nervousness. This battle's strength was simply too terrifying. But immediately after, Hai Lu Lan calmed down. No, the special will is not this strong. But earlier, Ancestor Giant Sun struck at the perfect moment, while he was unprepared. He dealt a serious blow. The scoundrel wanted to retaliate, but he could not think as his mind was already invaded by the special will, falling into chaos. If he was prepared and had ample time to react, it would not have ended this way. The main factor was because he inherited old ancestors' battle experience. He is ruthless and decisive. Once he finds an opening, he would strike at the opponent's weakness and give him no chance of fighting back, especially the will invading the mind. This is too scary. It is simply impossible to fight back. It seems that I need to be careful about this when fighting a Wisdom Path Gu Master, Hai Lu Lan reminded himself as he landed slowly on the ground. He looked at the Sword of Will. It was floating and eventually landed above Feng Yuan. The tip of the blade was right on top of his brain. This guy is finished. Hai Lu Lan muttered softly. The great foe before him had landed in such a state because of a mistake that was strictly not his fault. He felt some relief, some joy, and even a slight sadness. The strength of Giant Sun's will was due to the battle experience that it had inherited from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Although Feng Yuan had 500 years of experience, in this aspect, Giant Sun's will was much stronger than him and had much greater experience. Once Giant Sun's will gets a chance, he would attack consecutively and gain the upper hand, expanding on his advantage and preventing Feng Yuan from recovering any of his footing. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was not only lucky, this aspect of him displayed his invincible nature, his firm and domineering battle talent. It's over. Hai Lu Lan looked at Tai Bei Yunsheng who was in his arms. Inside the wind veil of assimilation, he was Feng Yuan's only ally, but now he was unconscious. Hai Lu Lan threw him onto the ground casually, his gaze fixed on the Sword of Giant Sun's will. Without hesitation, the Sword of Giant Sun's will shot down soundlessly. The tip of the sword pointed at Feng Yuan's brain. Even though Feng Yuan was in six-arm heavenly zombie king state, and had transformed into the body of a zombie, but once his head was pierced, Giant Sun's will would completely destroy his brain, along with his entire soul. This was a truly fatal blow. Tai Bei Yunsheng had fainted, Feng Yuan was unconscious, he had no way to fight back. But just when the sword's tip was about to reach Feng Yuan's forehead, with just an inch away, a water wall suddenly appeared. At the same time, a shrill woman's voice could be heard. With me here, don't think of taking his life. Who was this? Hai Lu Lan gasped. He looked at the water wall with shock. The surface of the water wall had turned into a spiral, coiling around the sword tip and preventing the Sword of Giant Sun's will from descending. At the same time, a strong aura burst out from Feng Yuan's body. Giant Sun's will pulled back the sword, retreating several hundred steps away rapidly. He stood in the air for a moment before saying in a low voice, as he remembered, "It's you. Over 10,000 years ago, you barged into 88 True Yang Building, you were the one who freed fortune rivaling Heaven Gu." Mo Yao laughed delicately. "I'm surprised you remember." Saying this, the water wall turned into a liquid armor that covered Feng Yuan's body. A light blue glow surrounded Feng Yuan, causing his wounds to heal rapidly. His broken limbs, flesh and bones were all rapidly healing. Giant Sun's will was able to remember because 88 True Yang Building had recording goo worms that filmed all that had happened inside it. When Mo Yao explored 88 True Yang Building, she did not wake up Giant Sun's will. But this time, After Fang Yuan woke up Giant Sun's will, he used the respective goo worms to look through the records, learning what had happened. Mo Yao's voice, appearance, Fang Yuan's name as well as his wicked deeds inside 88 True Yang Building. Giant Sun's will was very aware of all of them. That was why he was able to expose the secret of the Chang Shanyin impersonation. Giant Sun's will was extremely furious. "You unscrupulous and shameless thieves, you have been targeting my True Yang Building for tens of thousands of years. Die!" Giant Sun's will attacked with rage. The golden sword flew like lightning, piercing the air and drawing a golden rainbow in the air. The rainbow hit the liquid armor, causing ripples on it, but could not pierce the armor's protection. Fang Yuan slowly woke up. This is the Rank 7 Immortal Goo House Water Pavilion? He looked at the liquid armor on him and realized. It turns out that since an unknown time ago, Water Pavilion had been on him. When he was in a chaotic state and his life was at risk, Mo Yao's will activated Water Pavilion and protected him. Giant Sun's will could control 88 True Yang Building. Mo Yao's will could naturally manipulate Water Pavilion. 88 True Yang Building had Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence. How could Water Pavilion not have Fairy Mo Yao's Red Date Immortal Essence? "Lad, you are finally awake. The immortal essence that my main body had left behind is limited. Water Pavilion's consumption is too great. Quickly take over the battle. I will defend your mind." Mo Yao's will said. Chapter 640, Fang Yuan vs Giant Sun's Will, 1/2. HMPH, I could escape death all thanks to you, Fairy. Fang Yuan squinted, his eyes shining with cold light. He loosened his joints, rubbing his palms as his newly born bones creaked. His battle intent surged again. "If you want to repay me, return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House." Mo Yao's will sighed, quickly battle. "Ha ha ha, okay." Fang Yuan howled, jumping up. He had turned into six-arm heavenly zombie king form. It had great physical strength. With green eyes and fangs, he looked extremely vicious and ruthless. The water armor shrunk into a lump, before turning into a helmet, protecting his head. This way, he was no longer afraid of Giant Sun's will's mental attack. Without any worries left, Fang Yuan took huge steps forward, raising his fists and punching at Giant Sun's will. Swoosh! The expected impact did not occur. Instead, there was a light sound. Giant Sun's will was very experienced. He did not fight with Fang Yuan directly. At the crucial moment, the sword turned into a golden ribbon and coiled around Fang Yuan's wrist lightly, before flying away like a flash of light. Fang Yuan's hammer-like fist was cut apart around the wrist and fell on the ground. Even with the defense of Fang Yuan's six-arm heavenly zombie king, it could not match Giant Sun's will's sharpness. Fang Yuan rolled away and quickly picked up his hand. The injury on his arm was oozing with green blood slowly. Fang Yuan paid attention to Giant Sun's will while pressing the fist back onto the wound on his arm. The flesh on the wound quickly mended and healed. Even the bones started to join together. This was the strong regenerative ability of six-arm heavenly zombie king. But why would Giant Sun's will give Fang Yuan time to recover? The will turned into a sword resembling a rainbow and charged at Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan squinted. He pushed with his legs as his body shot into the sky. The sword rainbow followed closely behind him, chasing relentlessly. Fang Yuan activated 4 Eagle Rise Goo at the same time. But the sword rainbow was faster. As their distance was pulled closer, Fang Yuan activated Windflower Goo again. He had already lost track of which Windflower Goo this was. All in all, he had already expended a lot of them. Windflower Goo allowed Fang Yuan to change directions rapidly, but the sword rainbow of will was even more agile. Not only did their distance not become larger, the rainbow made use of this chance to catch up to Fang Yuan. At once, the two sides fought intensely in the air, exchanging blows. The sword rainbow of will drew a golden arc in the air, circling around Fang Yuan and attacking from time to time. Fang Yuan was completely at a disadvantage. Six-arm heavenly zombie king's strong defense was extremely weak when matched against the sword rainbow of will. Flesh kept falling from the sky. These were all cut off from Fang Yuan's body by the sword Rainbow of Will. Thankfully, after activating Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King, Fang Yuan lost his sense of pain. Together with Water Pavilion as a helmet, Giant Sun's Will did not manage to succeed in attacking Fang Yuan's mind. "You're not making any progress." Seeing that Fang Yuan was not taking back the lead, in fact he was taking more of a beating and finding fewer and fewer chances to retaliate, Mo Yao's will was getting anxious. "Easy for you to say." Fang Yuan snorted, his gaze becoming more ruthless. Giant Sun's will was different from ordinary enemies. He hardly had any mass and was extremely quick, even when turning. Fang Yuan's flying master attainment was nothing compared to it. Giant Sun's will did not have a fixed form. It could turn into a sword rainbow to cut, an axe to chop, a rain of needles for a wide-range attack, or even a hammer for a strong blow. The most troublesome thing was that he could split and form at will. Suddenly, he could split into 2 or 3 sword rainbows and do a pincer attack, distracting Fang Yuan. At times, he could turn into 1 hammer and 1 sword. The hammer would strike at Fang Yuan's defense while the sword would shoot like lightning. All sorts of combinations were used flexibly, with absolutely no errors. One could say, he fully displayed the advantages and abilities of a will in battle. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan had been reborn, and walked on the strength and enslavement paths. He was skilled at fighting head-on, attacking fists with fists, or using numbers to suppress the enemy. But meeting this kind of enemy was something he had no methods to deal with. He was at a disadvantage, taking hits passively. That was very natural. In the sky, Fang Yuan's green-black figure clashed with Giant Sun's will's golden rainbow, forming a large battle arena. Great numbers of goo worms were still flying around. Their instincts were telling them to give way to Fang Yuan and Giant Sun's will, while avoiding the attacks of the formless hands. Even though so many goo worms flew out, there are still countless goo worm groups left here. I cannot begin to imagine how many immortal goo were used to form 88 True Yang building. Yi Luoseng raised his head and sighed. The injuries on his body had mostly healed. At the crucial moment, his status of being the leader of a super tribe worked. Yi Luoseng obtained the help of other goo masters. There are not many formless hands left. Although we have lost many goo worms, there are so many goo worms here. We can capture them now and regain our battle strength. Some goo masters suggested. This suggestion was quickly supported by the other goo masters. We need to work together sincerely, we need to be fast. The wind veil of assimilation is getting thicker, it is spreading and the space in here will continue to shrink. Hai Lu Lan looked at the unconscious Tai Bei Yunsheng, walking over. The wind veil of assimilation is not something us mortals can deal with. To escape with our lives, we need Ancestor Giant Sun's strength. Everyone was silent. Above them, in the air, Fang Yuan and Giant Sun's will were engaging in fierce combat. At times, furious growls and shouting could be heard. Be it Fang Yuan or Giant Sun's will's terrifying battle strength, everyone was scared. They subconsciously avoided those two and did not want to interfere in the battle of these two top experts. But Hai Lu Lan's words were extremely true. Relying on the mortal goo that they subdue, no matter how many they have, they cannot break the wind veil of assimilation. Hai Lu Lan asked again, "Don't worry, how can this scoundrel be Ancestor Giant Sun's match? Can't you see that Ancestor is having the upper hand all along?" Everyone's eyes were shining. The battle situation was very visible in the sky. Everyone could clearly tell what was happening. Hai Lu Lan changed the direction of the conversation. Although Ancestor has the upper hand, he cannot turn the advantage into victory. The root of the problem is that Ancestor's immortal essence has been completely taken by that scoundrel. Ancestor has over a dozen immortal goo, but he cannot use any of them. Everyone nodded. They agreed with Hai Lu Lan's analysis. Yi Luoseng asked, "Then what do we do next?" Hai Lu Lan laughed heartily, displaying Tai Bei Yunsheng in his hands. "I have captured this old thief. He is that guy's senior brother. They share a tight bond. Our ability is limited. We can only try to help old Ancestor. My suggestion is still the same. We should capture goo worms first to increase our strength. In order to cooperate well, we should report all of the goo worms that we have now. I will start. Goo masters were normally very secretive about the goo worms that they owned. This was important information. Once it was exposed, others could use it against them and they might lose their lives. However, this was a special circumstance where their lives were about to be lost. Thus, everyone could only do this to increase the hopes of their survival. Hai Lu Lan was a natural leader and had a fierce reputation. As he took the lead to expose his own goo worms, the remaining goo masters followed along and Hai Lu Lan was able to recruit these people into his force once again. Hai Lu Lan had great ambitions. He wanted to ascend to immortal and needed a strength path immortal goo for it. Thus he needed to rely on Giant Sun's will. These people were the pawns that he needed to fulfill his ambition. In the sky, the battle was already at its climax. "I've caught you!" Fang Yuan howled, pouncing down as his 6 arms that were tougher than steel grabbed the sword made of Giant Sun's will at lightning speed. But Giant Sun's will instantly split apart. Fang Yuan's long-awaited counterattack only destroyed a bit of his thoughts. "Damn it!" Fang Yuan cursed. Giant Sun's will could split and gather together. It was agile beyond belief. Fang Yuan did not have methods to deal with him. Thus most of the time he could only be a punching bag without any feasible counterattacks. He did not manage to make any progress. Sigh, if there is no other choice, we can only undergo a drawn-out battle. Mo Yao's will said, Giant Sun's will has no source of energy. During the battle, he needs to think. That will accelerate the collision of his thoughts and thus the expenditure of them. Fang Yuan was concentrating on the fight while denying Mo Yao's suggestion. We cannot afford to drag this on. Don't forget 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King's weakness, it can only be used for 30 minutes. Once that time passes, the backlash of the killer move would make me a zombie. If I completely turn into 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King form, the entire body would be zombified and both my apertures including my immortal aperture would lose all life force. My cultivation will be cut off from advancing further. Mo Yao retorted, you underestimate yourself. Don't forget that you are a strength path goo immortal. The essence of your life has undergone a qualitative change. Thus, the time that you can use the killer move has also been extended. It is far from 30 minutes. My rough estimate is that you have about an hour in length. Even so, we cannot delay this. Don't forget that the wind veil of assimilation is getting thicker, shrinking the space in here. My methods cannot counter the special will. Does your water pavilion have any methods? Fang Yuan asked. Mo Yao heaved a long sigh. Although Water Pavilion is a rank 7 immortal goo house, it is not skilled at attacking, but rather, its ability lies in concealment and movement. Most importantly, my main body only left behind 20 or so beads of red date immortal essence. After sustaining the immortal goo house's operations over the years, there are only 5 left. If you want to use Water Pavilion to turn this around, you should dispel this thought. Watch out! Mo Yao suddenly alerted, but it was too late. Giant Sun's will feigned an attack and attracted most of Fang Yuan's attention, but it suddenly made a turn and got behind him, attacking brutally. Fang Yuan vomited out a mouthful of green zombie blood, his 8 eagle wings were smashed to bits, and his spine was completely shattered, his back was caved in and his chest was caving out of his body. The intense force caused him to descend rapidly. Fang Yuan quickly mobilized his goo worm, attempting to fly into the sky. But why would Giant Sun's will give him this chance? It would beat the dog while it was down. The golden rainbow coiled around Fang Yuan as it attacked. Fang Yuan raised his 8 arms to cover his whole body while curling up and was barely able to protect himself. Giant Sun's will changed shape freely, slashing, cutting, slamming, piercing. All sorts of attacks caused Fang Yuan's 8 arms to be destroyed. The 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King's body was tattered as there were many injuries on him from the front to back. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had turned into 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King form, otherwise with his human body, he would have already had a tragic death. Fighting with Giant Sun's will gave Fang Yuan great pressure. Only by using 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King non-stop could he barely keep up. Chapter 641, Fang Yuan vs Giant Sun's Will, Two Halves. Fang Yuan had, just a moment ago, conversed with Mo Yao's will, and these few sentences were exchanged at lightning speed. Unfortunately, Giant Sun's Will noticed this tiny moment and attacked at the point when Fang Yuan was slightly distracted. Giant Sun's Will had incredible methods at controlling the fight. He was even stronger than Fang Yuan at grasping battle opportunities. Bam! A loud bang. Fang Yuan crashed on the ground harshly. Rocks were sent flying and the ground was shaking slightly. Giant Sun's Will followed closely after, adding salt to the wound. It turned into a golden sword again. The blade was extremely sharp and fast. It stabbed after leaving a golden trail in the air. Fang Yuan had no way to resist. At the crucial moment, Mo Yao's will manipulated Water Pavilion and turned it back into a liquid armor, preserving Fang Yuan's life. Giant Sun's Will stabbed again and again, causing huge ripples to appear on the liquid armor. Quickly stand up. Mo Yao's will shouted anxiously. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He used his remaining left arm to support his body off the ground, enduring the strong impact of Giant Sun's Wills as he stood up. It is useless. You cannot kill me. I have stored all of your own, Giant Sun's, immortal essence in my immortal aperture. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed crazily, attempting to break Giant Sun's Will's fighting spirit, but his words caused it to become even more furious. The attacks became faster. He was stabbing at several times the original frequency. Crack crack crack. Because he had exceeded his limit, Giant Sun's Will's thoughts were destroying themselves too. But because of the furious attacks, the liquid armor could not defend against it. Occasionally, the sword would pierce through. Fang Yuan laughed unceasingly, as he protected his brain. In addition, as long as his mind was protected, he would not be invaded by Giant Sun's Will. He did not care how many times his organs were stabbed. The liquid armor was pierced through continuously, but also recovered rapidly. Emitting a blue glow, Fang Yuan's body was nourished as his injuries healed. Quickly dodge. At this rate, my immortal essence is expending too rapidly. Mo Yao's will reminded him frantically. No, this is a rare chance. We have to endure it. Fang Yuan refused, standing at the same spot enduring the frantic attacks of Giant Sun's Will. Even if your immortal essence is used up, you can lend Water Pavilion to me. I still have over 20 green grape immortal essence speeds. Giant Sun's Will went crazy. He is doing something very stupid, that is to consume his own thoughts for strong attacks. At this rate, the amount of thoughts he destroys would surpass the damage I have been dealing to him. Mo Yao's will went into deep hesitation. The two were expending resources intensively, falling into a stalemate. Should we go and assist old ancestor? Gu tribe leader Gu Golong asked. While Fang Yuan was fighting Giant Sun's Will, Hai Lu Lan led everyone and captured many Gu worms. They had recovered their battle strength. The reason they were able to capture Gu worms so easily was because there were still many Gu worms inside the Wind Veil. Meanwhile, the number of formless hands was decreasing. With Gu worms in their possession, they were no longer scared. In addition, because they saw that Fang Yuan was on the ground taking hits from Giant Sun's Will, not just Gu Golong, the other Gu masters were also moved and wanted to go in and fight. Hai Lu Lan was silent, watching the surroundings. The wind veil of assimilation continued to spread, the wind walls getting thicker as the space inside was unceasingly being squeezed between. Out of their survival instincts, Gu worms could only fly inwards. Thus, the density of Gu worms became even higher. They were all over the place. In fact, sometimes, a Gu master only needed to stretch out his hand and grab beside him to capture a Gu worm. Crack crack. On the ground below, cracks started forming. This was a sign that the area was collapsing. Far away, a huge spherical light halo was created again. Wisdom Gu, which had been sent flying by Giant Sun's Will earlier, seemed to have sensed the danger of extermination as it exerted all of its strength to defy its fate, preventing other existences from getting near it. All this showed that there was not much time left. Hai Lu Lan decided not to wait anymore. He nodded and shouted, "Everyone listen to my command. We will attack together." Do not cause internal conflict and weaken our offensive. Everyone nodded. Their expressions were serious. To them, killing Feng Yuan was the same as surviving this crisis. However, just when Hai Lulan and the others were about to strike, Giant Sunswill suddenly laughed loudly. "Feng Yuan, you have fallen into my trap." Saying this, he retreated quickly. Wills had almost no mass. He retreated as he liked, taking a huge number of steps back in the blink of an eye. What? Feng Yuan's pupils shrunk. He saw a formless hand grabbing at him. He shouted in shock, "Seven-fingered formless hand." It turns out, when Giant Sunswill was pretending to fight with Feng Yuan, even using self-destruction to lure Feng Yuan into tanking the hits, his frenzied attacks were only to attract all of Feng Yuan's attention, to obscure his vision so that this formless hand could be lured over. In the Wind Vale, although there were decreasing numbers of formless hands, a large number of them still remained. Giant Sunswill lacked immortal essence. He could not use immortal goo, but he had never relied on Hai Lulan and the others. His plan was to use the external force called formless hands. He split out a small portion of his will, carrying several immortal goo to attract the formless hand. The formless hand was faster than Giant Sunswill. Giant Sunswill thus split up into 10 wills that carried immortal goo each at regular intervals. Once the formless hand got near, he would destroy the immortal goo. The formless hand did not have any gains. After feeling the aura of the next immortal goo, it would go over. This way, after Giant Sunswill lost 8 immortal goo, the formless hand was finally lured over. "Quickly dodge it!" Mo Yaozwill screamed. "It's too late." Feng Yuan had already darted away, simultaneously activating Eagle Rise Goo. But it was no use. He needed time to accelerate, but the formless hand had already arrived. At the moment of life and death, Mo Yaozwill sighed gloomily. She suddenly activated Water Pavilion and had it leave Feng Yuan, crashing towards the seven-fingered formless hand. The seven-fingered formless hand grabbed, and immediately took away the rank 7 immortal goo that formed part of Water Pavilion. Water Harmony Goo, away. Water Pavilion was a rank 7 immortal goo house. It was made up of over 3,000 goo worms. Each of the goo worms were interlinked and connected to each other. Their core was the rank 7 Water Harmony Immortal Goo. Other than that, there were 2 supporting Immortal Goo, the rank 6 Movement Immortal Goo Worldly Wave Trace, and the Wisdom Path Immortal Goo Delight in Water and Mountain. Right now, the one and only core, Water Harmony Immortal Goo, was taken away by the formless hand. Water Pavilion broke down immediately. "Ha ha ha, let's see what you can use to block me now." Giant Sunswill laughed continuously. He paid a huge price and obtained the result he wanted to see. The formless fist carried the Water Harmony Goo and flew into the sky. "Quickly destroy it!" Mo Yaozwill screamed. The remainder of the over 3,000 goo worms carried Red Date Immortal Essence as they floated around Feng Yuan. Without her reminder, Feng Yuan had already begun to do that. He used all of his movement goo, chasing the formless fist and attacking fiercely. Giant Sunswill snorted, blocking them. "We will strike too." Hai Lulan and the others saw the good chance and came to join in, attempting to thwart Feng Yuan's plans. "You've come at the right time." Giant Sunswill praised loudly. He changed his battle tactic and stopped blocking Feng Yuan, turning into a bright rainbow and attacking him instead. Feng Yuan was faced with the Goo Master's attacks, but he did not mind it. He could use 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King to resist them. But Giant Sunswill's attacks were very threatening to him. Giant Sunswill did not block Feng Yuan at all. His battle tactic was, "Go ahead and chase it, I'll let you. In the process of chasing it, I will kill you." Water Pavilion was broken apart. Mo Yaozwill could no longer provide him any defense. Feng Yuan got into an even more dangerous situation. Hai Lulan and the others' attacks were troublesome. They hindered his speed. Pop! Giant Sunswill slammed, turning into a monk's spade as he changed directions, cutting the goo worms circulating around Feng Yuan into 2 segments. "Oh no, my Red Date Immortal Essence." Mo Yao was caught off guard. Not only were many goo worms destroyed by Giant Sunswill, The red date immortal essence was taken by Giant Sun's will. There were already few red date immortal essence left, now they were completely gone. Mo Yao was stunned. Mo Yao, I'll open my aperture, quickly come in. Fang Yuan shouted, retreating rapidly at the same time. The technique of Giant Sun's will was ongoing and he could not give chase immediately. Fang Yuan was able to pull some distance. He snorted, flying over quickly in pursuit. During this time, Mo Yao's will moved the remaining immortal goo and together with them entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Quickly lend worldly wave trace goo to me. Fang Yuan urged. Mo Yao's will did not hesitate at all, shouting, since I have no immortal essence left anyway, I'll lend these goo to you. Although Fang Yuan had obtained many immortal goo earlier, he did not have time to refine them. He could only suppress them with his will. There were only 2 goo he did not suppress with his will, Taibei Yunsheng's man as before and landscape as before. It was a pity that he did not obtain Taibei Yunsheng's permission, thus Fang Yuan could not use them. After obtaining Mo Yao's agreement, Fang Yuan immediately used the rank 6 immortal goo. He shouted while using 1 bead of green grape immortal essence, activating worldly wave trace. This goo was like a jellyfish. It was the size of a baby's fist, wrapping around the green grape immortal essence as it consumed it. Swoosh! A huge wave appeared below Fang Yuan's feet, bringing Fang Yuan away at rapid speed, pulling distance away from Giant Sun's will. Worldly wave trace was a rank 6 immortal goo. Although Fang Yuan was not a water path goo immortal, he had rank 6 cultivation and could activate it fully. Giant Sun's will was stunned. This was the first time Fang Yuan was able to shrug him off since the battle began. But he was merely slightly shocked, snickering immediately after, if this was the outside world, I would be hopeless against you. But inside this wind veil of assimilation, the space is becoming more limited. Go ahead and run. As time passes, I will eventually catch you. Give up on struggling. You destroyed 88 Truyang building and ruined Imperial Court blessed land, and you still want to leave? HMPH, don't think of the impossible. You are dead meat. Don't worry, if I die, I will drag all of you with me. Don't think of leaving unscathed. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. His green face and sharp fangs made him look extremely vile and ruthless. Then come and battle. Don't run away if you have the guts. Although Giant Sun's will could not catch up to Fang Yuan, he chased behind with menacing killing intent. Fang Yuan did not dare to fight it. He did not have Water Pavilion to protect his brain. Once he exposes a weakness in battle, Giant Sun's will would invade his mind. By then, he would fall into confusion again and be unable to think. He would be meat on the chopping block, without any way to fight back. However, Giant Sun's will's earlier words were not wrong. As the wind veil of assimilation spreads, the space would get smaller. Eventually, it would become small to the extent where Fang Yuan cannot dodge, and would be killed by Giant Sun's will. Chapter 642, 38 Sealing Arts. Giant Sun, I admit your power. But don't forget that all of your Giant Sun's immortal essence is in my immortal aperture. Without any immortal essence, how will you use immortal goo? You have no chance of breaking through the wind veil of assimilation just by relying on your special will. Fang Yuan's thoughts were racing as he attempted to negotiate with Giant Sun's will. Want to negotiate? Ha ha ha. Giant Sun's will laughed loudly, not concealing the hatred within. Why would I negotiate with you? Won't it be the same if I kill you and seize the immortal essence back from your immortal aperture? Why don't you try to destroy the immortal essence? You might even succeed. Giant Sun's will was self-confident. It was not that the immortal essence could not be destroyed, but at the moment it was not possible. If Fang Yuan destroyed the immortal essence in his own immortal aperture, the foreign immortal essence would inflict serious harm to his immortal aperture. This would be the same as seeking his own doom. If he destroyed the immortal essence outside his body, the scattered immortal essence aura would instead help Giant Sun's will to activate immortal goo. Fang Yuan, I won't compromise. You can't fight me and can't escape either. What can you still do? Just let it be, die quickly. Giant Sun's will taunted while chasing. Fang Yuan did not respond and only concentrated on fleeing. As time passed, The wind veil of assimilation was creeping closer. It made no sound, but it devoured everything in its path, assimilating everything. The space Feng Yuan could flee to was shrinking. As Giant Sun's will intercepted his paths, Feng Yuan was facing great dangers all around him. Giant Sun's will, I will stand here, do you dare to come? Feng Yuan suddenly stood still and stopped using worldly wave trace immortal goo. Giant Sun's will, however, stopped chasing. They were still hundreds of steps afar, but it did not dare to move closer. HMPH, I already expected you would make such a choice. He scoffed in disdain, but so what? You are only delaying your death by a few moments. I will watch as you die. The area Feng Yuan was standing on was the area covered by the Light of Wisdom. The Light of Wisdom was the bane of Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will could only stop its chase. Through this intense battle, its remaining will was only the volume of an adult man, and could no longer endure any more severe exhaustion. Feng Yuan, your lifespan. Mo Yao's will warned, there is no other way. Tell me, what else can I do in this situation? Feng Yuan gritted his teeth, his tone filled with hatred and extreme helplessness. Standing in the Light of Wisdom, Feng Yuan could clearly feel his lifespan was decreasing unceasingly. But he did not have any other choice. Giant Sun's will hated him to the extreme and gave him no chance to make compromises. Sigh. Mo Yao's will heaved a long sigh. This is simply a struggle at death's door. Perhaps Wisdom Goo might stop sending out the Light of Wisdom in the next moment. Feng Yuan was silent. Giant Sun's will suddenly shouted to Hai Lu Lan's group. Go deal with this thief. Most of his defensive goo have already perished in our fight. Force him nearer to Wisdom Goo where the Light of Wisdom is much stronger. His lifespan will be used up even faster. Let me see how much lifespan he can waste. Hai Lu Lan's group accepted the order immediately. Even Hai Lu Lan with his great strength true martial physique did not want to fight Feng Yuan in close combat. They had long ago discussed as appropriate and right now. All of them used long-range attacks. Inside the Light of Wisdom, Feng Yuan gave a cold snort and used his goo to counterattack with his own long-range attacks while maintaining defensive goo. 4 to 5 layers of light barriers covered his body, tens of bone shields hovered around him, and occasionally, stone barriers emerged from the ground to shield him from the attacks of Hai Lu Lan's group. Ordinary defensive mortal goo were not of much use against Giant Sun's will, but they were still effective in dealing with these mortal goo masters. Feng Yuan cultivated strength path and was not specialized in long-range battle. However, he had no shortage of long-range attacking goo worms, it was only that they did not follow a proper fighting system. More importantly, he had unlimited primeval essence. Thus, he was not at any disadvantage and the situation was even many times better compared to when he fought with Giant Sun's will. Speed up the attacks, don't stop for even a moment. Even if he has unlimited primeval essence, mortal goo cannot be activated non-stop. Hai Lu Lan shouted, right. Mortal goo are not immortal goo and have a limit to what they can endure. Activating them unceasingly will only cause them to collapse. Yi Luosang also added. They were tribe leaders of Hai tribe and Yi Lua tribe. They understood the situation deeply. Goo were the essence of heaven and earth, carriers of the great Tao. Essentially, they were tools. Every tool has their own respective usage. The more they were used, and when the burden on them crosses the limit, they will start breaking down. When mortal goo masters used mortal goo, they could only activate the goo worms a few times because of the limitations in primeval essence. Thus this flaw was not too evident. When goo immortals activated mortal goo, this issue would become conspicuous. However, after some time, Hai Lu Lan's group's hopes came to nothing. Why does he have so many goo worms? Someone shouted in an incredulous tone. The quantity of Feng Yuan's goo worms surpassed their imagination. During the course of the fight, he switched goo worms one after another as if it was very natural and effortless. Even if he has a mysterious origin and made prior preparations for goo immortal advancement, preparing many mortal goo, a mortal aperture is not able to hold so many goo. No one could explain this no matter what they thought of and were bewildered. Could it be Giant Sunswill recalled the scene of Fang Yuan opening a stargate. Fang Yuan had opened a stargate within 88 Truyang Building, thus Giant Sunswill knew it clearly. It seems he relied on that gateway to leave Imperial Court blessed land and obtain significant support. Giant Sunswill was very experienced and knowledgeable, immediately realizing the usage of the Stargate when it thought of Whole Earth Goo and connecting Heaven Goo. It was thanks to Fang Yuan having Hu Immortal blessed land behind him that he was able to purchase large numbers of mortal goo from Treasure Yellow Heaven. Although he had given most of them to Taibei Yunsheng, he had also left many for himself. Fang Yuan's naturally cautious nature of being prepared for anything had paid off at this moment. HMPH, you borrowed external strength. Unfortunately, your opponent is me. Giant Sunswill gave a cold snort before suddenly making a move. He pierced the air at lightning speed. He did not move into the light of wisdom but shot towards the goo worms. Several breaths later, he appeared above Hai Lu Lan's group and dropped a large group of mortal goo. Take it. I am going to impart a killer move to you. Giant Sunswill split itself into a dozen or so parts which covered the goo worms and directly moved into everyone's apertures. Every person received 38 goo. These mortal goo had already been refined by Giant Sunswill. Under the coordination of Giant Sunswill, the group was able to immediately refine the goo worms and learn the killer move through the directions of the special will. This killer move. Hai Lu Lan's group showed expressions of joy and shock when they comprehended the killer move. It is just a small trick my main body created when I had inspiration during my leisure time. I have not given it name yet. Giant Sunswill said in a light tone, now is a good time to use it. For the time being let's call it 38 Sealing Arts. Hai Lu Lan's group immediately activated the killer move, breathing out rays of purple light chi from their mouths. Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed and he immediately dodged them. But he had limited space and the purple light chi mixed in with other attacks. As such he was still struck. So it was like this. This killer move's effect is this. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. 38 Sealing Arts was targeted against goo worms. This concept was not unusual. A goo master's battle strength came mostly from their goo worms, thus many goo worms targeted this point like rank 4 problem nipped in the bud goo, or rank 5 pitch black goo. However, this killer move, 38 Sealing Arts, was much stronger than pitch black goo. It could contaminate moves that were used by a goo master, and all the goo worms used for it would be sealed one after another. This killer move naturally could not seal immortal goo. And as for mortal goo, the higher the rank of the goo, the shorter the duration of the seal. But it could seal them completely, and the goo worms that formed this killer move were mostly ordinary and could be easily gathered. It touched upon chi path and even if an attacking goo was used, it could follow the chi back to the source, sealing the goo. This was an exceptional killer move which particularly suited the current situation. After Fang Yuan was struck, his defensive goo were sealed successively. The stone barriers were pervaded by the purple light chi. The stone barrier shield goo were immediately sealed. The white bone shields hovering around Fang Yuan were also shrouded in the purple light chi, falling down one after another, turning back into flying bone shield goo. The wind blades Fang Yuan attacked with were touched by purple light chi, and even if the corresponding wind blade goo were inside his aperture, the goo worms would be covered by a faint layer of dense purple chi and be sealed. Historically, sealing defensive goo was easy while sealing attacking goo was difficult, all because defensive goo were easier to attack. But 38 Sealing Arts could deal with both equally. Fang Yuan's goo worm quantity decreased the more he used them. He already did not have a lot of defensive goo and could not forcibly resist the purple light chi, only able to dodge and evade all over the place. But there was only so much space. He would sooner or later run out of space to run to. At this moment, Fang Yuan took the initiative to attack the purple light chi. He would rather more of his attacking goo be sealed. He required defensive goo to protect his whole body. Once the purple light chi touched his 6-arm heavenly zombie king form, who was to say it might not seal the corresponding goo worms and break the killer move 6-arm heavenly zombie king. Soon, Fang Yuan's offensive started becoming sparser as he was suppressed into disadvantage by the crowd of Gu Masters. Kill this demon! Yi Luosang shouted excitedly and sent out hundreds of fireballs. The fireballs detonated in an intense explosion with dust and dirts flying everywhere. Fang Yuan dodged here and there, but he was still struck by the explosions. His skin and flesh were torn open. You demon, you are guilty of the most heinous crimes. You went as far as daring to topple Truyang Building. We ended up in this state all because of you. Gugo Long shouted furiously, throwing out endless wind blades that were as sharp as knives and could also chase the target. New cuts were formed on Fang Yuan's body. Rays of purple light chi were also constantly sent out now and then. These surviving Gu Masters, more than 10 in number, gritted their teeth with eyes filled with fury. They wished they could eat Fang Yuan's flesh and drink his blood. They had painstakingly fought in many battlefields and taken huge risks to arrive at Imperial Court-blessed land. It was supposed to have been an enormous opportunity, but they ended up in this plight. Almost all of their tribesmen, relatives and friends were dead. The disparity from the beginning to the end was too large. It could easily be imagined how much hatred and anger they felt towards the main cause of this disaster. You will die a dog's death today. This is your end for offending Ancestor Giant Sun. One Gu Master did not forget to flatter Giant Sun's will. It was a pity Giant Sun's will was not human and his expression could not be seen. He only reminded everyone, do not cause harm to Wisdom Gu no matter what. Chapter 643, Final Trump Card. Giant Sun's will was too strong, not just his battle strength, but also his deep foundation. It inherited some of the Immortal Venerable's experience. Just a killer move created out of boredom drove Fang Yuan into a desperate state again. Damn it, is it time to use Spring Autumn Cicada again? Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, a thought arising in his mind. The first aperture was filled with pressure. The surface of the aperture walls was covered with cracks resembling a spider's web. Spring Autumn Cicada floated in the center, as yellow and green lights flickered on the cicada's body. Fang Yuan was not ignorant. The aperture had obviously reached its limits. It could break the very next second. But he quickly dispelled the thought of using Spring Autumn Cicada. More and more of his goo worms were being sealed. His firepower was weakening. Fang Yuan was starting to take hits passively. Come on, why don't you strike back? The Gu Masters laughed maniacally. Are you afraid now? Come out and fight if you have the guts. Someone laughed coldly. You demon, this is your deserved fate, go and die. Someone cursed. Seeing Fang Yuan suppressed by them, they felt unbelievable joy. Suddenly, Mo Yao's Will's frantic voice resounded in Fang Yuan's mind again. Oh no, Fang Yuan, zombie speckles are showing up on your body. The death energy is starting to invade your body. If the speckles spread over your whole body, you will turn into a six-armed heavenly zombie king for real. An even worse situation had arrived. The estimated hour limit had not been reached, but Fang Yuan was already starting to become a zombie. A body that is zombified will be completely immersed in death energy. They cannot return to normal unless he removed the six-armed heavenly zombie king killer move now. The zombie speckles would continue to spread. No, once I stop using the killer move, Giant Sun's will would attack. At this distance, I would not be able to react. Fang Yuan shook his head, his expression turning solemn. Although he had defensive goo, these mortal goo were not worth mentioning in front of Giant Sun's will. Only six-armed heavenly zombie king could allow Fang Yuan to hold his own. Right now, although Giant Sun's will had not entered the wisdom halo, that was only because the price to pay was too great for a small gain. Giant Sun's will was definitely capable of making sacrifices. To attract a seven-fingered formless hand, he lost 8 immortal goo. If I cancel the killer move now, Giant Sun's will would go all out and kill me regardless of the sacrifice. Once I die, he would take back the immortal essence of Giant Sun. I cannot take this risk. Fang Yuan's attitude was firm. But, your body. Mo Yao's tone was hesitant, sounding worried. Fang Yuan was unmoved, his expression was determined. The zombie speckles continued to spread. There was only a dot on his back at first, but now almost his entire back was covered. The speed of spreading was getting faster. Soon, Feng Yuan's chest turned black. The Gu masters saw this and were shocked. Giant Sunswill laughed heartily. So this is it, you have turned into a zombie for too long. The balance of life and death energy had been broken. Now that the death energy is invading you, you will turn into a real zombie, a member of the living dead, a monster that is neither human nor a ghost. Your cultivation will be stagnant forever. Giant Sunswill had great experience and knowledge. He understood Feng Yuan's situation immediately. The Gu masters felt a surge in morale. Some laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, persisting in evil brings about self-destruction. Demon, you have committed too many wicked deeds. This terrible end is brought about entirely by yourself. Even without us attacking now, you are finished. HMPH. Members of the demonic path crave strength and disregard all else. You have finally experienced the painful consequences now. What a pity. Even if you became an immortal, luckily, you still became a zombie, a monster. This is the result of you toying with evil schemes and causing harm to everyone, being enemies with Ancestor Giant Sun, and with us of the righteous path. Mo Yaozul urged as well. Feng Yuan, the price to pay is too huge. In my opinion, Giant Sunswill might not necessarily attack. It does not have much strength left. You have great talent and ability. You should not end up like this. It is not too late to stop now. Once you turn into a six-armed heavenly zombie king for real, it will be far too difficult to revert back to being a human. Feng Yuan's gaze was shining. His emotions were in turbulence, as his expression was changing. But eventually, his gritted teeth did not loosen. He turned into a six-armed heavenly zombie king completely. The speckles turned his body black. In the strength path immortal aperture, the bright and clear heaven and earth turned into an eerie dark color. White stone mountains collapsed one after another. The sky was dark gray and the land was rotting. There was not a trace of life energy. Meanwhile, in the first aperture, it was deathly silent too. The purple crystal aperture walls no longer had the crystal clear appearance. They looked like gray rocks. But precisely because of this, Spring-Autumn Cicada's pressure was no longer so threatening. Right after becoming a Gu immortal, he degraded into a zombie. All his past accumulations, all his achievements, all turned into nothing. From this point on, his cultivation could not advance in the slightest. Without any potential to progress, in this regard, Feng Yuan was worse off than immortal. Even with Feng Yuan's iron will, he felt a bit of desolation. The thought of using Spring-Autumn Cicada appeared in his head once more. If I use Spring-Autumn Cicada and restart everything, I will be able to quickly retreat and avoid this terrible situation to the best of my ability. But Feng Yuan forcefully suppressed this thought. The wind veil of assimilation was very close now. Without any sound from the wind, it spread silently, compressing the space and bringing an immense mental pressure to all at the scene. Feng Yuan observed everyone from afar, suddenly doing something shocking. He stopped the activation of all his Gu. He had completely become a six-armed heavenly zombie king. He did not need to use Gu worms to activate it. As the purple light chi hit him, this move, 38 sealing arts, had no effect. As long as Feng Yuan did not activate his Gu worms, the purple light chi would not be able to follow the chi within and trace it back to the source, sealing the Gu worms. Everyone was stunned. Even Giant Sunswill gasped lightly. But next, the Gu masters erupted with fierce momentum. Kill this demon. He stopped using his Gu worms right in front of us. He is courting death. Everyone shouted, screamed, and yelled with their lungs. Feng Yuan retreated step by step, using the six-armed heavenly zombie king's defense and recovery speed to endure the attacks. Be careful, don't hit the wisdom Gu. Seeing that Feng Yuan was getting close to wisdom Gu, Hai Lulan quickly gave a reminder. The Gu masters controlled their firepower, no longer unleashing flashy attacks, but aiming more precisely at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's appearance was nothing like before. His chest was blown open, his bones were broken, and his intestines were smashed. He had no choice but to turn around. with his back facing everyone and using it to endure the intense attacks. Bam! A bolt of lightning struck Fang Yuan's back. An intense force slammed him to the ground. From behind him, cheering could be heard. Ha ha ha, I beat him. This newly caught Gu is not bad. It should be the rank 5 Thunder Hammer Gu. Fang Yuan crawled up in difficulty. His back was burst open. The injury was coiling with lightning. His spine and bones were exposed to the air. Look at my wind path killer move. Someone shouted. Swoosh! A huge wind blade with jagged teeth spun and shot out, making a loop around Fang Yuan's arm and cutting it off. It fell on the ground. This person was breathing roughly. Almost all his primeval essence had been expended, but his eyes were shining with a ruthless light of excitement. He shouted, Did you see? Did you see? I took away one of his arms. HMPH, you made use of that weakness. If the flesh and skin of that area of his arm hadn't already been fully removed, left with only a segment of his bone, would you be able to cut it off? Someone scoffed. The body of Six-Armed Heavenly Zombie King was strong, but it could not endure such fast-paced and strong attacks. Everyone laughed wildly. They shouted and cheered, torturing Fang Yuan, feeling pride from the heavy injuries they were inflicting on him, competing against each other. Fang Yuan was defeated time and time again. His tall and muscular body was becoming smaller, but he got up every time, even though he had 1 out of 8 arms remaining. Even though he did not have a patch of undamaged skin left, even though his zombie blood was dyeing the ground, even though his organs were exposed to the air, even though his right shoulder was only left with a pale white shoulder blade. Why, to this extent? Why? Mo Yaozwil sobbed. Fang Yuan was silent. Enough. Giant Sunswil suddenly spoke. The Gu Masters did not dare to disobey him. They stopped attacking. At this point, are you still not giving up? HMPH, your attitude is truly worth admiring. Giant Sunswil spoke in a milder tone. Enough, it is not easy for you to reach this extent. Give up. I will give you a chance to surrender. As long as you recognize me as your master, I will allow you to make up for your mistakes. What? Ancestor Giant Sun is sparing him? Ancestor, please reconsider it. Everyone was shocked. Surrender? Fang Yuan scoffed. Let me consider it. Giant Sunswil continued. You destroyed 88 True Yang Building. Your sins are unforgivable. I will give you a chance to redeem yourself. After recognizing me as your master, you will help me to once again establish 88 True Yang Building. That will make up for your sins. When True Yang Building is rebuilt, not only will I grant you freedom, I will even get rid of your zombie status, and teach you the method to regain a human body. If someone else heard this, their heart would waver. Giant Sunswil gave Fang Yuan a way to live. Most importantly, he gave them hope to continue cultivating. Fang Yuan was silent. Let me consider. Giant Sunswil laughed plainly. I will not give you any chance to stall for time. I will count down from 10. You must give me a response. 10. Fang Yuan, are you really surrendering? Be careful of Giant Sunswil's schemes. As long as you get out and leave the Light of Wisdom's range, you will be a fish on his chopping block, subject entirely to his treatment. Mo Yaozwil worriedly reminded in Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan laughed in his heart. How could I be so stupid as to believe him? Next, he sighed. Oh, to think that I will still have to use my final trump card. You still have a trump card? To speak the truth, I have Spring Autumn Cicada. What? Spring Autumn Cicada? Don't tell me it's that 7th-ranked Gu among the top 10 mystical Gu worms in the world. It can travel upstream along the river of time, returning to the past. That Spring Autumn Cicada which can change history? Mo Yaozwil screamed. That's right, chapter 644, not committing the same mistake again, 1/2. That's right, Fang Yuan said, as he snickered in his heart, asking Mo Yaozwil, you've been wanting me to use it, haven't you? Fang Yuan, what do you mean? How would I know that you have Spring Autumn Cicada? Mo Yaozwil stared blankly, before quickly denying it. He. Fang Yuan laughed. Oh, Mo Yao, I am a naturally cautious person. I consider situations where I suffer defeat more than those of victory. Thus, from the moment you lurked in my mind, I had already considered the worst possible situation. What was the worst possible situation? That was the fact that the greatest mystery of me having spring-autumn cicada and being reborn is known by you. I would assume, since the first time I entered Water Pavilion, your will had already known this secret, right? Mo Yao's will appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. She appeared extremely sincere as she shook her head. Fang Yuan, are you misunderstanding something? Fang Yuan ignored her, continuing, you knew this secret, but you pretended not to know, revealing yourself on your own initiative. Next, you pretended that you had let down Spirit Affinity House, showing a guilty expression as you purposely gave me the mission of returning Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. In truth, this was a red herring. In order to obtain my trust, you truly racked your brains. You created 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King for me and taught me ink transformation along with other refinement path killer moves, assisting me in infiltrating True Yang building, as well as giving me multiple reminders in battle, acting as a strategist. These acts were to lower my wariness. At the same time, you had been changing my thoughts, subconsciously trying to influence my decisions. You had truly insidious intentions. Mo Yao's will raised her voice, showing some displeasure. Lad, what is wrong with you? You are actually speaking of me in this way. Did you hit your head? He. Mo Yao, you are very impressive. I truly suffered at your hands. Your acting was nearly flawless. I almost believed you. When Giant Sun's will awakened, you urged me to leave this place, to take Water Pavilion and return to Central Continent. But at the same time, you were influencing my thoughts, causing me to make the choice of continuing to take risks. When facing Ma Hongyan, you urged me to help Ma Hongyan, but on the other hand, you altered my thoughts, triggering my killing intent and summoning my rage and excitement, causing me to impulsively attack Ma Hongyan and resulting in my black coffin luck increasing. Honestly, under normal circumstances, I would consider the costs and benefits. How could I be so brainless? When I first saw Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock, I learned about the conditions for ownership. After leaving True Yang building, I actually recalled some events in my previous life. A certain person. My true nature is not so weak that I would be affected to that extent. All these are the deepest memories of my previous life that have been buried to the depths of my heart. It was all your doing. You struck in secret, and then while my mind was in turmoil, you attempted to look at the memories of my previous life. Mo Yao stared with her eyes wide open. Her tone was unkind and aggrieved, sounding like the defense of one treated with injustice. Fang Yuan, all these were your choices. After landing in this state, you are refusing to admit your mistakes. Instead, you are blaming it all on me. Fang Yuan laughed. Ha, admit my mistakes. Of course I admit my mistakes. My foundation is superficial, especially when compared to you or Giant Sun. Experience and insight are no longer to my advantage. But do you know what your greatest flaw was? Mo Yao's will snorted, folding her arms in front of her. Lad, I am going to get angry if you continue speaking like this. All along I have been helping you. Is this how you treat your benefactor? Fang Yuan did not listen to her. He ignored this and continued speaking. Your greatest flaw was that you actually sent Water Pavilion to charge at the seven-fingered formless hand. The mission you gave me was to return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Why was it that at the crucial moment, you gave up on Water Pavilion to protect me? Don't tell me that during these days of being together, you changed your principles and had started caring for me? I can admit my charisma has not reached that level. This is enough to show. The so-called mission you gave me was a red herring. Fang Yuan's voice was plain, but Mo Yao's will listen to it like it was rumbling thunder. She sank into silence. This time, she did not refute him. Fang Yuan laughed lightly, continuing, other than this, you had more flaws. First, you placed Water Pavilion on my body but concealed that fact. Evidently you were hiding ill intentions, wanting to control me using this rank 7 immortal goo house during a crucial moment. Second, if you were truly going to cooperate with me, why would you hide what kind of will you were? This indicates that the moment your type of will was exposed, I would be suspicious of you. Third, you purposely gave me an incorrect timing so that my body would completely turn into that of Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King. After I became a zombie, I felt desolation. That was also because of you. Fourth, you played tricks multiple times and secretly influenced my thoughts, making me think of using Spring Autumn Cicada repeatedly. I am a person with a firm will. I do not hesitate. Once I decide on a plan, I will execute it without doubt. How could I have this same thought multiple times? Fifth, since you had little immortal essence, and I had become a goo immortal, why did you not lend me Water Pavilion earlier? Evidently, you had other plans. He he he. Mo Yaozwil laughed loudly, retorting, Fang Yuan, your words are contradicting yourself. Don't forget, I was the one who saved your life. If I did not use Water Pavilion, you would have been killed by Giant Sun's will. Now, you are saying that I purposely harmed you, lying about the timing of Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King and causing the transformation to be permanent. In this way, I have saved you and harmed you. Am I crazy? Of course you are not crazy. In fact, all along you have been very clear-minded. First you harm me, then you save me. All these were part of your plans. Hee hee. If I was you, thinking in your perspective, it is not hard to guess your intentions. After pausing for a while, Fang Yuan continued, if I was a will and had remained in this world for 10,000 years, after my main body was already dead and my lover was also dead after a failed tribulation, at this point, when I see the Spring Autumn Cicada, what would I think? The answer is obvious. I would naturally want to make use of the Spring Autumn Cicada and travel back in time. Spring Autumn Cicada's effect is to sacrifice everything that the Goo Master has, merely preserving their consciousness in the Goo. At the crucial moment, I would sneak into the Spring Autumn Cicada and destroy the Goo Master's will, replacing him and going back to the past to revive myself, altering history and changing my fate. Fang Yuan had a sound analysis. He exuded self-confidence and an extraordinary attitude. Mo Yaozwil's pupils shrunk. She fell into silence again. Fang Yuan continued, however, for you to fulfill this goal, there were many difficulties. Mainly, there were two big obstacles. Firstly, you are just a will. No matter what kind of will you were, you cannot use most goo worms on your own. Spring Autumn Cicada is not only such a case. It needs even more. It needs the Goo Master to self-detonate, using their essence, flesh, and all other goo worms as sacrifices to become the driving force to propel the Goo Master back to the past. The stronger the fuel, the further into the past it can return. Secondly, Spring Autumn Cicada is my goo worm, my vital goo. In fact, it is not ordinary. You are not a formless hand. You cannot take it away from me by force. I had also found many wisdom path goo worms, and can create many types of wills, thus it was even more difficult for you to snatch it. Therefore, you had no choice but to continue interacting with me and waiting for an opportunity in accordance with the situation. On one hand, you needed to strengthen me and raise my foundation. That way, the force of my self-detonation would create more driving force when activating Spring Autumn Cicada. On the other hand, you needed to create a situation of absolute despair for me, so that I had no choice but to take a major risk, left with no options but to use the Spring Autumn Cicada. Saying this, Fang Yuan sighed, I was vigilant of you earlier, but as you gradually affected my thoughts, I eventually fell for your schemes and arrangements. You influenced me secretly, causing me to take risks time and time again in Truyang Building, and even inducing me to deal with Ma Hongyun, to deal with Giant Sun's will, and Hai Lulan. Many matters were obviously disadvantageous to me and irrational, but I still acted on impulse time and time again. You caused me to make strong enemies, to create a situation where I would be desperate. But on another hand, you were afraid of going overboard and causing me to die. Thus, at the crucial moment, when my life was at stake, you had to make a move and expose Water Pavilion, in order to help me survive Giant Sun's will's fatal blow. Thus, when I was about to be captured by the formless hand, you activated Water Pavilion and crashed into it. You were afraid of it taking away my Spring Autumn Cicada. You were afraid of the Spring Autumn Cicada being exposed. The conversation between wills was extremely rapid, even though they had talked a lot. But after Fang Yuan said that, Mo Yao's will did not reply for a long time. It was silence in his mind. In the outside world, Giant Sun's will had already counted down to 6 from 10. Eventually, Mo Yao broke the silence, clapping as she laughed. Good analysis. You really unraveled the mystery step by step. It was very meticulous and clear. To think that I had planned for such a long time, yet I did not manage to deceive you. I am really amazed by you, lad. Even as a reborn person, your talent is simply astounding. If you were born in my time, we might have been good friends. Who knows? What a pity. What a pity. Fang Yuan had understood everything. This was Mo Yao's will laying her cards on the table. Mo Yao's will could not pretend any further. At this moment, she chose to confess. Her body was slim and beautiful, a black veil covered her face. Even though she was a will, she was like a night lotus silently floating in the dark. She had a graceful bearing and a grand disposition. As expected of Spirit Affinity House's 36th generation fairy, a rank 7 Gu immortal, a refinement path grandmaster. Even though her schemes were exposed, she was not embarrassed or ashamed. Seeing that there was no hopes of continuing her facade, she showed a plain attitude, extremely forthright. She sighed. Back then, when my main body took a risk to enter 88 True Yang building, I obtained an inheritance in the True Inheritance secluded domain, creating this will of mine with it. I left behind the Kaiyu inheritance. On one hand, I was preparing for any accidents, to preserve the chance of refining Calamity Beckoning Gu. On the other hand, it was a trap targeting the Spirit Affinity House. Back then, I had betrayed my sect for Bo King, but I did not expect that 10,000 years later, it would be you who came. Actually, back when you refined Calamity Beckoning Gu, I had already discovered your Spring-Autumn Cicada. I am a refinement path grandmaster. I tampered with the Immortal Gu refinement process. The Calamity Beckoning Gu that you refined already had my will in it. This arrangement was originally meant to target pursuers from Spirit Affinity House, because nobody can stand giving up the chance of refining an Immortal Gu. Chapter 645, Not committing the same mistake again. Two halves. Just as you said, when I first discovered that you had Spring-Autumn Cicada, I was extremely excited, immediately thinking of using Spring-Autumn Cicada in order to be reborn. I used Calamity Beckoning Gu to attract you to Water Pavilion. You refined 10% of Water Pavilion. That was something I purposely engineered to make you less alert. When you left, I activated Water Pavilion and hid in the sweat on your skin. But in this aspect, how did you confirm that Water Pavilion was on you from the start? Fang Yuan answered, this is not hard to guess. You have to ensure my safety. Just your will alone is not enough. The rank 7 Immortal Gu House Water Pavilion is your strongest safeguard. Secondly, thinking will expend your thoughts, and cause your will to weaken. I made you exert yourself in creating the killer move, but you had never gone into a state of weakness. Next, you contested against Giant Sun's will in my mind, and even helped to refine the supreme true inheritance of True Yang building. Furthermore, you were under the light of wisdom, but I did not see your will weakening. The only explanation is Water Pavilion. Your will had always been obtaining replenishment. When I first inspected the goo worms that made up Water Pavilion, I did not realize it. The most crucial goo worm is that Wisdom Path Immortal Goo, Delight in Water and Mountain Goo, right? You are half right. Mo Yao's will confessed, Delight in Water and Mountain Goo can only create joyful will. But my will is not joyful will, thus I used other goo worms to convert the joyful will. This will of mine can indeed influence your thoughts, meddling with your lines of thinking and making you act differently to your nature. Am I right to say you were purposely losing to Giant Sun's will? Fang Yuan laughed. Giant Sun's will is indeed strong, but the difference in our battle strengths would not be so absurdly large. When I awakened in shock, I realized that Water Pavilion had already turned into an armor around me, saving my life. At that moment I realized something was wrong. Although I was alert in the past, because of your influence, it gradually vanished. But although I found something amiss, I could not be sure of it. When Giant Sun's will attacked me in a frenzy, I guessed his tactic. This battlefield is only so big. There are very few outside elements that can influence the battle. Why would I not be wary of the formless hands? Thus, I took a risk and went along with his ploy, purposely moving slowly so that the formless hand would attack me. In the end, I obtained proof of your ill intentions. Next, even though Water Pavilion broke apart, I was still afraid of its power. Thus, I coaxed you into entering my immortal aperture, and at the same time, using your goo worms for fighting. I purposely got hit by many killer moves, and most of the goo worms that I borrowed from you were sealed as a result. This was to prevent you from having any goo worms that did not need primeval essence to activate. Mo Yao's will heard this and shook her head, exclaiming, Feng Yuan, you are too shrewd. The moment you found something wrong, you schemed to this extent. Your acting surpassed mine. But there is something I don't understand. Feng Yuan asked. Oh, what is that? Earlier, I lost fixed immortal goo to a six-fingered formless hand. I know that fixed immortal travel is an immortal goo that you really wanted to get rid of, because it affected your plans too much. But how were you so sure that the six-fingered formless hand would take away fixed immortal travel, and not other immortal goo, least of all Spring-Autumn Cicada? Mo Yao's will laughed bitterly. Lad, I am only a will left behind by the main body for 10,000 years. Do you really think I can control the entire situation? Back then, the situation was so chaotic, and at the moment when the formless hand grabbed you, I hesitated, afraid to show Water Pavilion as it would attract your suspicion. But next, after it took fixed immortal travel, I was overjoyed. I quickly interfered with your thoughts, causing you to help Tai Bei Yunsheng. This delayed some time, and you lost fixed immortal travel. Feng Yuan stared blankly. Your luck is very good. Mo Yao shook her head, bitterly smiling. Back then, I sneaked into Truyang Building and wanted to get my hands on fortune-rivaling Heaven Goo, releasing it in the end. Since then, my luck had been terrible. Later, when I blocked the seven-fingered formless hand for you, my intention was to sacrifice the rank 7 Calamity Beckoning Goo in Water Pavilion. What a pity that the formless hand took the core, Water Harmony Immortal Goo. If your Spring-Autumn Cicada had Immortal's consciousness, I would have struck long ago. Unfortunately, your Goo Immortal will is still inside, and I did not dare to act rashly, only influencing you secretly. When I lurked in your mind, I had been paying attention to your thoughts and had been attempting to read your memories. But after fighting with Giant Sun's will, I could not split up. All of my will was used to manipulate Water Pavilion to protect your life. Otherwise, I would have noticed when you sensed something amiss. In fact, I would have interfered with your thoughts and made you dismiss this problem. Moreover, I had little immortal essence left. Most of it was used to create wills. Your tactic of consuming it was very effective. But if I had 5 or 6 more beads of red date immortal essence, the situation would have been very different. Feng Yuan nodded. Sigh. Actually, this was not a fair fight. A will alone cannot think as deeply as the main body, especially when wills have their specialties and would act on those traits. A will is just a will, it cannot replace the main body. If your main body was dealing with me, I would have lost long ago. Fairy Mo Yao, you truly live up to your name. With just a will that you left behind, you could reach this stage. Feng Yuan sighed continuously. After revealing their cards, he instead started consoling Mo Yao's will, seemingly forgetting their status as enemies. It was as if he was Mo Yao's longtime friend. He continued to sigh. Your plan was really too difficult. It is like walking on a tightrope. You had to be careful of the balance of the situation at all times. If when you schemed against me was prior to now, there was a chance I would have continued being fooled by you. Unfortunately, right before coming to Northern Plains, I made a similar mistake, and my decree in life is to never commit the same mistake twice. Saying so, the image of a young woman dressed in wine appeared in Feng Yuan's mind. Actually, it is also thanks to Wisdom Goo's help. Even without using it personally, just by the light halo that it emitted, my thoughts became extremely sharp and I understood many things. thus being able to expose your scheme, as expected of the rank 9 immortal Gu. After talking this much, I have a question to ask you. What type of will are you? Mo Yao chuckled. I might as well tell you now. Since you already know my methods, you'll get the answer sooner or later. In fact, under such circumstances, it is already too late even if you discover my true motive. There is no doubt you will need to use Spring Autumn Cicada to self-detonate. My will is called Fake Will. Fake and true, truth and lies. Fake will can disguise as a person's thoughts and collide with other thoughts, changing the results of their thinking and influencing a person's decisions and actions. Fang Yuan realized at once. No wonder I could not find where you were lurking when I checked in my mind. You were disguised as part of my thoughts. But you are wrong on one thing. I will not use Spring Autumn Cicada. Are you sure? He. Mo Yao's will laughed. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King was a killer move that I perfected with you. I purposely gave an incorrect estimation and caused your body to turn into a zombie. You no longer have any way to progress. At this point, you have no future. I have been around you for so long, I understand you well. You have no trump cards left. Right now, the wind veil of assimilation is closing in, and you have already lost fixed immortal travel. Do you think you can open a Stargate here? Don't be unrealistic. You will be attacked by everyone, even though you purposely acted weaker. Your real battle strength is still inferior to Giant Sun's will. After all, this is not the true inheritance secluded domain. Inside the true inheritance secluded domain, wills and thoughts are suppressed. As for worldly wave trace immortal Gu, I am not going to lend it to you anymore. Moreover, other than Giant Sun's will, you still have a huge threat here. That is Hai Lulan with the great strength through martial physique. Rank 5 peak stage. Think about the force of his self-detonation. Right now, you are only holding on because of the light of wisdom. With so many strong foes, you are at your wits' end. Mo Yao's will laughed for a while before her tone became calmer. You refuse to use Spring Autumn Cicada because you are wary of your black coffin luck. You do not have to be so nervous. Spring Autumn Cicada's drawback is that it will cause its owner's luck to become progressively worse. Back then, Red Lotus Demon Venerable was a victim of this. Luck is really strong and influential, no doubt, but it cannot decide everything. It depends on who is facing it. You had so much bad luck, yet with your strength and wisdom, you still managed to get this far. Ma Hongyan had so much good luck, yet he could not grasp it well. Even though he escaped from this place, he would surely fall into the hands of Northern Plains Gu immortals and become a captive. Fang Yuan snickered. You've schemed for this long. I'm sure you've made ample preparations. You have the confidence of certain victory. A contest of wills is not my forte. If I self-detonate, that is using my weakness to fight my enemy's strength. How can I be so stupid? Mo Yao also laughed. To think that you'd have such a timid side. It is a pity, but you are not entirely right. I do intend on using the Spring Autumn Cicada. But it is impossible with your foundation to travel 10,000 years back in time. I plan to find Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance when traveling upstream in the River of Time. Using the power of the inheritance, I would go back to traveling against the current, 10,000 years into the past. Don't you want to see what Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance looks like? Mo Yao said something shocking. She actually knew of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's secret inheritance ground. But Fang Yuan gave no response. He was silent. Outside, Giant Sun's will finally counted down from 10 to 1. It seems you are still very stubborn. You want to resist to the end. Seeing that Fang Yuan did not surrender, Giant Sun's will said this in a deep and low tone. This demon deserves nothing less than death. Ancestor Giant Sun had granted him mercy, giving him a chance to turn over a new leaf, yet he is still refusing to change. Yi Luosang shouted, yet in the depths of his heart he felt eased. Kill this demon. Cut his head off and make it our urine flask. Today, we will exterminate a menace of society. Everyone was riled up. Oh no, the wind veil of assimilation is already within 100 steps of us. Ancestor Giant Sun, what will we do? someone said in shock. Wisdom Goo was maintaining a halo of light to protect itself. The Goo Masters were all standing near its edge and outside of it. Only Feng Yuan was inside. As the wind veil of assimilation grew closer, it shrunk the space that was inside, and in just a short period of time, the wind veil would reach the surface of the light halo. Chapter 646, Road of Life. The wind veil of assimilation was constantly getting closer. That was why Giant Sun's Will tried to get Feng Yuan to surrender. If Feng Yuan surrendered and returned Giant Sun's immortal essence, everything would be easy to settle. But if Feng Yuan was adamant and refused to surrender, Giant Sun's Will would have to fight him to the death. Hai Lulan, I am giving you this strength path, Immortal Goo. Release your dark limit seal and display the true might of one of the 10 extreme physiques. Your great strength true martial physique has the highest recovery speed in the world. It greatly surpasses the other 9 extreme physiques. Don't worry, even if you self-detonate, I have my ways to save you. Giant Sun's Will said, handing Hai Lulan a strength path Immortal Goo. Obtaining the Immortal Goo that he had been dreaming of, Hai Lulan was unable to conceal his excitement. Thank you, Lord Ancestor. At the same time, Giant Sun's Will promised the other Goo Masters many benefits, handing out Goo Worms one by one. Giant Sun's Will raised the morale. This scoundrel has committed many evil deeds. You will all be great heroes renowned in Northern Plains after eliminating him. Your act of bringing peace to the people will make sure you are well respected wherever you go. We know that being basked in the light of wisdom would reduce lifespan. But in this situation, if we continue delaying it, we will be killed by the wind veil of assimilation. How can losing a bit of lifespan compare to death? Furthermore, you just need to restrain him. I will strike and deal the finishing blow. Everyone looked at each other. Giant Sun's Will had incomparable reputation. He was left behind by the old ancestor, under benefits and reputation, forced by the situation. Everyone summoned their courage and looked at Feng Yuan, ready to strike. Strange, why isn't he dead yet? After being in the light for so long, he should have expended all his lifespan already. Suddenly, someone asked this, because if Feng Yuan was dead, they would not need to take a risk. That is because he is already dead. After completely becoming a zombie monster, he is among the living dead. The dead have no lifespan. No matter how long he stays there, he would not die of old age. Hai Lulan explained, destroying their fantasies. So that's it. Everyone was taken aback. They finally understood that this fight was unavoidable. The air seemed to turn frigid, the Goo Masters' killing intent surged. Without doubt, this was the final battle. They had great confidence in killing Feng Yuan. After all, there was the great strength true martial physique as well as Giant Sun's Will. However, they were still nervous. Feng Yuan's terrifying battle strength was ingrained into their hearts. Of course we have to kill this demon. But there are bound to be casualties in battle. Oh great longevity heaven, please don't let it be me. Those were the inner thoughts of everyone. The atmosphere was getting more solemn. The battle was going to commence. But right at this moment, there was another surprising twist. Wisdom Goo suddenly stopped sending out the light of wisdom, and flew into the sea of Goo Worms. Earlier, it had displayed its rank 9 aura at full force. But now it had completely concealed itself, hiding with the Goo Worm group. It quickly vanished. Everyone was shocked. Giant Sun's Will was the first to react, laughing heartily. Excellent. This Wisdom Goo's wild will is a newborn. It is still very immature. Earlier, it created the halo to prevent other life forms from getting near it, but now that it sensed the battle was near, in order to avoid getting dragged into this, it escaped first. Everyone was overjoyed at this. There was no better situation. Without Wisdom Goo's halo causing trouble, Giant Sun's Will could enter battle directly. Demon, the Wisdom Goo that you entrusted your life to has run away. Your time of death is now. Come and receive your death. Demon, you have committed many heinous sins. Landing in this situation today, you are dead meat. Everyone shouted, their morale surging. Giant Sun's Will was ready to strike. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Feng Yuan broke the silence. He raised his head and laughed. His laughter boomed over the surroundings, giving off a wild aura. He suppressed all other voices. He had a green face with sharp fangs, and his eyes were shining with a ruthless light. Although his recovery ability was strong, his previous injuries were too severe. His body was still in bad shape. He was left with one arm. His body was crooked, yet his imposing attitude burst out, causing everyone to take a slight step back. "Damned demon, still being arrogant before your death, what are you laughing for?" Hai Lu Lan took a big step forward. His body was like a bear. He stared with his eyes opened wide. "Demon, committing evil acts will lead to your own doom. You have no way out but death. Feng Yuan, I had already given you your only chance of surrender, but you did not grab onto it. Now, there is no way out for you anymore." Giant Sun's will shouted resolutely. Mo Yao's will also said, "Lad, no need to continue acting secretive. Your fake imposing aura cannot stop them. Don't you want to see Red Lotus Demon Venerable's secret inheritance ground? The battle is going to commence. If your mind becomes muddled against Giant Sun's will, I will not be able to save you again. Give up. This is a dead end. There is no way out. Quickly use the spring-autumn cicada." Feng Yuan's laughter ended. His voice was coarse. "Isn't there a saying, heaven will always leave a path for you? As long as I want to walk, there will be a road for me to step on." Everyone was shocked. These words were very familiar. Thinking about it, they realized it was from the Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu Chapter 3, Section 3 states, Luopo Valley was a very wide and complex labyrinth. Renzu searched for Northern Dark Iced Soul, who was missing, but he got lost in the labyrinth himself. Even after several days, he did not find a way out. He was extremely tired. He had sprawled on the ground, his back leaning against the walls of the labyrinth. A feeling of boundless loneliness quickly engulfed him. This was because he had given his original heart to hope. Right now, he only had a heart of loneliness left. The feeling of loneliness was unbearable. Renzu was afraid of being lonely. He had once dug out both of his eyes and turned them into a son and daughter to accompany him. But right now, he could only endure the torture of loneliness. Amidst the loneliness, Renzu felt intense desolation, loss, and pain. Time seemed to have stopped. He was all alone in this world. There was nobody he could rely on. There was no fire that he could gain warmth from. Renzu felt suffocation, but as time passed, he got used to the feeling of loneliness. He even started to savor it. He started to feel that loneliness was not that scary. In his loneliness, he felt serenity, peace, and quiet. He talked to himself, "O human, what is the purpose of your existence? Struggling here in this world, rushing about everywhere." Next, he heard a voice from beside him. "O human, you are the spirit of all beings. You are lonely, thus you wanted to be comforted, to be understood, to be recognized. Right now, the thing you want to do most is to find the way out of this damned place." Renzu was shocked. Who was talking to me?" That voice laughed as it said, "I am a goo, called Self. If you look inside yourself, you will find me." Renzu quickly inspected his heart of loneliness. As expected, in the deepest part of his heart, he saw a goo worm. This goo looked very real, almost like himself, but it was many times smaller than him, like the size of an ant. Renzu was curious. "Hey, you are a goo worm, why are you inside my body?" Self Goo said, "Ever since you gained life, I had been inside your body. You just did not discover me. It is not easy to find me. You will need to inspect your inner heart of loneliness." "Is that so?" Renzu had little interest. He was quite indifferent about this as his mind was entirely concerned with Northern Dark Iced Soul. Self Goo saw Renzu's lack of concern and laughed. "Oh Renzu, you should be happy. You should know, finding yourself and understanding yourself, that is the most important thing in life. You yourself are the most reliable thing in the world. Let me help you leave this place." "You can help me leave this place?" "No way. Can you bring me out of Luopo Valley, and travel in the reverse flow river?" Renzu was shocked and excited. Self Goo laughed heartily. "Oh Renzu, why must you walk on this road? The door of life and death's entrance and exit are the traces left behind by Fate Goo when it visited Fairness Goo. When you walk on this road, You will be under the manipulation and arrangement of fate. If you want to revive, to leave this place, you should walk on a brand new road. Renzu was perplexed. Isn't there only one road? Wisdom Gu had already told me that. Where can there be a second road? Self Gu said, Oh Renzu, as long as you want to walk, there will be a road for you to step on. Renzu was even more confused now. Then how should I walk? Self Gu said, Didn't I say it already? First, you have to think about leaving. Think? Renzu tried using his brain, thinking of how to move on. He thought for half a day, his head was bursting, when finally, a Gu jumped out of his mind. This Gu was an old friend of Renzu. It was Cognition Gu. Where there is cognition, there is me. Cognition Gu said, Oh human, you seem to have gotten into trouble again. Let me help you think. Saying so, Cognition Gu gave off a bright light, enlightening Renzu. Cognition Gu had an ability, that was to enlighten all beings. Any life form enlightened by Cognition Gu would gain wings. Back then, Verdant Great Sun obtained the wings of self, flying into the sky. When the light dispersed, Renzu obtained a pair of wings. This pair of wings was located at his heels. They were very delicate. Cognition noted. This pair of wings is called independence. Renzu, it will help you walk on a new road. You have to be careful. A new road is hard to walk on. Other Gu are unreliable. You can only rely on yourself. Gu. Saying so, Cognition Gu vanished. Renzu was still very much confused. How should I walk? Walk ahead, and carve the path of your road of life. This is a road that is unique to yourself. Only you can walk on it. Self Gu said excitedly. Renzu took the first step forward. Bam! The next moment, his vision changed. Everyone heard Feng Yuan and reacted, flying into a rage. This demon has lost his mind. Kill. We have to work together and kill him. He. How dare you compare yourself to Renzu? Go ahead and walk. Let me see what road you can walk on. Everyone lost their patience. They shouted as they charged towards Feng Yuan. At this moment, Hai Lu Lan suddenly showed a pained expression, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Good timing. Feng Yuan smiled, showing an eerie aura. He raised his remaining hand as he punched directly. Bam! With a loud explosion, Fist Chi burst out as a strength path phantom materialized in the air. Chapter 647. The answer is found in oneself. This strength path phantom had a striking resemblance to a youthful Feng Yuan, vivid and lifelike, and generally in the same dimensions. It obstructed the charge of the Gu Masters by itself, appearing lonely and insignificant. Isn't his that lad Hai Lu Lan's killer move? Mo Yaozwil was surprised. Ah, I remember now, you seized his crucial Gu worm, but how did you reproduce his killer move? While she was speaking, the Gu Masters had already reached the Strength Path Phantom. Feng Yuan's Strength Path Phantom could only endure 3 moves before it was torn to pieces. The remaining Fist Chi was condensing again, but was extinguished by Yi Lumisang's fire. This demon is a paper tiger, no need to be afraid. HMPH. The method he is relying on now was merely stolen from Lord Hai Lu Lan. This Strength Path Phantom has the form but at most only has half the strength of Lord Hai Lu Lan's killer move. What's there to be afraid of? The group's morale soared higher. They paused for a moment before moving towards Feng Yuan at an even faster speed. Only Hai Lu Lan had a bewildered expression and slightly decreased his speed, staying at the rear. Did he use my vital Gu to create this Strength Path Phantom? How could this Strength Path Phantom actually have his own actual appearance? Although his vital Gu had been seized, his injuries had rapidly recovered. Great Strength True Martial Physique's recovery ability was at the top of the 10 extreme physiques, tens of times stronger than 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. It was not strange for Feng Yuan to forcibly refine Hai Lu Lan's vital Gu. Feng Yuan was already a Gu immortal, and with the help of immortal essence, this meant an enormous advantage in refining mortal Gu. Feng Yuan's Strength Path Phantom actually had the same appearance as him. This was what made Hai Lu Lan extremely surprised. Even if you seized Hai Lu Lan's Gu and roughly reconstructed his killer move, your Strength Path Phantom merely has its form and it might have the ability to recondense from the Fist Chi. but the difference when compared to Hai Lu Lan's genuine killer move is too great. Mo Yaozul bluntly commented. At this moment, everyone had reached Feng Yuan. On the outer periphery, giant Sunswill had curled up into a ball, moving slowly, waiting for the time Feng Yuan showed a weakness during the chaotic battle to deal a fatal strike. In that case, Mo Yao, open your eyes and watch what happens next closely. Feng Yuan's grin slowly turned into a huge smile. He punched, with the only remaining arm. Fist Chi surged and turned into a Strength Path Phantom. The Phantom did not pause, immediately pouncing towards the incoming Gu Masters. Feng Yuan punched again. Another Strength Path Phantom appeared, but it was different. This Strength Path Phantom also resembled a young Feng Yuan, but it had 2 extra arms and it was even more powerful. Feng Yuan's breathing sped up as he punched rapidly, the fist shadows interweaving together into a curtain. Boom boom boom. Punches after punches in the air sent out cracking noises, producing continuous echoing explosions. Majestic Fist Chi surged madly, forming whirlwinds. Wind and clouds surged and roared like dragons and tigers. In a blink of an eye, 100 Strength Path Phantoms were created, forming layers upon layers of protection around Feng Yuan. The Gu Masters had just finished off the previous 2 Strength Path Phantoms and were about to charge towards Feng Yuan, but when they raised their heads, all of their expressions turned into great shock. How could there be so many Strength Path Phantoms? One Gu Master's eyes almost popped out. FCK, there are still more being created. Another Gu Master swore loudly. Feng Yuan continued to punch. Fist Chi formed into Strength Path Phantoms as if they were endless. The Gu Masters could not believe what they were seeing. This number greatly surpassed Hai Lu Lan's limit, moreover it was still rapidly increasing. Within moments, there were already 1,000 Strength Path Phantoms. Just recently, Feng Yuan was alone, but now he had an army standing around him. Are they phonies? A Gu Master was suspicious and felt Feng Yuan was using Gu Worm to create illusions. But the Strength Path Phantom's solid attacks in the next moment gave a painful answer to the group. Kill. We will let you taste our power. These Strength Path Phantoms were actually able to speak, and showed extraordinary intelligence. They attacked together, forming an endless stream of humans. The Gu Masters who were confident in their numbers were now drowned in Strength Path Phantoms. They seemed to be stranded in a torrential river, suffering the strong attacks of the waves. Defend. Stabilize our formation. They are only Strength Path Phantoms. Damn it. These Strength Path Phantoms can actually coordinate and carry out battle tactics. The Gu Masters shouted one after another. Their formation was like a large reef near the shore. However, after engaging in battle, they discovered that the power of these Strength Path Phantoms far surpassed their imaginations. These Strength Path Phantoms coordinated together and did not care about sacrificing themselves. Although they only had singular method of attacking, it generated an extremely large pressure on the Gu Masters. The Gu Masters' formation soon showed signs of breaking. What killer move is this? My Strength Path Phantoms could not coordinate to this extent. This is simply a relentless army fighting to the death. Hai Lu Lan was shocked and uneasy. Feng Yuan retreated while continuing to punch out Fist Chi. The number of Strength Path Phantoms continued to rise crazily. Your killer move. This killer move. Mo Yaozul stammered in shock. She analyzed. Mortal Gu absolutely cannot have such might. You definitely used Immortal Gu. You still have a trump card that I don't know about? No, impossible. You definitely had refined Immortal Gu. How could you refine Immortal Gu so quickly? Feng Yuan laughed loudly. Why do you think I tried to get near to Wisdom Gu by all means possible? It was to use its rank 9 aura to help me refine Immortal Gu. If it were other people's Immortal Gu, it would not be easy to deceive. Thus I could not refine man as before and landscape as before. But it is very difficult for young Wild Will to distinguish if this aura originated from me. Gu worms higher by 2 ranks or more could pressure others into submission. Back then on King Mao Mountain, Feng Yuan used Spring Autumn Cicada's aura to help him refine Gu. That means you had planned to intentionally transform completely with 6-armed Heavenly Zombie King? Mo Yao's will immediately started feeling uneasy when she discovered this. The light of wisdom consumed lifespan, but after transforming into a zombie which was already dead, Feng Yuan naturally could stay for much longer in the light of wisdom. Mo Yao continued to observe and found that Feng Yuan's killer move followed some certain characteristics of strength path. His strength path phantoms normally had 2 arms, but sometimes, there would be phantoms with 4 arms and even 6 arms occasionally. The more arms the phantoms had, the stronger they were. 2-armed phantoms only had average battle strength comparable to 100 Beast Kings, 4-armed phantoms were comparable to 1,000 Beast Kings, and 6-armed phantoms were comparable to myriad Beast Kings. This is simply the recreation of a beast group. When Mo Yao's will became aware of this, her delicate body shivered, and said with an incredulous tone, "Lad, you actually managed to resolve the age-old question. You have merged the 2 paths of enslavement and strength. Enslavement path controlled a great number of beasts and used numbers to crush enemies. Strength path focused on strengthening oneself, fighting many enemies alone. The essence of 2 Gu master paths that were polar opposites were now perfectly harmonized and united in Feng Yuan's killer move." Feng Yuan had been trying to solve this issue since long ago, but he made no progress and was even ridiculed and persuaded against by Mo Yao's will. However, he had never given up on his attempts to resolve this. He would never abandon something because of other people's denial, ridicule and persuasion. The most crucial breakthrough came during the process of Gu immortal advancement. He used this extremely precious opportunity to advance his strength path realm. Obtaining inspiration from heaven and earth, he abandoned everything else to wholeheartedly seek the answer for the merging of enslavement and strength path. Heaven and earth were completely open to him. He was imparted supreme mysteries. But finally, he also had wisdom Gu to thank. Feng Yuan stayed under the light of wisdom for a long time, wasting away his lifespan and turning into one of the living dead. He paid a heavy price, but his rewards were also enormous. Finally, he was able to use his available Gu worms to coordinate together and form the killer move. Without investment, how could there be any gains? Of course, he also had to thank Hai Lu Lan, thanks to his vital Gu, which was one of the most crucial components of the killer move. Besides it, there were immortal Gu, as well as many Gu worms which were required to form 6-arm heavenly zombie king, and in addition Feng Yuan's second vital Gu, all-out effort Gu, which played an important role. This was also one of the reasons Feng Yuan intentionally transformed with 6-arm heavenly zombie king. He needed the Gu worms forming 6-arm heavenly zombie king to make this new killer move. Even if the black coffin luck on him intensified, even if powerful enemies surrounded him and the wind veil of assimilation isolated everything from the world, heaven would never seal all of one's paths. There was no absolutely desperate situation in this world. There were only people who despair. The answer to resolving problems will always be in our own hands. When we inspect our inner hearts, we will find that the miraculous heavenly power was in ourselves all along. To discover oneself, to recognize oneself, and to rely on oneself. The convergence of enslavement and strength path is an age-old question which has baffled countless heroes and geniuses through the ages. I had never expected it to be perfectly resolved in your hands. Lad, you have ventured on a new road indeed. As you continue to develop this path, you might even be able to truly unite enslavement and strength path, and develop a whole new path. This path will definitely have unprecedented strength. Mo Yao's will sighed with deep emotions. Her refinement path Grandmaster Spirit made her not stint on praising Feng Yuan. He. Feng Yuan was just about to reply when suddenly Giant Sun's will appeared right in front of him. It was a sneak attack. During this critical moment of life and death, Feng Yuan moved his head, his vital area, and used his shoulder to bear the brunt of Giant Sun's will's attack. Boom! A huge sound erupted. Feng Yuan was centraling to the ground, plowing a gorge meters in length. Looks like there is still quite a bit of your will remaining in my mind. You influenced my thoughts again. Feng Yuan was furious as he saw through Mo Yao's scheme. Mo Yao shed all consideration for face and screamed, "Kid, I asked you to obediently activate Spring Autumn Cicada, but you didn't give in. Destiny sent you in front of me to give me a chance at rebirth. I will definitely grasp this opportunity. HMPH, most of your will and goo worms have been locked in my immortal aperture. Your red date immortal essence is also under my control. You have no way to replenish your will anymore. To influence my thoughts, your thoughts will have to collide. Let me see how long this portion of your will that is hiding in my mind can last." Fang Yuan attacked Mo Yao's will while tightly fixing his gaze on Giant Sun's will. Strength Path Phantoms soon gathered around him and filled the gap, once more tightly protecting Fang Yuan. Giant Sun's will felt quite troubled. It was okay when Fang Yuan was alone previously, but now he had so many helpers. Giant Sun's will excelled in speed and transforming, but was afraid of expending his thoughts. Fang Yuan's killer move that combined enslavement and strength path was a direct counter to him. No matter how fast your speed is, I will form a tighter defense. You have your countless transformations. I have my self-detonating phantoms. There were way too many strength path phantoms. They surrounded Fang Yuan in layers after layers, not only in all directions. There were strength path phantoms even floating in the sky. There was simply no gap to attack. This killer move actually combined the essence of both enslavement and strength path. These strength path phantoms can not only condense back from the remnant fist chi, they can even self-detonate. This kid definitely already had some foundation in this aspect and had made preparations, otherwise just relying on the time within the light of wisdom, he absolutely would not be able to create it out of nothing. Right. He succeeded in his Gu immortal ascension. It is extremely likely that he received the guidance of heaven and earth during the process of advancement. Damn it! Giant Sun's will pondered intensely before hurriedly stopping his thoughts. There were hardly any left. If he thought for too long, a large portion of him would vanish. A chance. Suddenly, he transformed into a golden rainbow, traveling nimbly between the army of strength path phantoms and ruthlessly striking at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan grinned, "Old geezer, why are you in such a rush?" He had intentionally revealed this flaw in the strength path phantoms formation. Giant Sun's will fell for Fang Yuan's scheme. 3 strength path phantoms instantly appeared in front of him. Giant Sun's will thought rapidly and like a snake, he coiled around too. However, he could not avoid the last strength path phantom, and directly smashed into it. Boom! A huge sound erupted. The strength path phantom was crushed into smithereens. "Old bastard, do you really think I am easy prey?" HMPH, I have already waited for too long. Fang Yuan was already fully prepared. He raised his fist and pounded down with all his strength at Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will was caught unprepared and shattered. Chapter 648, Fierce and Ambitious. Fang Yuan finally displayed his true strength. His punch was extremely fast. Giant Sun's will was caught unprepared and received the full brunt of the attack. Bang! The condensed golden will was smashed into smithereens, splitting into countless parts. But in the next moment, the will condensed again, though its volume had fully decreased by 1/5. Having suffered such a great loss, Giant Sun's will was about to furiously counterattack. However, Fang Yuan had already retreated to safety behind the layers upon layers of strength path phantoms. Giant Sun's will was so angry at this that he almost collapsed again. He could not think about too many things, otherwise he would have already seen this was a trap. Thus, he fell for Fang Yuan's scheme. "Hai Lulan, what are you still hesitating for?" Giant Sun's will bellowed. How can he send out strength path phantoms that look exactly the same as him? Hai Lulan's thoughts were tangled and confused, and when he heard Giant Sun's will's roar, he quivered before coming back to his senses. Fang Yuan's killer move was powerful and had the number advantage, suppressing everyone into such disadvantage that they were not even able to raise their heads. Even Giant Sun's will could not make any progress. This was the moment of life and death. Hai Lulan's great strength, true martial physique, was the crucial battle strength that could change the situation. As he thought of this, Hai Lulan opened his eyes wide in anger and stood up straight. Boom! One ordinary punch produced a terrifying result. The piercingly cold fist chi almost penetrated the heavy layers of strength path phantoms. Human figures flew all around as the phantoms were smashed to pieces. This was the true strength of great strength, true martial physique. At this moment, Hai Lu Lan displayed all his strength without any reservations. The immortal Gu Dark Limit's remaining power on him was a thin layer of black membrane. When Hai Lu Lan tore apart this layer of black membrane, his figure suddenly changed. The surging aura of one of the 10 extreme physiques soared to the skies. A formless aura shook the air and formed a shockwave that engulfed the surroundings. What's going on? Lord Hai Lu Lan actually turned into a woman. The rumor was actually true. In Su Xian's night elopement, Su Xian had given birth to a daughter with Hai Tribe's supreme elder, Hai Ching. It was no wonder that back then, Giant Sun's Will had chosen Hai Lu Lan and Ma Hongyan to be Frost Jade Peacock's masters. Giant Sun's Will had already seen through Hai Lu Lan's true gender. Hai Lu Lan turned a deaf ear to everyone's shocked remarks, and fixed her gaze at Fang Yuan. Killing intent surged and a wild, noble aura manifested like a proud tigress starting her hunt, bold and fearless, and hungry to devour humans. Fang Yuan gave a cold snort. Fist chi surged beside him non-stop, condensing into strength path phantoms that had the formation of an army. He had full confidence in his killer move and was not afraid of Hai Lu Lan. The self-detonation of one of the 10 extreme physiques can indeed slaughter immortals, but my killer move can also do so. Strength path phantoms shouted one after another. Their rallying cries poured like a river towards Hai Lu Lan. Hai Lu Lan, who had exposed her true appearance, was simply unstoppable. She was like a female warrior goddess who possessed the strength of 1,000 troops. The strength path phantom army charged at her, but she was stable and unmoved. Save me. At another side, Yi Luosang and the others cried out for help. Fang Yuan was concentrating on 3 tasks: facing Hai Lu Lan, taking care of other Gu masters, and also guarding against Giant Sun's Will. He displayed his master-level attainment in enslavement path for all to see. The strength path phantom army were highly coordinated and they seemed to move like one entity. With no regard for sacrifices, they attacked with a crazy offense. Yi Luosang and the others were already in danger, but now could hold on no longer. Their final defensive line was broken. Hai Lu Lan wanted to return and assist them, but was firmly stalled by the strength path phantoms. These strength path phantoms actually have an ordinary person's intelligence. How was he able to accomplish this? He definitely seized my vital Gu, but how could he create strength path phantoms that have the exact same appearance as him? Hai Lu Lan was extremely astonished. The more she battled with the strength path phantom army, the more she realized their power. An individual strength path phantom was of no concern, but 3 strength path phantoms' tacit cooperation could slightly resist Hai Lu Lan. 6 strength path phantoms could form a small battle formation and stall her. 9 strength path phantoms attacking in succession could pressure her. The greater the number of strength path phantoms, the higher their battle strength. This was all because of the exquisite coordination between them. Even beast groups could not accomplish this, but Fang Yuan's enslavement path army was actually made of his own strength path phantoms. They came from the same source and thus were of one mind. Hai Lu Lan was not able to reinforce them in time. Yi Luosang and the others were killed one after the other by the strength path phantoms. And facing the cries for help from his bloodline descendants, Giant Sun's Will made the opposite choice of Hai Lu Lan. He turned into several arrows and tried to take advantage of the chaos to kill Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan mobilized the guards beside him to engage in an intense battle with Giant Sun's Will. The duration of the battle was extremely short, but it was exceptionally fierce. Seeing that he could not succeed, Giant Sun's Will left after probing and did not continue fighting zealously. There were hardly any thoughts left in this will. The intense battle would demand quick thinking and he would slowly be unable to bear such intensive consumption. And Fang Yuan also was in trouble. Mo Yao's will continued to bother him from time to time, creating distracting thoughts and causing him to repeatedly make mistakes when mobilizing the strength path phantoms, making him unable to display his master-level enslavement path attainment to the fullest. However, as time passed, Fang Yuan gradually attained the upper hand. His Strength Path Phantom army continued to increase in numbers. The narrow remaining space was filled with these Strength Path Phantoms, their number already surpassing 10,000. At the same time, Mo Yao's will's influence on him was weakening. Giant Sun's will sneak attacked many times but did not succeed. His remaining volume was less than that of an adult. The only one who was still fighting like an addict, Hai Lu Lan, was a monster with unlimited stamina, great strength. True martial physique's battle strength could make one speechless. If not for the layers of Strength Path Phantoms which consisted of an absurd number already, they might not have been able to restrain her. Child, you have to be careful. I researched this Strength Path killer move for you. Although it is strong, it has a flaw. The Strength Path Phantom you create is actually your subconscious image. Her mother, Su Xian, said in an extremely weak tone at the moment of her death, advising her repeatedly with a worried expression. Hai Lu Lan sat at the side of the bed, grabbing her hand, nodding her head as she wept without letting out a noise. The Legends of Ranzu has already told us that every person has a self in their hearts. Child, your Strength Path Phantom is the self in your heart. What I can see from it is that you thirst for tyrannical strength. You long to escape from a woman's status and have it become that of a man's. Use this killer move as few times as possible. Be careful, as the killer move might imperceptibly influence you to become as savage as your Strength Path Phantom in the end. Su Xian continued to mumble, almost exhausting all of her energy. Mother, I understand. You can be at ease. Bin-sized tears trickled down Hai Lu Lan's cheeks. When one day, you can create Strength Path Phantoms that resemble your appearance completely, Mother will be at ease. Remember, find yourself. Also, be careful of your father. Su Xian finished her last words, using up her final breath as she left this world. Mother. Hai Lu Lan's heartbroken scream echoed in the room. Hai Lu Lan, what are you doing? You are actually letting your thoughts wander at this moment? Giant Sun's will's furious shout broke Hai Lu Lan's recollection. Hai Lu Lan was startled to awareness. She then stared at Fang Yuan, her heart filled with extremely complicated emotions. This guy actually had already found his self? How did he accomplish it? The final moment is arriving. The wind veil of assimilation is already close to us. Hai Lu Lan, self-detonate. I swear upon the honor of Giant Sun that I will save you. Giant Sun's will commanded. Fang Yuan's gaze became sharp. He might have the Phantom Army's protection and was sure they could create enough time for him to open a Stargate, but he was not willing to take the risk. He quickly provoked, Hai Lu Lan, you are a hero of a generation. Giant Sun's will might have immortal goo, but his immortal essence is still with me. How could he save you? How about you surrender to me? I have a way to escape this wind veil of assimilation. Fang Yuan was only probing and did not hold high hopes for it. But Hai Lu Lan's movement slowed down and her battle intent clearly lowered when she heard his words. Giant Sun's will saw the situation taking a turn for the worse and quickly shouted, don't listen to this demon's nonsense, he cannot be trusted. Hai Lu Lan, don't hesitate. This is our final chance to turn around the situation. Could it be that you don't believe me, your ancestor? Don't forget that I am only lending you the Strength Path immortal goo. It still has my will and it will self-detonate with just a thought from me. Hai Lu Lan roared as her battle intent soared again. Demon, you have a glib tongue, crafty as a fox. Damn it, what goo did you use on me? I will make you pay the most terrible price. Hand over your life. Hai Lu Lan erupted and like a wild dragon entering the sea, she carved out a path through the layers of the Strength Path Phantom Army. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Good, let me personally experience the power of great strength through martial physique. He then faced Hai Lu Lan head-on, and engaged in close combat. Six-armed Heavenly Zombie King was strong, but it was not the match of the 10 extreme physiques. This was still the case under the circumstances in which Fang Yuan possessed unlimited primeval essence and was activating large numbers of mortal goo. Hai Lu Lan's feelings were much different. Fang Yuan's power and ferociousness along with the surrounding Strength Path Phantom's tacit coordination made her feel extremely pressured. and she was suffering injuries after injuries. But great strength true martial physique's recovery ability was much stronger than six-armed heavenly zombie king. The pain instead caused Hai Lulan to become even more fierce. For a moment, both sides exchanged moves after moves and were evenly matched. Giant Sun's will only had to wait for a short while before it saw a flaw from Fang Yuan and sneak attacked at lightning speed. Fang Yuan retreated a step and turned around, counterattacking with clear hatred at Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will gnashed his teeth as he fiercely clashed with Fang Yuan, creating an even bigger flaw. He bellowed, "Hai Lulan!" As long as this exposed flaw was used, Hai Lulan could definitely inflict heavy injuries upon Fang Yuan and might even be able to take his life. Giant Sun's will finally saw hope at this moment coming. Hai Lulan charged over and activated her goo worms, striking with an unprecedented power. A dozen strength path phantoms suddenly jumped beside Fang Yuan to protect him. "You!" Giant Sun's will roared in shock. Hai Lulan's attack did not strike Fang Yuan, but smashed upon him. Giant Sun's will crumbled, revealing 3 immortal goo. Hai Lulan opened her mouth, actually swallowing the 3 immortal goo. With a gulp, the 3 immortal goo entered her stomach. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. The dozen strength path phantoms that had came to reinforce him changed their formation and surrounded Giant Sun's will, before brazenly self-detonating. Fist chi surged, almost completely exterminating all of Giant Sun's will. Only 4 to 5 traces of golden thoughts managed to escape. Chapter 649, Twin Demons. Why? The golden thoughts were furious and puzzled by the betrayal. HMPH, old bastard, I followed your commands earlier because I needed something. Now that the strength path immortal goo is already in my possession, why would I still listen to your commands? Hai Lulan sneered, her beautiful appearance filled with pride and coldness. You thankless wretch, unfilial descendant, you actually betrayed your ancestor. The golden thoughts shouted in hatred. Shut up, stop screaming. Is it because your thoughts are too few now that you are unable to think and have become so demented? Hai Lulan crossed her arms and squinted her eyes. You want me to self-detonate, but after making that kind of promise, what can you actually use to save me? Relying on your slavery goo, divert disaster goo or fixed immortal travel? These are the only 3 remaining immortal goo on you. Now tell me, where is the immortal goo that can resurrect me? HMPH, you want to deceive me with such a childish trick? If you were strong and powerful, I would obey you according to the rule of complying to the strong. But look at you now, what reason do you have to order me around? Just because you are the remaining will left behind by a dead man? Even if it is Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, he is already dead. He is a thing of the past. This is a new era. Why is a dead man like you still jumping around like a clown? Her words were filled with ambitious and ruthless grandeur. Hai Lulan was still that Hai Lulan. Even if I only have a single thought remaining, I can still cause the immortal goo to perish. The golden thoughts cried out. However, Hai Lulan was calm. You can try as much as you want. What's going on? You are actually suppressing 4 immortal goo. You might have great strength true martial physique, but you don't have the will of an immortal. How can you suppress 4 immortal goo? The golden thoughts flashed with radiance before screaming out in an incredulous tone. Clearly, it was unable to destroy the immortal goo. There are still many things you do not know. Hai Lulan seemed to be shrouded in profound mystery at this moment. Hai Lulan, as a descendant of Huangjin bloodline and a tribe leader of a super tribe, you colluded with an outsider to scheme against your ancestor. You 2 shameless bastards, when did you team up? Why didn't I discover it? The golden thoughts asked in a furious tone. Sure enough, you are much easier to deal with when you can't think. Sigh. Your pathetic performance really brings shame to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's reputation. Fang Yuan sighed, but there was a grin on his face filled with disdain. The 2 had actually allied just before now. Earlier, Hai Lulan had shouted, Demon, you have a glib tongue, crafty as a fox. Damn it, what goo did you use on me? I will make you pay the most terrible price. Hand over your life. Fang Yuan had not used any goo, but Hai Lu Lan said Fang Yuan used a gu. This was a code word. Whether it was Fang Yuan or Hai Lu Lan, both were meticulous and suspicious, merciless and formidable characters. They had cooperated together throughout the imperial court contest and had great understanding of each other. Both knew how ambitious the other was and would not resign to being under someone else. Just because of this, Fang Yuan was willing to take a gamble. Anyway, with the Strength Path Phantom's protection, the risk was not high. The two swindlers cooperated together. Hai Lu Lan made use of opportunity in battle and succeeded in attacking Giant Sun's will and seizing away all the immortal gu. I am unresigned, I am unresigned. I am the strongest, yet I was plotted against till I reached this stage. None of you will have a good end. My main body left behind many arrangements which are set to activate when 88 True Yang Building collapses. True Yang Building will be rebuilt, and you guys will be hunted down to the ends of the world. I didn't lose to you. If I didn't make moves against Ma Hongyun and ruin my luck, how could I lose? In the end, I lost to luck. The golden thoughts roared hysterically. Boom boom boom. In the next moment, it self-detonated, destroying itself. It was after all something left behind by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Even if there were only a few thoughts left, it was decisive. It was worried the secrets on it would be searched and extracted. The situation was hopeless, so it directly chose to self-detonate. The self-detonation of thoughts was extremely fast. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to stop it, he did not have corresponding methods. Unlike Blood Path, Strength Path and Enslavement Path, his Wisdom Path attainment was still very shallow. Only by deceiving Giant Sun's will to enter his immortal aperture, like Mo Yao's will, would Fang Yuan be able to easily suppress it. Like this, the strongest existence and ruler of Imperial Court Blessed Land finally dispersed in smoke, not leaving even a trace of it behind. Hai Lu Lan let out a breath of turbid air before looking at Fang Yuan with a tranquil gaze, speaking in a serious tone. Now, let's have a good discussion. I believe we have the foundation for cooperation. Fang Yuan nodded, sneering. Before speaking of anything else, the immortal gu fixed immortal travel you seized is mine. That formless fist which seized fixed immortal travel had been broken by Giant Sun's will. After Giant Sun's will seized the immortal gu, he forcibly suppressed Fang Yuan's will within the gu but did not have time to refine it, or it may be that he did not have the strength to forcibly refine it. Thus, Fang Yuan was not able to sense the connection with fixed immortal travel. He had lost track of the target earlier and thought the formless fist had already torn through space and left. I know, this is precisely one of my conditions. Right now, I am suppressing your immortal gu, but there is no time for me to forcibly refine it. I need you to lend me this fixed immortal travel. Hai Lu Lan made an astonishing demand. Fang Yuan had a calm expression. Why should I lend it to you? HMPH, the gu is on me, and without fixed immortal travel, how can you escape from here? Only if we sincerely cooperate, can we have the chance to escape. Hai Lu Lan said. Fang Yuan chuckled. Who told you I don't have other methods to leave this place? Hai Lu Lan's pupils shrunk as she looked at Fang Yuan deeply. The wind veil of assimilation isolates the outside world from the inside. Gu like whole earth gu and connecting heaven gu cannot be used. You actually have another method. But you didn't use it even until now. Hey, it seems this method has its flaws. She was a formidable character, regaining her cool quickly and even carrying a probing counterattack. She sounded extremely certain, but she was not that sure inwardly and was only probing. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. His Strength Path Phantom army was beside him and he did not fear the self-detonation of great strength through martial physique. However, his opponent was not any ordinary person of the great strength through martial physique, but Hai Lu Lan. This fellow could not be underestimated. They had contested repeatedly in 88 True Yang Building but they were evenly matched. In fact, she even caused much trouble to Fang Yuan. Now, she was clearly still immortal but was able to suppress 4 immortal gu, causing even Giant Sun's will to be surprised. If Fang Yuan did not lend her fixed immortal travel, she was sure to die. But he still had some fear if she counterattacked at the risk of her life. Without the intervention of Mo Yao's will, Feng Yuan had returned to his original nature. He calculated his profits. Shortly after, he asked the most crucial question, then, what can I obtain? Immortal Gu Dark Limit. Hai Lu Lan calmly replied, but inwardly she let out a breath of relief. Oh, I would like to hear the details. I will help you obtain this Gu. This Gu is in the hands of Gu Immortal Zhongyu. It can conceal aura, hide heavenly secrets and protect you from deductions. My great strength true martial physique was sealed with the help of Immortal Gu Dark Limit. You have caused such a huge incident. Northern Plains Gu Immortals will definitely track you down and cause troubles for you. Not only them, there are also the arrangements left behind by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. But with Immortal Gu Dark Limit, your location will not be discovered. Interesting. What else? Feng Yuan rubbed his chin. Hai Lu Lan smiled. We are both smart people. I will speak frankly. I shoulder a huge hatred and grudge, so I cannot self-detonate to kill you with me. But you also probably don't want to force me until I drag you along with me, right? HMPH, you are unlikely to kill me, but it is true that it will be really troublesome. Feng Yuan gave a cold snort. Hai Lu Lan's pupils shrunk. From your words, it seems you still haven't fully displayed the power of your killer move. But I also have another trump card. Feng Yuan nodded. Hai Lu Lan had already displayed it just before. She could suppress Immortal Gu, which was not possible by just relying on great strength true martial physique. As long as there were enough profits, there was no need for Bloodfist. Feng Yuan was not afraid of Hai Lu Lan's self-detonation. But there would be no benefits to both of them if he pushed her too far. Hai Lu Lan continued, I will help you obtain Immortal Gu Dark Limit and will also return Fixed Immortal Travel once I finish using it. I will also give you my Strength Path Killer move. I believe it will provide some help to your new killer move. Moreover, I haven't killed your senior brother Tai Bei Yunsheng. Feng Yuan glanced at Tai Bei Yunsheng, who was lying on the ground in unconsciousness, with his body covered by a defensive barrier. This was clearly Hai Lu Lan's work. His evaluation of Hai Lu Lan could not help but rise by a level. Hai Lu Lan was truly not simple. She actually protected Tai Bei Yunsheng until now. Clearly, she was dissatisfied with Giant Sun's will and had been scheming against it. More importantly, she gave many benefits. Immortal Gu Dark Limit was an important benefit. Fixed Immortal Travel was second. Then the Strength Path Killer move, and finally Tai Bei Yunsheng. Such an arrangement showed how much she understood Feng Yuan. Then your condition is? Feng Yuan asked. Protect me during my Gu Immortal Ascension and also help me when I kill my father personally. Hai Lu Lan's eyes revealed extreme hatred when she said this. Feng Yuan's brows involuntarily rose up. He did not ask why, and he did not need a reason. Ha ha ha. Feng Yuan laughed brightly. He looked at the surrounding wind veil of assimilation, then turned towards Hai Lu Lan. Hai Lu Lan, who had torn off the seal of Dark Limit and revealed her true appearance, was no longer an obese and fierce bear. Instead, she had a stimulating, charming body with sharp brows and bright eyes. She was a remarkably beautiful woman filled with a tyrannical aura. Interesting. Well, there is no harm in cooperating for the moment. Feng Yuan praised as he agreed. The benefits of this cooperation were truly shocking. In any case, Fixed Immortal Travel was in Hai Lu Lan's hands. Feng Yuan was also helpless about that, and so he might as well cooperate. Next, Feng Yuan mentioned his own conditions and reached a basic consensus with Hai Lu Lan. The shrinking of the wind veil of assimilation had almost reached the extreme. Large numbers of Gu accumulated in the narrow space, crowding together. Many Gu worms were already devoured by the wind veil of assimilation, becoming a part of it. But the tribulation, formless hands, were also completely gone. There is no time today, we will talk more in the future. After a rough agreement, Hai Lu Lan activated Fixed Immortal Travel. Dark green light covered her body. She was not a Gu Immortal, but astonishingly, she could activate Immortal Gu. Before leaving, she gave a deep glance at Feng Yuan and asked, seemingly without much thought, your killer move, what is its name? Myriad Self. Feng Yuan replied. Hai Lu Lan nodded, engraving this name to the depths of her heart. She knew that sooner or later, This killer move's name would rise to fame and spread throughout the 5 regions. The next moment, fixed immortal travel activated and Hai Lulan disappeared. The moment she left, Fang Yuan immediately destroyed the surroundings to prevent her from using fixed immortal travel to return. Wind Veil of Assimilation was already pressing in very closely. There was only a cabin-sized space left for Fang Yuan to move. Large numbers of goo worms were already devoured by the Wind Veil of Assimilation, while there were still a few that were flying around. Fang Yuan released Starlight Firefly Goo and opened the Stargate. But he did not leave immediately, instead deeply gazing at these flying goo worms. He did not have any certainty, but still wanted to give it a try. A few breaths later, a goo worm flew towards him of its own accord. Rank 9 Wisdom Goo, ha ha ha. In the narrow space, Fang Yuan's laughter was echoing endlessly. One could say, open attacks and secret ambushes interweave, schemes and conspiracies conjure countless arrangements. Misfortune descends and one loses their rationality, struggling in peril for that sliver of hope. The immortal zombie is dead and has no lifespan. Yet with myriad self one has no worries. Crumbling bones pile into a meeting of 2 demons, thus creating endless mysteries henceforth. And that brings us to the end of Book 3. There was no use of Spring Autumn Cicada, the so-called convenient plot device. With our now zombie mech, more problems are waiting for him, but first, it is time to see our little fox Lalai once again. Chapter 650. Return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Book 4, The Demon Lord rampages unhindered. Slowly opening his eyes, Fang Yuan woke up. Seeing crystal walls sparkling with a bright pink-colored light, Fang Yuan was dazed. Before reacting, he had used the Stargate to return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land from Northern Plains. Except that in this trip to Northern Plains, he had exhausted his mind and spirit. It was such a dangerous trip. It was a near-fatal experience. Even though Fang Yuan's body was that of 6-armed Heavenly Zombie King, his mind was still filled with fatigue. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he made some arrangements and fell into deep sleep. He slowly woke up now, after sleeping for an unknown amount of time. He was very exhausted. Even now, Fang Yuan only wanted to lie down and not get up. My body is filled with death energy. I have completely turned into a zombie. My body knows no fatigue, but my soul is still my original soul. It has its limits and will suffer injuries too. A thought flashed in his mind. As Fang Yuan gradually got up, his mind was in tranquility. It was a comfortable feeling. Sleeping had the effect of soothing one's soul. Fang Yuan breathed out some turbid air, stretching his limbs, but he only felt like his body was rusty. He felt very inflexible and heavy. He was not surprised. He knew that this was the backlash of using his killer move, Myriad Self. His soul was greatly depleted. Thus, when he tried to move this extremely strong zombie body, he felt difficulty and resistance. Where is the land spirit? Fang Yuan spoke. His voice was coarse and irritating, like the sound of sand grinding on ice shards. It would give a dry and icy feeling to people. Master. At the next moment, the land spirit Little Hu Immortal's voice resounded in Fang Yuan's ears. The voice was still cute and sweet, but there was a hint of worry and sadness in it. Fang Yuan turned around, only to see Little Hu Immortal appearing before his left hand with reddened eyes. How long have I been asleep? Fang Yuan nodded, asking, Master, you have been asleep for 2 days and 3 nights. Little Hu Immortal replied. Fang Yuan recalled. 2 days and 3 nights was in terms of Hu Immortal Blessed Land time. 5 days in Hu Immortal Blessed Land was 1 day in the outside world of the 5 regions. That means that since Fang Yuan left the Wind Veil of Assimilation, less than a day had passed in Northern Plains. Fang Yuan's inner thoughts settled. Before he slept, he had made an agreement with Hai Lulan. They were temporarily cooperating. Thus, he would have to return to Northern Plains soon. Little Hu Immortal saw that Fang Yuan was silent, and thought he was upset. She opened her tiny mouth and consoled, Master, don't be too upset. Your current appearance, although it is quite ugly, I'm sure there's a way to change it back. I believe that one day, Master will go back to his original form. Master, You have to cheer up. Fang Yuan laughed speechlessly, stretching out one arm and touching Little Hu Immortal's tiny head. Little Hu Immortal dodged for a bit, but eventually, Fang Yuan's terrifying giant zombie hand landed on her head. She lowered her head, not making a sound. Fang Yuan started stroking her hair and Little Hu Immortal could not take it anymore. She cried, "Master, although your palm is icy cold, I still like it." Saying this, she hugged Fang Yuan's huge legs and began sobbing. Little Hu Immortal was still so cute. She was like a 5 to 6-year-old child, pure and innocent, cute and tiny. She wore a rainbow dress and her snow-white fox tail was drooping towards the ground, showing her current sad mood. The land spirit was formed from the fusion of obsession and heavenly power. It was different from Will's and would never lie. Little Hu Immortal spoke the honest truth. Fang Yuan's expression was calm. He did not speak, but the fangs that were outside his mouth retracted a little, and the movement of his hand stroking Little Hu Immortal's head became more gentle. He split a portion of his consciousness and looked inside his body. In the first aperture, there was dead silence. There was not a bit of primeval essence inside. Only Fang Yuan's first vital goo. The originally clear crystal purple walls had turned into a rock-like material. The rock wall was filled with small cracks. The culprit behind this wound was the Spring Autumn Cicada in the middle of his aperture. Spring Autumn Cicada's body was glowing with green and yellow light. The aura of a rank 6 immortal goo was permeating the entire aperture. If it was his rank 5 peak stage aperture, it might have burst already. But now that the aperture was dead, it could handle more of the immortal goo's pressure. Even though there was a limit, he was far from reaching it yet. At the same time, Fang Yuan also noticed that the aperture was completely dry and could not produce any more primeval essence. This is the price for turning into a zombie. The aperture is dead and cannot produce any primeval essence. Fang Yuan assessed in his mind. He could not help but think of First General Gu Yu. He had turned into a blood white and his aperture could not produce primeval essence. Thus he had great desire for goo worms like Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. My current situation is way better than First General Gu Yu. I have already ascended into an immortal. I have 19 green grape immortal essence and limitless primeval essence. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan moved his consciousness from the first aperture to the second aperture. The newly born Strength Path immortal aperture had also turned gray. The blessed land was now a dead land. The sky was gray and the white stone mountains had collapsed. The ground was rotten and dark, emitting a foul odor. The ground was full of cracks, like the aftermath of an earthquake. This was the result of forcefully containing wisdom goo. Inside this immortal aperture were almost all of Fang Yuan's goo worms. The most attention-grabbing ones were naturally the immortal goo. There were 7 immortal goo in here. This amount was bound to shock others if revealed publicly. Immortal goo were unique. They were extremely hard to get. Most ordinary goo immortals would not even have 1 immortal goo. If he included fixed immortal travel that he had lent to Hailu Lan, as well as Spring Autumn Cicada, Fang Yuan had a total of 9 immortal goo. This number could put most rank 7 goo immortals to shame. There were 3 immortal goo that were related to Wada Pavilion. They were Worldly Wave Trace Goo, Delight in Mountain and Water Goo and Calamity Beckoning Goo. The other 4 immortal goo were obtained when Fang Yuan painstakingly smashed the formless fists. Other than the immortal goo, there were mortal goo. The most valuable mortal goo were also obtained when Fang Yuan smashed the formless fists. All these goo worms originated from the True Inheritance Secluded Domain's many inheritances. Each of them were high-quality goo worms and had profound differences from common goo. But of greater importance was the second aperture's vital goo, rank 4 all-out effort goo, as well as bitter strength goo, borrow strength goo, self-reliance goo, refine essence spirit goo, earth strength goo, water strength goo, wind strength goo, lightning strength goo, fire strength goo, lurking beast coat goo, aura concealment goo and so on. It was these goo worms that formed the foundation of the killer move Myriad Self, allowing Fang Yuan to ultimately clinch victory within the wind veil of assimilation. Other than these, there were the other random goo worms, Like the Eagle Rise Gu which Feng Yuan had used and expended the most in this journey within northern plains, the Windflower Gu which could allow changes in direction easily, the Soul Blade Gu obtained from Soul Blade General Pan Ping. There was also the Battle Bone Wheel Gu, Stargate Gu, and the Gu that made up the foundation of a Gu Immortal, Whole Earth Gu, Connecting Heaven Gu, Divine Sense Gu and others. The highest quantity that he had among them were of beggar moths, almost 1,000 of them. They had the effect of storing primeval essence. They were a huge help to Feng Yuan during the final moments of his northern plains trip. After inspecting his mortal and immortal aperture, Feng Yuan directed his attention to his body. Without using a mirror, he knew that he had turned into a monster completely. 6 meters tall, a green face and sharp fangs, blood-red eyes, bulging muscles that were tough as rocks. Most importantly, he had 8 arms. Other than his 2 human arms, his other 6 arms were terrifying in appearance. They originated from the other rank 5 Flying Zombie Gu, Azure Zombie Gu, Heavenly Demon Zombie Gu, Blood White Gu, Nightmare Zombie Gu, Plague Zombie Gu, and Earth Chief Zombie Gu. Feng Yuan did not care whether his appearance was handsome or ugly. Little Hu Immortal was concerned about it because she was formed from the obsession of the female Gu Immortal, Fairy Bei Hu. What Feng Yuan cared about was that the zombie body caused his cultivation to stagnate. He was unable to advance his cultivation in the slightest. This was a huge obstacle in his pursuit of the demonic path and his dream. He had grand ambitions. He wanted to obtain eternal life. Eternal life was in reference to being the strongest, an indestructible being that cannot be taken down by tribulations or disasters, a person that cannot be harmed by anyone, as well as having infinite lifespan. Although a zombie body had no lifespan, his soul could still suffer damage, and his body could still be destroyed if he was attacked by someone stronger than him. There were still many flaws and weaknesses. Thus, many Gu Masters and Gu Immortals would turn into zombies only after they were left with no other choice. This method was truly a last resort for survival. It was like longing towards heaven while being in hell. How can I get rid of the zombie body, returning to life from death, and obtain a live human body again? Feng Yuan asked in his heart. Evidently, this was a problem that needed to be solved. Although he had no answers, he had some rough ideas. Interrogating Mo Yaozhuo, who was in his immortal aperture, was one method. Using Wisdom Gu was the second. Little Hu Immortal's crying slowly stopped. As Feng Yuan retracted his hand, his emotions calmed down as he asked, "During the days when I was asleep, did anything happen?" Little Hu Immortal heard her master's inquiry and immediately stood up straight. She wiped her tears and answered him maturely, reporting to Master, "There were 2 things. First, your senior brother, Tai Bei Yunsheng, had already woken up. He has been wanting to meet you over these last few days. He was so anxious he even cried several times. But Master had given me the orders, thus I refused to let him in." The second matter is regarding Immortal Crane Sect. They have stopped engaging in our Rockman transactions. Feng Yuan heard this and frowned lightly. Feng Yuan was well aware of the reason why Immortal Crane Sect stopped the Rockman transactions. Hu Immortal Blessed Land had Danghun Mountain. This was something known by everyone in Central Continent. Immortal Crane Sect's target was Danghun Mountain, but they could not attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land directly. Thus over a year ago, they had sent Fang Zheng to negotiate, eventually settling on the transactions of Rockman. But their primary objective was Danghun Mountain and the Gutsku. After that, Immortal Crane Sect had repeatedly urged and emphasized while requesting Feng Yuan to sell the Gutsku, but he refused them every time. After a year, seeing that Hu Immortal Blessed Land was refusing to give in, Immortal Crane Sect had lost their patience, thus stopping the Rockman trade. As to whether they would express anger and want to force Feng Yuan to renegotiate, or whether they have other objectives, that would depend on how the situation progresses. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is not a utopia, it is located at Tianti Mountain, and the outside situation is also perilous. If Feng Yuan had a Blessed Land as an immortal aperture, his reliance towards Hu Immortal Blessed Land would greatly reduce. He could even swallow Hu Immortal Blessed Land directly, making his escape and leaving this place. Unfortunately, he was now a zombie. His immortal aperture was a dead aperture. There was no way to consider this. Fang Yuan thought about it, but for now could not come up with any ideas. Damn it, after becoming a zombie, my cognitive abilities have weakened, my thoughts are moving slower and slower, it is too inefficient. Fang Yuan frowned deeply, he started to feel the drawback of the zombie body.